Wow. How are we doing today, guys? Do we have something to watch? Link it. Cool song. Oh, this is an old song. Thoughts on foreskin restoration? Does that actually work? I feel like I heard about that on Penn and Teller's bullshit like 15 years ago. Wait, I thought you guys were watching something. Am I crazy? What is foursome watching?
No, it's not Lego, it's fucking Roblox. Oh my god. New expansion. Expansion. It's a fucking Roblox minigame. What? Frogwares.
Oh god. Hold on.
Jesus Christ, Richard! Oh, fuck. Jesus Christ, Richard! Oh, fuck.
Hi, I'm walking my dog on Brookside Lane and I can see some girl's body lying face down on Abner Farm. Oh, my lord. Please send help.
She was the only family I had left. I couldn't even bring myself to look at her body after what they'd done to her.
This was the most violent act of aggression I've ever witnessed. See, Panshaw's a quiet town most of the year, even during pinecone season it's quiet. So what occurred with Jessica Abner shocked everyone.
Jessica was one of the sweetest people I ever met. Ain't nobody had a problem with that girl. Nobody.
I still can't believe that was the last time I was ever gonna see her. I was just so focused on the pinecone race that...
Jessica and Carson were like a perfect match for each other.
Happy birthday!
It's not my birthday.
God damn, you need a crowbar to separate those two.
Yeah, we used to joke around with Carson, tell him that the pinecone racing was his one true love. But then Jessica came along, and well, she changed all that. So,
what is pinecone racing?
Where the fuck are you from?
To a lot of folks, Panshaw is pinecone racing.
Essentially, it's a 14.3-mile race from Top Mount Panshaw to Water's Edge Treasure Point.
Racers are called sweepers, and each sweeper has got three things: a pine cone, a regulation broom, and a tank that they carry on their back.
Now, in order to advance their pine cone, the sweepers must swing a broom at it, but the regulation bristles are so flaccid that full swing only moves the pine cone a matter of inches.
Not to mention, there's no set track. It's not for the weak.
Now, it's worth noting, Jessica was dating 5-time Panshaw Pinecone champion Carson Moore, arguably the greatest sweeper of all time.
That kid knows his way around a Panshaw pinecone, and it's extremely sexually attractive.
This was the first one I won. It was in the women's division because I applied into the wrong category. This is my World Series in 1988. A lot of people don't even know I do
Is that Wolfgang? Maybe, guys?
charity. This was Tabitha. And there's this guy.
The day before the big race, Konapalooza got a little out of hand.
Lloyd was talking to my lady at the party.
Over the last 5 races, Carson has beat out Lloyd Jr. every time. And those two can't stand each other.
So I turned to them and I said,
Why are you talking to Snapback? What's your business, Carson Moore?
Smashing Carson's pinecone wasn't against the rules, but it was wrong. You just don't bring that junk around Konapalooza.
The whole Lloyd Jr. thing, being an angry guy, made everyone really uncomfortable, so of course she left.
That was the last time anyone saw my baby girl alive.
I tell you what, that Carson Lloyd Jr. fight was about a lot more than some girl.
25 years, Lloyd's father owned 6 acres of the Briarcliff Flatlands. That's the easiest terrain to race on.
And since private property can only be crossed by a direct family member, Lloyd Riggins Jr. and Sr. had a massive advantage for nearly 3 decades.
That was until they busted Lloyd Sr. for mortgage fraud, and he lost everything. And the prosecutor, none other than Carson's pa, Carson Moore.
This leveled the playing field, and Carson ain't lost since. Now the only private course land is Darrell Abner's farm.
Eight hours after the race started, a call came into the station. It was Jessica Abner. Nobody picked up. See, with all the city's resources focused on policing the games, I will admit, the Panshaw Pinecone race is a gaping blind spot in our justice system.
Man, what irks me to this day is, what was Jessica doing down by her farm? She was supposed to be manning the South Station at
Greenbrier Forest. I'm like, bitch, where the heck are you? Lloyd Jr. got penalized half an hour ago.
When sweepers violate a rule, an officer escorts them to the nearest sap station where tree sap is added to the tank on their back in 5 to 10 pound increments.
which makes it damn near impossible to glide, carve, or pivot. You don't want a sap penalty.
So when Lloyd Jr. gets to the sap station and Jessica Abner's missing, all hell breaks loose.
I've been waiting here damn near an hour for my sap. Hello?
Because Junior can't proceed until he gets rationed his tree sap.
You best believe somebody gonna pay for this.
Now I'm getting buried in paperwork because goddamn Jessica Abner ain't where she said she'd fucking be. Obviously now I know there were extenuating circumstances at play.
With all that mayhem, that ain't even the story of the race. Ray Buckley was.
Ray Buckley.
Ray mother freaking Buckley.
Look, you guys, it's Ray. Hey, it was carnage. He was whipping it around. He was going nuts. Yeah, let's go, Ray.
And Ray got greedy. Went for a 900 backside mute grab off a tree stump, snapped his leg like a twig.
I'm in his ear and I'm saying, you're being crazy
And he says, "No, what's crazy is your mom used to suck my daddy big cock in high school."
With all the chaos of the day, I wasn't able to keep track of my score. It's a miracle I wasn't audited.
Officials require sweepers to report their score through randomized audits. And if you get it wrong, you, sir, have a date with the Crate of Confusion.
The Crate of Confusion is an 8x8 box that's 12 feet deep in the ground, okay, that's filled with 500 beads. You gotta organize the beads by color. There's a light strobing in there to the tempo of a human heartbeat. It's hell on earth.
We'd thrown Tommy Cooper in it earlier that day, but with all the controversies piling up, we'd forgot to let him out.
When that poor Tommy kid came out of that box, he was completely nonverbal.
But by then, Carson was already down by Treasure Point, pinecone brim and all.
That crafty son of a bitch, he took Chattahoochee strings and freaking floated his cone, like in the damn movies. I mean, come on now.
Don't get a lot of young men like that in Pancho. Got the mind of a war general. Would have been a good officer, too, if he wasn't so goddamn physically gifted.
Floating your cone is for cowards.
Here he goes again. Baby, I told you that he didn't win by floating his cone, he won by foot.
The Hollywood man just said he floated the damn thing.
I was working SAP Station 14, honey, okay? I would have seen him.
Well, he didn't go through Briarcliff because I would have seen him too, all right? He must have gone through Abner Farm.
I mean, he must.
Christ, Lord Savior, oh my God.
He had to have been with Jessica. Oh my God.
God damn it! I trusted that man! That fucker cheated! He cheated!
Wait, but Abner Farm is private land. That ain't playable course.
At the time, we didn't think much of the way Carson crossed the finish line. It's a tough terrain. But now I'm starting to think there's a chance that blood did not belong to him.
Carson's a hero around these parts. I'd be careful going around alligating he didn't play within PPA-regulated course boundaries. You hear that?
I'm not a cheater.
This is, I feel like this was so long for... an okay punchline. Time to do your dailies. We need to go back to doing these, guys, okay? It's important. The girl in the ball still what meme you were edging us with last night? Yeah, I'm just trying to stay away from the pedophile memes, okay? It's too much right now, all right? The ultra edgy meme, I can't say it. You know what? I'm going to flip a coin. I'll give you a 25% chance to tell you the meme. If I get 2 heads in a row, I'll say it, okay? If I get 2 heads in a row, I'll say it. Okay. One more. Oh, you guys are so close. Staying natty, your biggest mistake. I'll watch like 3 minutes. I got like 80 mils and I'm ready to go. Ah.
Question. Would you rather be huge, rich, and famous, or none of those things? If you chose none of those things, then I have good news for you. You can achieve that 100% naturally. But if you've recently felt the temptation to actually achieve your goals, then you might be wondering if being natty is...
Hold on real quick. Hi, I hope you're well and that this message reaches you. I live in Israel. My wife is an ex-settler. Every time someone calls the settlers extreme right-wing fanatics, you simply accept it. It is actually a false statement. There are many leftist settlers. You can check the election votes in the large Israeli settlements and see many lean towards the left, and some even vote for Arab parties. Sounds crazy. It is, but let me explain how it came to be. There is the border, then there is the West Bank barrier. There is a huge illusion amongst Israelis that if they don't live over the barrier, then they do not live over the border. My wife was certain that she lives inside the Israeli border until I told her otherwise. Effectively, they are just as guilty as any other settler, since they make the transaction of land for peace harder by being there, but the young generation is simply not aware. Their parents who moved in the 80s and 90s were not to tell them. Wait, is the border... Wait, is the barrier not on the border? West Bank barrier versus West Bank border, Israel. Is there a... Huh. That's... Interesting. So why do they live there? The answer is outrageously simple. It's cheap, or at least used to be when the settlements were formed. Inside the border of Israel, housing is extremely expensive. On the West Bank, it's cheap, dirty in comparison. My wife's parents wanted her and her brothers to be raised at a home that is larger than a 2-room apartment for a fraction of the price. Small apartments, so they built a 2-story house with 6 rooms and a garden on the West Bank. Wait, hold, I need a person to talk to. The media only covers the side that lives over the barrier, which is about 75,000. Yet in the same breath, the media also says there are 500,000 settlers. Is he saying that only 75,000 people live over the barrier? Is that possibly true? Oh, wait. So this is the barrier. And then this is the West Bank. So this would mean that, like, assuming there are, like, settlements here. What are they? That these people live to the west of the barrier? Or assuming there's... I don't know where the fuck people live. It's not marked on this. Destiny, you should think of any excuse to talk to CJ the X. He's a genius with philosophy, art, and culture. Come between you guys to be lightning. That's all. I love you. Bye. Okay, I'll think about it. The pink blobs are the sun. Yeah, interesting. Huh. How many settlers live beyond the west? There's no way I'm going to be able to find the answer to this. Beyond the West Bank wall. There's no way I'll be able to find the answer to that. Wait, hold on. Give a mild food take. Yo, mama. Okay, well, interesting. Thank you for the information. Huh. Okay, hold on. Wait 1 second. Did shotgun flip directions? Nope, but your mama did. Oh, I flipped her over. Oh, and then I fucked her in her third asshole.
Is really worth it. I'm not gonna stand here and lie to you about anything at all, but especially the fact that this is no doubt a heavy.
Did you see the Twitter clips yesterday about the airdrop food into Gaza? Some threw it away because it was an MRE and not halal. No shot is that true. Stop.
Heavy at all, but especially the fact that this is no doubt a heavy decision. One that your frail, tender, natural physique couldn't possibly bear on its own. So I am here, thankfully, to help lift this burden. Now I have here an honest review of the pros and cons of being natty. I have a serious question for you. Do you support Black History Friday? If so, then give your money to this POC.
This is the shit America sent to Palestine. Expired army food. You can hear a man saying it's not halal. Shame on the USA. Wait, hold on. Wait, I'm sorry. Hold on. Number one. MREs expire? I thought this shit holds for a long fucking time. Am I crazy? Where's the expiration on it?
والله لحم خنزير مقدم.
This is so toxic. Also, hold on. I'm sorry. All right? Palestinian people are human beings. There's no fucking shot you give a starving population MREs and they're like, oh, it's not halal. I can't eat it. I'm going to sit here and watch my child starve to death. There's no shot this is real. This is an insane video. I don't believe this. Can anybody translate in the background like what they're saying? It is literally halal. There's zero meat in those. Also, MREs don't really expire. That take a very long time, and they'd already have given them to Boots. They have an inspection date. Would you say the same about Jews eating non-kosher if they were given it in World War II, if you had a choice to give them non or kosher? I'm pretty sure that if you were a starving Jew, I would say the same thing. If you were a Jew that was starving to death, and somebody offered you food and you're like, sorry, it's not kosher, then just die. What do you mean? What a stupid... Oh my God. Bas halal is nullified if you have nothing else to eat, if you're starving, and in essence a beggar. That's both fiqh and sunnah. Pork et al. Can be consumed. I've had to live off these MREs for months. Post-catastrophic hurricanes, they don't really expire. The shelf life is years. This is besides the point here. The U.S. sent food to a population without consideration, which does not entirely fit the necessary standards nor requirements of that for a starving population. Bro, these are unhinged. Is this woman, like, born and raised in fucking Holland her whole life? Like, where is this person from? I want to know where these people are. Ever since I found out that Syria girl on fucking Twitter is born and raised and lived her whole life in fucking Australia, I don't trust any of these fucking Palestinian flags anymore, okay? Jesus Christ. I feel like... I feel like if you're on Team Jew, your foreigners are awesome. When you're on Team Jew, your foreigners petition governments, they raise a fuck ton of money, they do PR for you. Like, the Team Jew worldwide is like doing everything they can to bolster your cause. If you're on Team Palestine, 80% of these motherfuckers, sorry, hold on. 99% of these motherfuckers are never going to visit you. 80% of these motherfuckers don't even know where you actually live. 75% of these motherfuckers are never sending you a fucking dime, not a single dollar to ever help with your cause, okay? I feel like Team Palestine is like the worst team to be on. It's all people from fucking London. It's young kids in the United States. It's all these Palestinian flags. Like, fuck, do something. Do something. Oh my God. Can I just start a new alt-right movement? We should just copy... Bro, we should just copy everything the Jews do. If they're the superior race, if they've got the controlling... We should just copy all the shit they do. We need to make our own organizations. We need to worldwide raise money. We need to petition governments to act on our behalf. We should just do everything they do. Why wouldn't we just do that? Instead of taking them down. Apparently they're unkillable, okay? The Holocaust is like the worst genocide ever, and they're still around, and they got their whole country right after. Right after. How do you get your own country and then beat everybody around you like days after the Holocaust? That's wild. We need to just copy what they do. Okay, start with the dick thing, or can we skip that part? Listen. Personally, I think all forms of genital mutilation are bad, but maybe they've got a point. Maybe there's something there. Maybe there's a reason why they do it. Maybe the foreskin is an intellectual weight, all right? And not just a weight at the end of your dick. I don't know. Maybe we got to consider it, guys, all right? Maybe they were, because it is kind of random. Why are you chopping off parts of your dick? Maybe there's why would you do that for no reason, you know? Maybe there is a reason. Judith Butler describing the October 7th massacre as an armed resistance. Oh no, don't do it.
We can have different views about Hamas as a political party. We can have different views about...
Oh no, this is going to be so sad for a reason I'm going to get into right after this, okay?
Armed resistance. But I think it is more honest and historically correct to say that the uprising of October 7th was an act of armed resistance. It is not a terrorist attack, and it's not an anti-Semitic attack. It was an attack against Israelis.
Occupiers.
And, I did not like that attack. I have gone public with this. I have gotten in trouble for saying it was, for me, anguishing. It was anguishing. It was terrible. However, I would be very foolish if I then decided that the only violence in the scene was the violence done to Israeli people. The violence done to Palestinians has been happening for decades. This was an uprising that comes from a state of subjugation and against a violent state apparatus. Okay. Let us be clear. Now, you can be for or against armed resistance, you can be for or against Hamas, but let us at least call it armed resistance, and then we can have a debate about whether we think it's right or whether they did the right thing, whether a different strategy. But the problem is, if you call it armed resistance, you are immediately thought to be in favor of armed resistance and in favor of that armed resistance and that tactic. It's like, well, actually, maybe not that tactic, and we can discuss armed resistance. You know, it is an open debate.
Okay, never mind. I think sorry for the Zionists. I think I completely agree with her. I think that's an okay framing. I was gonna be really disappointed because I read I think we did this on stream. I read a full-on paper on her on she wrote a thing on like self-defense, and she goes through a lot of the cases for violent self-defense, when it might be justified, when it might not be justified, like the moral cases for different types of collateral damage and everything. That I thought was a really interesting paper. We read this on stream. I think this is an okay, because I think that you can, calling it like a terrorist attack, there's a lot of implications to that are not as closely associated with like armed resistance. And she is right that if we view it in the context of an armed resistance, it reframes the conversation in probably a more accurate way. But it doesn't necessarily make it right. It doesn't make the cause for war just. It doesn't make the conduct in war acceptable or legal. But it frames it probably in a bit more of an honest light. Destiny, you're on the rape is armed resistance train? No, but are you on the train that people don't get raped in war? Because if so, whew, I've got like 10,000 years of human history that's going to super disappoint the fuck out of you. Is Hamas a terrorist organization? We're dipping really hard into the what is terrorism here. Like, are they a terrorist organization? I mean, they're designated as such. But, I mean, it is a regional government. I mean, like, in every sense, in every de facto sense, Hamas is a regional government. They administer to the region. They run all of the healthcare services, the educational services. They do population level stuff. They distribute money. They hire people. So you can call them a terrorist group, and they might fit that. But I don't think terrorist group and government is necessarily exclusive, or mutually exclusive, depending upon how you define it, right? Destiny, how is it an armed resistance when the target was a festival and not infrastructure military? Okay, I really, I learned these two concepts, okay, and I'm going to drill these into your brains, all right? And because this helped me sort it a lot. I'm an international law cuck. I'm an international law cuck now, okay? I started off thinking international law was real. We did some reading, and then I was like, this is all bullshit. But now I am fully on board, at least insofar as the law of armed conflict goes. International humanitarian law and the law of armed conflict. These two, one is kind of a subset of the other. Now, other stuff like contract there, I don't know, I'm gonna be fucking retarded. But this stuff I think is really important. It's really good to understand, and it gives you a really good guiding. It gives you a really good framework through which to like analyze or understand stuff. There's two principles. You're gonna get ready because you're about to hear me say this a billion times, and I've probably already said this a billion times on stream. Okay, there's two principles. One is use ad bellum, and one is use in bello. Okay, so use ad bellum is what are your justifiable causes for war? In the world today, you're not supposed to be the belligerent, the aggressor nation. You're not supposed to go to war with somebody. I shouldn't say belligerent, I'm sorry. You're not supposed to go to war with somebody for no reason. You can't do that, right? So when we're evaluating the use ad bellum, the cause for war, I think for a country, we're trying to figure out if a country has a righteous reason to go to war. So in Israel's case on October 7th, I would say that there is a use ad bellum there, that Israel has a cause for war. Hamas bombed them, and that's a good cause to go to war. However, all right, there is a fundamentally separate question of use ad bellum, which is the cause for war, and use in bello, which is the conduct in war. These two things are in totally different domains. So for instance, let's say that Israel gets bombed on October 7th, and on October 8th, Israel says, we're going to go to war with Hamas, and our form of war is going to be 100,000 9-inch dick, Viagra'd up, raping Jews. We're going to send them into the Gaza, we're going to rape everybody, okay? Now, in that sense, you would say that the use ad bellum is justified. They're allowed to go to war against Hamas if Hamas attacked them. That's a totally justified reason to go to war. But the use in bello, the conduct in war, is war crimes. That's not acceptable. But I think separating these two things out, I think is important because a terrorist group arguably never has a use ad bellum. There's never a justification for it to do terrorism. That's insane. To go for a terrorist group to do anything. They're non-state entities. Non-state entities aren't even supposed to be attacking state entities. You're not supposed to do that. So, one, that would deprive Hamas of their right to attack ever, which I think that they should have a right Hamas or the Palestinian Authority, whoever, should have a right to retaliate or attack if they feel it's necessary to justify the use ad bellum part. But the use in bello would be, sorry, hold on. The way that they conducted their military operations, which involved the slaughtering of a ton of people at a festival, is not okay. That's unacceptable, okay? Yes. Why say you said bellum and not casus belli? I think casus belli very specifically refers to like a cause, like a thing that you do that's a cause for war. So like, for instance, like me fucking your mom in the ass might be your casus belli to come and attack me. Jus ad bellum, I think, refers more broadly to the legal understanding of like what is a legally acceptable reason to go to war. Wait, so you're trolling or not? I don't understand. October 7th was it a terrorist attack? It's a 180-degree turn from your position a month ago. I mean, I would say that I just explained. If you don't understand what I just said, I don't know how else to explain it to you. Then your brain isn't on this level, and you can't operate outside of like good and bad, and I can't help you. So figure it out. Good luck. You'll get there. Do you think that's what she and everyone thinks when someone says armed resistance? I don't know, but she caveated appropriately. She did caveat appropriately, and she said that doesn't mean that the armed resistance was good, right? So we can dissect this a little bit.
We can have different views about Hamas as a political party. We can have.
Don't you think calling Hamas an armed resistance group gives weight and some clemency to the way they resisted on October 7th? No. You have to be able to separate these out. I don't care if the public can't do it. You guys need to be able to do it, though. I can do it. You can do it, okay? I'll tell you to do it. I'll keep telling you to do it until you do it. You should be able to evaluate whether there is a just cause for war without mixing that up with the conduct in war. These are two completely separate things. These are two completely separate things, okay?
Have different views about.
So why is calling October 7th a terrorist attack wrong if you agree that they had not justification to attack civilians? Because the problem is when you frame something as terrorism, you've basically said that they have no right whatsoever to ever conduct war. That there could never be a valid casus belli. There could never be a valid jus ad bellum. There could never be a rational basis justification. I shouldn't say rational basis. That's the word. There could never be like a rational reason why Hamas want to go to war. Let's say theoretically, okay? Let's say 10 years passes, there's peace, blah, 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 blah. Let's say that Israel, for no reason, fires a missile into the Gaza Strip, Gaza City, and they blow up a building. And then let's say Hamas says, we're going to come out and we're going to blow up one of your, we're going to blow up one of your security camps or whatever, right? If we've identified Hamas as a terrorist organization, in a way, you've linguistically deprived them of the right to ever retaliate against Israel if Israel attacks them for no reason, or for a reason that might be considered illegitimate. That's not fair. I don't think it's a fair burden to place on them. I think Hamas ought to have a right, the people in Gaza ought to have a right to counterattack if they feel they've been unjustly attacked. Also, framing it as an armed resistance lets us have a more honest conversation about, okay, well, why might those citizens want to attack? And then we can say, well, I don't think there was a just cause for war on the 7th for Hamas. I don't think they had a good jus ad bellum. I don't think they had a good reason to go to war with Israel. And I think their use in bello, for the most part, was deplorable. They killed a ton of civilians for no good reason. There are war crimes. There are international humanitarian laws that are violated. There are Geneva Convention protocols that are violated, including AP1, AP2. It's bad for a billion reasons, right? So the conduct in war and the cause for war were both bad, right? But at least if we call it an armed resistance, we can begin that analysis. If you call it a terrorist attack, you deprive yourself of even being able to think of it. Because when the fuck would a terrorist organization ever be justified in attacking anything? They're terrorists, right? That's what I'm saying. Terrorist is no different than apartheid. It's a buzzword. It's simply putting the conclusion of the premise. True. Yes, I agree. I'm retarded. Compare this to 9/11 for me. Well, in 9/11, the problem is the Al-Qaeda isn't a state. They were never a state thing, right? It was always just like they were in Afghanistan with the Taliban who ran the country, but Al-Qaeda was never like a governmental body that was controlling territory, right? Am I wrong? Oh my God, it's been so long. I don't think they were they? So October 7th wasn't a terrorist attack. I mean, like, Oh God, we've stumbled into the nightmare of the word terrorist again. Don't tell Pisco. I really should never use this word ever. It's just a bad word. It just gets you into so much trouble. When I say terrorist, I'm using this just like a shorthand for like unjustified attack and blah, blah, blah. But it's the imprecision of the term and the fact that it lends credence to a lot of other dumb ideas means I should be more careful when I use it. Like, when I say like October 7th is a terrorist attack, I'm thinking like you're attacking a civilian population. In some sense, your goal is to literally incite terror. You don't have like militaristic aims or whatever. So like it seems like a terrorist attack. I think on like a what I say layman's or common parlance level, calling it a terrorist attack is like I understand that, and I've said that. I'm pretty sure I've said that a million times. But like for like formal analysis of the conflict between the two parties, when you call somebody a terrorist, you've already presupposed every single military action they can take. Does that make sense? That's the problem. That's the issue. If I were to label a government a terrorist government, there is no justification for a terrorist government to do anything. But if you flip it, can you imagine, is it really fair to say that Hamas would have no justification for anything? Would we really deprive that entity from being able to respond ever? That can't be the case. That just can't be. It's not a fair analysis of that region. It's not fair to say that, right? We can imagine a world where Israel gets on the walls and they snipe and they kill, 300 Palestinians because they're bored, and then in Gaza, the governing body, I guess, or the organizing body, Hamas wants to retaliate. They should have a right to do that. They should have a right to retaliate in that sense, and they have to, because Israel has argued as such. And they have to be able to, because the only way, oh my God, the blocks, it's like Tetris, it's just all stuck in place. If you want to say that Hamas is a terrorist organization, and if you want to say that Hamas doesn't govern the Gaza Strip, they're not a government, then that means that the Gaza Strip is occupied territory. And if the Gaza Strip is occupied territory, and if Hamas isn't a governing body, that means that when we evaluate Israel's actions towards Gaza, we can no longer evaluate it under the context of international or domestic armed conflict. Now we have to evaluate it as policing powers. And if we evaluate it as policing powers, every single thing Israel has done has been illegal. Most of the militant killings have been illegal. Because if we analyze it from a policing law point of view, this is, by the way, how the UN did their tricky analysis of the Great March of Return, where they said only 1 or 2 deaths were justified. The way that the UN was able to do that is they said, well, we were analyzing this as a policing conflict. No, it's not. That's just an armed conflict between 2 different groups. Why would you analyze it as policing? But if you want to say, well, they're a terrorist organization, they don't govern the region. Oh, okay. Well, if that's the case, then that means you occupy it, unless it's literally ungoverned. That means that you occupy it, and now I have to evaluate you as a police force. Police can't missile strike their own fucking population. Police can't roll in with tanks and snipers and machine guns and start killing their population. That's insane, right? So you can't have it both ways. And Israel doesn't want to be the police force. Israel wants to say it's no longer occupied. An argument that, by the way, I agree with, and I think it's a decent argument, that you wouldn't consider Israel the occupying power in the Gaza Strip for a bunch of other reasons that have to do with occupation and armed conflict and blah, blah, blah. But if that's the sense, if that's the case, then when we look at the Gaza Strip, Hamas would have theoretically justifications to go to war. Again, I don't think October 7th was justified, neither the cause for war nor the actual conduct in war. But yes, okay. Jesus. All right. This makes similar arguments. Can our leaders avoid the terrorism trap? For Israel and Palestine, the only way to break the cycle of vengeance is to understand the difference between justice and vengeance. Wait, Pisco, wake up. So can a state never commit terrorist attacks? I think a state can... somebody used that term earlier. State-sponsored terrorism? I think a state could sponsor terrorist attacks. I just don't like it when you call something a terrorist entity, you've deprived it of all justification for conflict, which I don't think is fair. What would your opinion be calling Russia a terrorist state then? I saw people use it on Twitter and Reddit. Again, this is like what I would say is when there are terms, there's a world where we're having like legal conversations and actual distinctions, and then there's like the layman's world, like calling something like a terrorist state or a terrorist state, whatever. Like, I think it's fine in a layman's sense, but don't let that elevate you. No. I am ultra triggered if this is true. I need to talk to Pisco about this. I need a legal person. I need a lawyer guy. Was October 7th not a state-sponsored terrorist attack? I think that would be a fair statement. To say that October 7th was state-sponsored terrorism, I think that could be a fair statement, maybe. Here's what I would say. I would flip it on the United States. Let's say that the U.S. sends the Marines or sends the Army to Mexico, and then they start shooting and blowing stuff up, like because they fuck them, I guess, right? Would we say that that was a terrorist attack if it was done by the United States of America? Or if it was terrorism, would we say it was state-sponsored even if they used the U.S. military? Like, everybody in chat right now is saying yes for the hypothetical, but how many people described Russia's invasion into Ukraine as terrorism? I don't remember seeing that. Maybe a lot of people were and I just missed it, but somebody said, is terrorism never justifiable? Let's say the Uyghurs started bombing buildings in China, for example. Here's the issue, okay? I'm not going to say in my opinion. I'm just going to state this as fact because I know that it's true, okay? Okay. There's a logical fallacy called begging the question, all right? In classical rhetoric and logic, begging the question or assuming the conclusion is an informal fallacy that occurs when an argument's premise assumes the truth of the conclusion, okay? Historically, begging the question refers to a fault in a dialectical argument in which the speaker assumes some premise that has not been demonstrated to be true, okay? So a lot of people use begging the question in the same way as they mean raising the question. It's not the same at all, although in common parlance, but begging the question refers to that particular thing, okay? So this would be an example, I'm pretty sure, some philosophy broken, correct me if I'm wrong. This would be an example of begging the question, I believe, right? If I were to say, was Kyle justified in murdering those protesters, right? In my opinion, I feel like this is a form of begging the question because the word murder is both philosophically and in common parlance and legally defined as the unjustified killing of a person, right? So when we ask, was somebody justified, what we're really saying, if we break this out, is, was Kyle justified in the unjustified killing of those protesters? Well, no, it's unjustified. It's called murder, right? So by labeling everything that Kyle does, and people do this intuitively, by the way, even if you don't know that this is happening. Oh, I wish I could find an example. Was this on the Majority Report? Did Sam do this? Because people won't refer to Kyle Rittenhouse as a killer, or they won't refer to him as having won a self-defense case. I think they call him a murderer. I think.
How to make this?
I wish I could find an example of this. It would illustrate my point so well. Fuck. I'm trying to remember if he said this or not. But, he did it when you two debated? Okay, maybe he did, yeah. But anyway, people use murder because they understand the underlying connotation. Nobody would say that, like, oh, she murdered her husband in self-defense. You'd say, oh, no, you killed your husband in self-defense. Because killing doesn't have, although it does a little bit, but it doesn't really have that baked-in moral conclusion, right? So my issue with the word terrorist is terrorist and terrorism basically have built-in, it's generally meaning in common language is to terrorize a civilian population, generally with a political end in mind. I don't like political end in mind. I don't like that part because I think basically anything can be political, right? What was the name of the incel kid? Elliot Rogers? Like, was that killing political because he called himself an incel? I mean, probably not. Maybe, though. Incel, is that political? I don't know. But yeah, so that's why I don't like if you call a group a terrorist group, in my opinion, not in my opinion, I'm sorry. If you call somebody a terrorist group, you've deprived them of all reasonable justification for any type of war at all. You can't, yeah, that's why I don't think it's okay, yeah. What premise was demonstrated by Russia to justifiably invade Ukraine and attack public infrastructure, raping and murdering citizens? Russia had already recognized their right to exist as a sovereign state. Legally, they have no right to invade. I didn't say anything different. You're doing it. You're doing the thing. I'm not saying Russia ever had a right to invade. I'm just saying, oh, God, you're doing the thing. You're doing the thing. Where if you don't use, like, the biggest word, nothing can be wrong. They call him a killer to try to seem less unhinged instead of murder now, but before acquittal, they definitely called him a murderer all the time. You're saying that phrase is never applicable? What if he was convicted? Well, if he was convicted, you'd say he was a murderer. At least he was a convicted murderer, yeah. I think the connotation of terrorism fits with the actions of 10-7, but I can definitely see your point about Hamas as a terrorist group. Yeah, but I think armed resistance, I think also fits. And the framing, the mental framing, the psychological framing is a bit more accurate because it is a group that is governing a region that is occupied by another state, and it is an armed resistance. Now, not all armed resistance is good or acceptable. The Nat Turner, what did I read? This stupid shit that, because Finkel Dick brings it up all the time. And the Nat Turner slave rebellion or whatever, that was an armed resistance. But it was also terrorism, and it was pretty bad. So, yeah. The Jews in the ghetto uprising, that would have been an armed resistance. I think that wasn't bad, though. I think that both the conduct and the rationale, I think, was good. For the Nat Turner slave rebellion, we should just go through and think about these. For the Nat Turner slave rebellion, I would say that the cause for rebellion was good, but the conduct was bad. For Russia, I would say that the cause is bad and the conduct seems bad. I would say that for Al-Qaeda is a non-state body. I don't know if... And Al-Qaeda wasn't uprising against somebody either. Al-Qaeda is just that. I think Al-Qaeda, when you're a non-state entity, you don't govern anything. You're just a terror. I don't know if those people should ever have the right to attack anything. And I think law of armed conflict generally agrees. I don't think terrorist groups or whatever, I don't think like a terrorist group can ever have internationally the right to do anything. Don't you think a government can lose the justification to do anything? Yeah, of course. Governments can lose or not have justification for doing something. What do you mean? Destiny, how does your analogy of Hamas as not a state actor match with organizations of the IRA, both garnered funding in similar ways, whether organized internationally by most terrorist organizations? Wait, no, I'm saying Hamas is essentially a state actor here, a governing thing. Yeah. Is ISIS a terrorist group? So running into, in this analysis, I think that what I would look for is, because when you say ISIS, what I'm thinking of immediately is what I consider the Kurds a terrorist group. What I'm trying to think of is what level of administration or something, what level of administration would I need for a group? Hold on. Holy shit. He has to think about it. You're permaban. You're retarded. Just don't come to my community, please. There are so many other... Okay, listen. If you can't even... Hold on, wait. Okay, shit. Fuck. Also, by the way, next month or the month after, I'm going to do a big community purge because a lot of you motherfuckers are retarded, okay? Listen, if you cannot engage with what I'm saying with right now, if it's like, if you don't even have like a desire to engage with it, or if you're just like soy posting or whatever, okay, then leave, okay? Because this type of shit, we do this shit all the time. Fucking leave. If you're some Zionist cuck fucking loser who wants to migrate to the West Bank, okay, listen, if October 7th happened to the settlers, I wouldn't even give a fuck. I probably would have never started studying this conflict because I wouldn't feel bad for any of you, okay? So if you're a super Zionist person and you're here because you think I'm here to fucking champion your cause or some shit, I don't give a fuck. I'm not Jewish, okay? I don't give a fuck about your religion. I don't give a fuck about your settlers. I kind of care about the country because I think it's interesting to study it, okay? But if you're here on some crazy Zionist shit, fuck you. I don't care. Don't care about you, okay? Eat a rock or hit a rock and let manna come out, but don't hit it too hard because then God's not going to let you go to Israel, fucking losers. Fuck off. Number one, okay? Also, if you're pro-Palestinian or whatever, fuck you too, I guess. Fuck everybody, okay? Okay. Bring it back down, okay? Jesus Christ. Okay. Designating something as a state or an administrator or not is important because it gives them the right to do something or never have the right to do anything. When I think of the Kurds in Iraq, it feels to me like a de facto, so de facto meaning just because of the situation it appears to be, as opposed to de jure, which is legally speaking, it is, okay? So the Kurds don't have a recognized government and borders in Iraq, okay? However, so de jure, they don't exist in that sense, but de facto, my understanding is the KRG, the Kurdistan Region Government, my understanding is de facto, the Kurds do run parts of Iraq, right? I would say that if you have de facto administration on an area, I would say that you have a right to engage in stuff that would be covered under international humanitarian law and law of armed conflict. So, for instance, if the Kurds were attacked by Turkey or Saddam Hussein or whatever, I think the Kurds could have a reason to respond, okay? Or the Kurds might feel they want to attack preemptively because blah, 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 right? So I would analyze it in that sense. But if for ISIS, so the confusing part about ISIS is that for some time, ISIS did control some territory, but I don't know if ISIS ever worked as an actual administrator to territory, or if they just kind of held a lot of land and like killed people and like recruited soldiers and didn't actually administer to it. If that's the case, if ISIS never held any territory and administered to it in an administrative in an administrative way, I don't know if I would say that ISIS ever rose to the level of like de facto administrators, such that I would consider them like, oh, ISIS can have a reason to attack or respond or whatever, right? But I'm not 100% sure. I don't know in Syria and Iraq, I don't know what level of administration ISIS had over those areas. I also imagine you'd probably need to control stuff for a while maybe to think this, but another example would be, for instance, like the Taliban, okay? For the Taliban they sponsor terrorism, they might do terrorism, they whatever, but the Taliban is definitely the de jure administrator for Afghanistan. But I wouldn't just say that, well, the Taliban are terrorists, that's it. Because then you're essentially saying that, okay, well, the Taliban or the Afghanistan government, which is the Taliban essentially, can never respond if they get attacked by another party. They can never attack another party. They've got no right. That doesn't make sense because they're the administrator of the region, okay? Okay. ISIS definitely administered, taxed, arrested, and judged and passed laws. Okay, then I mean, you can say that ISIS is a sponsor of terrorism, they engage terrorist attacks or whatever, sure, but then I would probably evaluate ISIS then under armed conflict stuff. That's how I would evaluate that action, I think. There's a big J. There is a big J. Is soft or hard in Latin debate? No native speaker. Oh, I don't know. Is it possible that two warring nations can both have sufficient jus ad bellum? It's possible. I guess it's conceivable. I wouldn't say it's impossible. We would have to think of a situation, but... Can you possibly differentiate between Hamas, a de facto government, and its military wing as a terrorist group? And then labeling the military wing as a terrorist organization doesn't necessarily mean they... I don't think so, because that just feels kind of sneaky and dumb to me. Like, I think the United States has identified the international... No, it's the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps is the IRGC. Or actually, it might only be the Quds Force. So I think the IRGC is the primary branch, okay, multi-service primary branch of the Iranian armed forces. The U.S. has either identified the IRGC as a terrorist organization, or we've identified the Quds Force, which is like the secret special ops group of the IRGC, as a terrorist organization. It feels weird to identify the military arm of a state body as a terrorist organization, because then again, you're depriving them of basically all forms of warfare. Yes. Destiny. IHL and the law of armed conflict applies to situations based on the level of conflict reaching armed conflict and not the actors involved. But doesn't armed conflict presuppose states or regional or administrative things? I wish I could remember. Oh, fuck. What did I read that I was getting this opinion from? Let me think for a moment. I'm trying to remember. I've read so much international law shit. Most of the international law stuff I've read has been off stream, so I also understand why my opinions seem to be coming from out of nowhere. But I'm trying to think of Quds is pronounced Woods. Quds. Is it Quds Force? So at Destiny, now eliminating Hamas is completely off the table. Israel has to negotiate peace with them. I never said that. I think you can have a just cause to totally eliminate a government. If Mexico were to attack us and say we want to destroy the entire United States, I wouldn't say that Mexico is now just a terrorist org. I'd say it's a government, but you have a right to try to, take apart that government. Destiny, you can't call it armed conflict if it's not a state, though. If Gaza's not a state, then putting it under armed conflict would be condemning the population for something that did not affect. Yeah, sure. Yeah, that's why I'm trying to, I'm just trying to remember what I'm trying to remember where I got most of this from. The resort to force is prohibited by Article 2, subsection 4 of the UN Charter and customary international law. If you ever get frustrated, so here are some cheat codes, okay? If you ever get frustrated or you don't know like what international law applies or who's under whose jurisdiction or whatever the fuck, okay? There's a very, very, very convenient shortcut, all right? And it's called customary international law. No matter what you've signed on to, no matter what you've agreed to, no matter who you are, everybody has to play by these rules. So there's, you see me go to this website often, this IHL database. These rules here, if it's considered customary international law, these are rules that every single person is expected to follow. You must. It doesn't matter if you're signed on to a convention, if you're not signed on to a convention, whatever the fuck, it doesn't matter. Everybody's expected to abide 100% by every single one of these rules. So this is like a really easy shortcut if you're ever like, oh, I don't know, is this a blah, 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 blah. Now there's going to be a different question about who can prosecute or who would hold you liable, or is it a war crime or not, as defined by the Rome Statute of the ICC. These are different questions, but at the very least, these are rules that every single person should follow. Hello, Stephen. Curious to know as to your motive behind studying so much about this conflict. Is it because that's the type of content you usually do? Cover? Do you want things to quiet down in the area? It's because I started Vyvanse 6 months ago, so for the first time in my life, I can actually read stuff, and when I get to read entire stuff that I used to find traditionally very fucking boring, like history, is now incredibly interesting to me. So that's why I dove into this one so much, but... I feel like the IRA breaks your modal. Well, I don't believe they were officially the military wing of Ireland. They were unofficially the military wing at the time. Does that change the calculation? I mean, I would have to think about their association, I guess, with everything. I don't know enough about how closely the IRA worked with or without the government or what the ties were. I don't know enough about the Irish conflict. Yeah. It's almost like this is a complicated situation, and value-loaded buzzwords don't clarify things. In all seriousness, people should ask themselves why they want, on an emotional level, want to call something terrorism, genocide, etc. Well, because what's happening is the thing that I said earlier. Remember when I pointed this out, and all of us like nodded because all of us were so much better than this, and we're like, oh yeah, all the other retards do this, but not us. We're way too smart for this. Once you've evoked, shut up. This is the thing that's happening. Terrorism means, okay, when you call something terrorism, it's because you don't want like innocent civilians to die. So then you connect these two things together. Ironically, this happens on both sides, right? So Israel wants to call Hamas terrorist, or people that support Israel wants to call Hamas terrorist because they don't want to justify any of their actions. But that's it. There's not like an actual like analysis that's going on. It's just that they want to tie to that value. Like, well, wait, that's why when I'm saying I don't know if I would evaluate this as a terrorist group. I think evaluating it as an armed struggle or armed resistance is probably better. It gives us a better mode of analysis. People are like, oh, so you think October 7th was justified? You think it's okay then for them to kill all those civilians? Do you think rapes are part of armed resistance? Like, no. But that's, yeah. And then also on the other side, that's why they call it the IOF, the Israeli Offensive Force. Sorry, let me finish reading this. All members shall refrain in their international relations from the threat or use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any state or in any other manner inconsistent with the purposes of the United Nations and customary international law. This is the resort to force. It is a prohibition limited to interstate uses of force unless the forceful actions are legally attributable to a state, as described in the International Law Commission's Articles on State Responsibility. Every internationally wrongful act of a state entails the international responsibility of that state. Elements of an internationally wrongful act of a state. Characterization of an act of a state. Conduct the organ of a state. Is this? I'm trying to see if this. If this ever brings up non-state actors. Okay, I think for the UN stuff, it just assumes, it's always assuming like state actors. Were Avalanche terrorists? Yeah, true. Destiny, you are wrong. Preemptory norms use Cohen's greater than treaties, greater than customary international law. I don't know if you can actually, I don't think you can make a treaty that supersedes customary international humanitarian law. Customary international law. Customary international humanitarian law. I don't know if there's customary law that's separate from customary international humanitarian law. But like, for instance, I don't think that two states could engage in a treaty that says, hey, we're going to engage in a treaty that says we actually can rape each other as prisoners of war, and we're going to sign that treaty and have it recognized in the UN. I don't think you can do that. I could be wrong. But I don't think you can do that. I don't think treaties can supersede that. You can make any kind of treaty you want. I'm almost positive that's not true. Can I make a treaty that says, like, I can commit genocide in another country, and if they agree to it, we're okay? A compelling law refers to a category of norms that governs customary international law. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I should have just looked at this term. Wait, so what's the difference between, is this use Cohen's or use Cohen's? Cohen's? What's the difference between this and customary international law? A peremptory norm. I guess maybe you're saying all customary international law doesn't necessarily fall under this. I don't know. Listen, if I see something that contradicts what I said, I'll believe it, but I haven't seen anything that would ever contradict any of the international humanitarian law stuff. I haven't seen any of that ever. But maybe there is stuff out there, and maybe that is possible via treaty or whatever, but I don't know. What about the ANC in South Africa, non-governing body, attacks against government and some civilians, etc.? If you're a non-state actor, but if you're acting domestically, then it would be considered. I can imagine that to a certain point, it would become armed conflict. But I don't know if the ANC would have ever risen to that. I'm not sure. Look up persistent objectors. They can be exempt from customary international law, but not use Cohen's. Huh. Persistent objectors. The persistent objector doctrine in international law provides that a rule of customary international law will not oblige a state that has persistently objected to the development of the rule. The doctrine requires that the objection be persistent and consistent and that not be contradictory. This makes sense because customary international law, part of this develops because everybody kind of acts like and thinks that it's a legal thing, and they act as such. So if you're persistently acting like you don't think it's a legal thing, that would make sense. I'm not aware of, and also keep in mind, hold on, wait. Let me qualify some of what I'm saying. For the rules of international warfare that I've been reading on, these are like the most intense, most extreme rules, like rules of proportionality, rules of distinction. There's three huge ones. It's proportionality, it's distinction, and one having to do with killing civilians. Wait, I had this in my debate prep for. There's like three huge. It's Finkelstein debate outline. it's the principle of distinction, it's the principle of proportionality, and the principle of precaution. I think these are these three big ones. And then basically any other like customary international rules that like kind of revolve around these concepts. I've never seen these contradicted anywhere. I don't think I've read anything, because I always read their justification for all of their rules and everything. I don't think I've seen any of these contradicted anywhere. Like these are like the 5 or 10 that kind of revolve around these. But there might be other customary rules where actually maybe there are some countries that don't agree with them. That might be the case, and I just haven't seen those. Why is being a state body necessary? Wouldn't using the term terrorism always be reductive, even if it's a non-state body? Why is a state body necessary? I think state bodies are necessary because if you're an administrative body, you've inherited some rights, which are important, like the right to not be invaded, the right, whatever protections would be afforded to nation states ordinarily, and you've inherited responsibilities, like not to violate the rights of other nations, right? Or to adhere to whatever laws or rules or regulations you expect would be applied to your state or whatever. But in the same way the term terrorism has so much baggage, doesn't the term armed resistance imply a justified act targeted at your oppressor? I don't know if... yeah, I think it does load it a little bit the other way, but I think this would be what I would say. I know I'm right on this, actually, and I don't care if you disagree with me. I know I'm right. I think that it would be easier for a person to be convinced that a form of armed resistance wasn't legitimate, as opposed to trying to convince a person that a form of terrorism was legitimate. And my evidence for that would be that if I were to find a righteous cause, and I were to say, I think that it was fully justified when these people engaged in this act of terrorism, I think people would say, hold on, don't call it, it's not terrorism, bro. What do you mean terrorism? I think that people would take issue with the word terrorism. But I think I could look at forms of armed resistance and I could say, this was armed resistance, but like, I don't know if this was justified in forms of like armed resistance. I think it would be easier to convince somebody just on the words there. Just on the words there. Destiny is a side note saying treaties are greater than customary international is not necessarily true. Treaties inform the existence of customary international, but cannot breach it once the CIL rule is established. Yeah, that would make sense. Hold on, I want to go to like a weird rule and see if there's like something where it's like nobody actually gives a fuck about this. Orders or threats that no quarter will be given. Oh, I've never seen this. I imagine this would play right into the other rule. A lot of these rules are kind of self-reinforcing as well. Like when you say no quarter will be given, you're kind of like violating other international rules relating to like soldiers surrendering or not engaging in principle of distinction, right? Because a surrendered soldier is now hors de combat, a person that's no longer a part of hostilities and can't be treated as a military target. And saying that no quarter will be given is also violating that type of rule, right? Oh, yeah. The treatment due to persons hors de combat is dealt with in Part 5. The duty to grant quarter is a basic rule that prohibits attacking a person recognized as hors de combat in combat situations on the battlefield. Yeah. Does the fact that Gaza or Palestine isn't an internationally recognized state get factored into calling to... No. I wouldn't... I'm not... That's why I said de facto. Destiny, you're consistently ignoring that the Hamas charter is to destroy Jews, not to create Palestine. I don't care. It doesn't matter. That's not factoring in. When I'm thinking of like an administrative body of something like that, I'm thinking de facto, not de jure. I don't care if they have like recognition or not. I'm just thinking of... I'm just thinking of the de facto. Like, is it as such as it plays out on the ground? Okay. Wait, let me finish reading. I think I got one sentence through this. We got so... Okay. It is a prohibition limited to interstate use of force unless the forcible actions are legally attributable to a state, and that Hamas is neither a state nor its attacks are likely attributable to a state. It is not violated this prohibition, and neither is Israel, for it is directing its operations against a non-state group. Okay, well, these guys are saying non-state group now. Yet, even if Hamas's actions were attributable, this might be the article I read, but I'll keep reading. Yet, even if Hamas's actions were attributable to a state, Iran or Palestine, for those who consider the latter a state, Israel's response would nevertheless be lawful by reference to the customary international law, right of self-defense enshrined in UN Charter, Article 51. Many states, including the United States and scholars, are of the view that at least since the attacks on 9/11, self-defense is permissible against a non-state group, even if the group's armed attack was not on the behalf of a state or with its substantial involvement therein. This was the, we read about this on stream, that some people were trying to say Article 51 means you can only counterattack against states. The UN, I think, gave this as an advisory opinion, I think in 2004. It was a ridiculously retarded opinion. That's part of that wall opinion. I should have prepared my fucking notes on all this. God damn it. I don't have this. 2004 advisory opinion. UN, Wall, West Bank. I believe they bring up Article 51. Fuck, they have like one paragraph on this, and it's a wild paragraph. I'm trying to remember where. Fuck, I'm not gonna be able to find this. Why does Hamas specifically have a right to resist? Can you justify Hamas having that right? Because Hamas is the de facto administrator of that region. They are the government in the Gaza Strip. This isn't the PDF I read either. I feel like if I saw this in PDF form, I remember the way that the page was structured. Does an occupation change who the de facto administrator is? De facto means, what is the actual like mean? It de facto just means like facts on the ground. Like what, like if we look at what's happening, like what is existing, right? So let's say, for instance, fuck, I'm trying to think. You remember in kindergarten or like in, you remember in grade school how you would get like you'd have like an assistant teacher sometimes? Was that a real thing? Am I making this up? Like, let's say that you've got a teacher, and let's say that you have a, let's say that you've got an assistant teacher. Let's say that that assistant teacher, is basically like teaching the whole class for the entire year, right? Now, de jure, okay, by rule, on paper, the teacher of the classroom is the teacher. That's your teacher, okay? But de facto, the facts of, if we look at what's actually happening, the actual teacher is the assistant teacher, right? So you can have a conflict sometimes between de jure and de facto, okay? Ideally, these two things coincide, but they don't always, right? Okay. It's been a few months now. Has no one ever told you that in hors de combat is French and not pronounced with a hard T? So hors de combat? What exactly is in the ICJ advisory opinion? They just don't analyze much. I think or the analysis is incredibly crude on it. They'll make like a really big statement, but they don't actually legally justify it. But I don't remember which part. There was a specific part as we read this on stream. It had to do with Article 51, or it might have had to do with Article 52. Oh, here's the actual PDF. Can I fucking... They specifically say Article 51 is not relevant. Yeah, they might. I'm just trying to remember where they say it, but they don't give any justification for it. They just say it. They're like, it's not relevant. I think it's a way to say that Israel has no right to defend itself from attacks against Hamas or anybody in the West Bank. They say Article 51 isn't relevant, but they don't actually engage in any substantive analysis. They just like give one paragraph where they quote, I think, part of Article, and then they, fuck me. Is it this? Oh, it might be this. I think this is it. Whether Israel's right of self-defense is in play in the instant case depends, in my opinion, on an examination of the nature and scope of the deadly terrorist attacks to which Israel proper is being subjected from across the Green Line. This opinion is from 2004, by the way, so this is going to be in the context of the Second Intifada, not what we're reading about right now, okay? And the extent to which the construction of the wall, in whole or in part, is a necessary and proportionate response to these attacks. As a matter of law, it is not inconceivable to me that some segments of the wall being constructed on Palestinian territory meet that test and others do not. But to reach a conclusion either way, one has to examine the facts bearing on that issue with regard to the specific segments of the wall, their defensive needs, and the related topographical considerations. Since these facts are not before the court, it is compelled to adopt the, to me, legally dubious conclusion that the right of legitimate or inherent self-defense is not applicable in this case. The court puts the matter as follows. Oh, this is a response to this. This is what I was looking for, though. This part in the original Article 51 of the Charter. Oh, wait, is that not... Is this not the 2004 advisory opinion? It is. Oh, it's this. Here we go. Under the terms of Article 51 of the Charter of the United Nations, quote, nothing in the present charter shall impair the inherent right of individual or collective self-defense if an armed attack occurs against a member of the United Nations until the Security Council has taken measures necessary to maintain international peace and security. Article 51 of the charter thus recognizes the existence of an inherent right of self-defense in the case of armed attack by one state against another state. This analysis is not the one that the world currently uses, and I don't even know if 2004 it would have been valid, because nothing in the present charter shall impair the inherent right of individuals or collective self-defense if an armed attack occurs against a member of the United Nations until the Security Council has taken measures necessary to maintain international peace and security. I don't believe they try to reference another part of the UN Charter, but I don't think anything in here says that you can only defend against armed attacks from another nation and not from an armed group. And especially post 9/11, when we're looking at Al-Qaeda and everything, I don't think this reading of Article 51 makes any sense. So their argument was, Article 51 of the Charter thus recognizes the existence of an inherent right of self-defense in the case of armed attack by one state against another state. I don't know where they get this one state against another state. However, Israel does not claim that the attacks against it are imputable to a foreign state. The court also notes that Israel exercises control in the occupied Palestinian territory, and that, as Israel itself states, the threat, which it regards as justifying the construction of the wall, originates within and not outside that territory. The situation is thus different from that contemplated by Security Council Resolutions 1368 and 1373, and therefore Israel could not in any event invoke those resolutions in support of its claim to be exercising a right of self-defense. Consequently, the court concludes that Article 51 of the Charter has no relevance in this case. This analysis is very quick. It's done in one paragraph, and I think it's a really extreme, but I get that reading a lot of UN stuff, as opposed to generally Supreme Court decisions or court decisions in the US. The rationale is usually far greater. It's very interesting to me that in a lot of UN opinions, they will engage in really out there exploratory legal analyses in one paragraph, and then they move on from it. Because essentially the declaration here is that they're basically saying that Article 51 of the UN Charter gives you the right to defend yourself, but only against attacks from other states, not against attacks from non-state actors. That's a really radical opinion, in my opinion, and I don't think the rest of the world has rolled with that. And then I think that's also what this is going to do. Sorry, Jesus, okay. Sentence 3. Many states, including the U.S. and scholars, are of the view that at least since the attacks of 9/11, self-defense is permissible against a non-state group, even if the group's armed attack was not on the behalf of a state or with its substantial involvement therein. The ICJ's paramilitary activity standard, paragraph 195. I agree. In such a case, the state taking action is subject to the conditions of necessity and proportionality, which limit defensive force to that required to defeat the armed attack and likely follow-on attacks. The argument can even be made that that Hamas's attacks are but the latest blow in a campaign against Israel that qualifies as an ongoing armed attack. This is a complex issue beyond the scope of the post. However, Israel certainly enjoyed the right of self-defense when it launched Operation Swords of Iron. Okay. I'm trying to see if there's anything else relevant in here. Okay, I might have read a different article, but I'll read this here for the sake of fairness. This begs the question of whether Hamas's actions are justified as self-defense, as some supporters claim. They are not. To begin with, it is well accepted that the right of self-defense is limited to states. So in this analysis, he's going by Hamas as not a state, de facto or de jure, for the purpose of this article. Even if that were not the case, self-defense is subject to a condition of necessity. Necessity has a temporal component that limits forcible defensive actions to those responding to an armed attack that is either underway or imminent. So this is an argument that I've copied, that even if we say they do have, they are a state and they do de facto represent the region, to say that October 7th was responding to like an imminent threat or something doesn't hold. So I would say that on October 7th, you're failing on the use ad bellum, your initial justification for going to war, and then obviously the conduct in war, the use ad bellum as well. The criterion of imminency is subject to various interpretations by states and scholars. I've long advocated a relatively liberal interpretation that permits forcible defensive actions with the potential victim state finds itself in the last window of opportunity to defend effectively against an imminent attack. But even by this liberal interpretation, assuming solely for the sake of illustration that non-state groups enjoy the right of self-defense, there is no indication that Israel was about to conduct any forcible action at the armed attack level against Hamas or other Palestinian entities. Finally, it is sometimes claimed that non-state groups may use force to secure their right of self-determination. Typically, supporters point to Article 7. Nothing in this definition, in particular Article 3, can ambush. However, this nuanced provision only acknowledges the right of certain peoples to resist and struggle, not necessarily to do so forcibly. The better view is that there is no right on the part of a non-state group or individuals to do so except when unlawful violence is being used against them, directly and immediately, as in a specified case of acts of ethnic cleansing that are underway. So this would be, even if we did say Hamas was non-administrator, non-de facto, whatever, if it was the case, my example earlier was, let's say Israel says we're going to fight back against the Gaza Strip with a force of 100,000 raping IDF soldiers, that even if we didn't say they were a state actor or whatever, we could still say they have a right to engage in forcible armed resistance or whatever. At the time of Hamas' attack, Israel was not employing unlawful violence directly against any individual in Gaza, nor were Hamas' actions crafted to directly defend against any particular unlawful acts of violence. Finally, even if Hamas enjoyed a right to launch the operations, which it did not, there is no conceivable argument that it is entitled to effectuate that right by targeting the civilian population or taking hostages. Unequivocal IHL, so this is the use in bello. Even if Hamas was justified, the conduct in war is clearly not. It's very simple. Hamas has no right to mount operational acts of flood under international law, and Israel has every right to respond forcibly, as is doing so in Operation Swords of Iron. Okay. Jesus. 1 second. David wants to come in and fight for a second. Where are you at, David? Why are you molding so much? He's molding. All right, what do you want?
Okay. So, one of the things that feels weird is the idea of a group that already starts off as a terrorist group, something like ISIS or Hamas or Al-Qaeda. Let's say, hypothetically, Al-Qaeda were to...
Wait, what about America?
We started off as like a terrorist group?
I mean, kind of. No?
Okay, I feel like when we mean like a certain thing. When you're a terrorist group that is not like recognized by anyone else as like a legitimate force in terms of like ISIS, other terrorist groups that are distinctly known as terrorist groups before they form a state and are able to govern an area and are recognized as doing so. It feels weird to say that the second they are able to administer some territory, that they become a the equivalent of like a state actor and they lose their terrorist status.
I mean, I feel like that's the case with America and with Israel. Like both people basically, like in America, you had like the revolutionary people or whatever that eventually wanted to declare a state. We had our Declaration of Independence, all that bullshit, and then we fought a war against technically the rightful administrators to our territory, and then we succeeded, and then we fought and won, or we fought, succeeded, and won. And then for Israel, you had like the early issue. What?
Usually it's because you're recognized as like a legitimate force. Like, I don't know if the same would apply to ISIS or...
What do you mean by recognized
Hamas,
as a legitimate force?
like internationally.
Did they,
like in terms of
I don't, well,
the United States
it's hard for the U.S. because I
being-
don't know 1776 what the fuck international recognition even means, or if I don't think there was any body for that. For Israel, I guess I'm just not, I don't think I care much about this particular thing. Like, for instance, like, what is like the international recognition right now of Taiwan? I don't actually know. It's like, is Taiwan an individual member of the UN?
But, I mean, I'm not going to know that specific case, but I think in general, like, it just feels weird because my main point is like looking at something like ISIS, where they did administer territory, they did have laws. I don't know if we would call them like a state actor with a right to resist. Also, when you're looking at like a right to resist or a right for armed resistance, like who does that apply to? In terms of like you were reading the Articles of War thing, was that saying that like the people had a right to resist, or specifically that the interpretation would be that Hamas had the right to resist in terms of like an actual ongoing genocide or whatnot?
I think Article 7 in the UN, I think, says that I think that people have a right to resist if they are deprived of certain like principles of internationally recognized rights, basically, I think.
Yeah.
So, like, for instance, like if I was in like a country and my government was like, hey, we're going to start genociding and mass raping and murdering all of you, I would have a right to band together with my fellow citizens, an internationally recognized right to engage in like an armed resistance against that government, I believe.
Have you like changed your mind on the Houthis as well, of them being like not a terrorist group?
Fuck me. I'll just never use this word again. I think the Houthis engage in ex-terrorism or whatever, like they are like de facto, if not de jure at this point, like the administrators to Yemen, right? They obviously are.
I feel like that's the best case of like a true terrorist group that has like full control over a region and administers to it. I feel like obviously ISIS and Hamas are a much lower level of control, and how much they control and how much they're recognized as controlling.
Okay.
And then another thing is like when you have to use we agree that both armed resistance and terrorism are both morally loading, and you think that terrorism is a stronger version of moral loading.
I think
right?
it's easier to talk about unjustified armed resistance than it is to talk about justified terrorism.
But don't you also feel like if something is clearly like completely unjustified, and a group has a like distinct record of doing everything like unjustified, that by calling something an armed resistance, you're more obfuscating and more morally loading something in a incorrect way than calling them like a terrorist group? Like
the problem is
legitimate resistance. Or
I think that
war.
terrorism like closes the door on all forms of resistance at period, and I think that armed resistance gives you a better. It's just it's more accurate too. I think, like if we think
like by armed resistance, you're obfuscating that the idea that that it might have been justified as well. I think that in general, that is like, especially when you have a record of
if we can
can you give me like a justified action that Hamas has done militarily? I'm sure there's some sort of example, maybe.
I mean, the defensive war they fight when Israel invades, I would argue that's probably justifiable. Like, you can defend yourself, right?
Do they have the right to defend themselves? Sure, maybe. But like, can you think of like an offensive, justified thing?
I mean, when they dig tunnels to attack military targets, but they're still breaking like rules of war when they do this. But
I don't know if they're necessarily able to justify a war at that moment.
That's why I'm saying there's still, yeah, I don't know. Probably not.
That's why I feel like if, like, I hear you about like the terrorist is kind of like closing the doors in some way, but it doesn't necessarily close the doors. But it feels like when we're doing armed resistance, we're immediately giving a lot of credence to the idea that, hold on, this might be justified. Let's take a look.
Yes.
When there's
wait.
there's not
Yeah,
that
so
much.
what? Yeah. So what you just said, okay, is exactly what I want. And the fact that you just said that, and you think that like it's good to just skip that analysis, in my opinion, is insanely troubling. The fact that you're like, oh well, hold on, now you're saying we have to analyze if their actions were just or not. Yes, I would say yes, we absolutely need to. I would never forego that conclusion.
I think you still can. Like,
You can't analyze. No one analyzes the actions of terrorists.
You can change it. Yeah, you can change it and say, wait, hold on, this wasn't like terrorism. This one was actually armed resistance. I feel like unless you have something that already says that this was justified, I don't think you have to start off by calling it armed resistance until you find something that's justified to switch it to armed resistance. I think you can call it terrorism until you have something that justifies it to be an armed resistance.
Okay, I mean, I disagree. I just don't. I think that the word terrorism is way too negatively loaded. I think that it leads you to believing that like Hamas is simply a terrorist group, which doesn't make sense because they are like the administrators to all of the Gaza Strip. I think that
does that?
Yeah.
I don't know why you think that like stops them from being a terrorist group. I don't know if
it just
if that's,
doesn't,
like,
because I don't think we would analyze them as such for any other purpose. Or if you want to say this, if you want to say this, like, I think that the form of analysis that you engage in is very important. If you call them terrorists, okay, here is another thing that you have to contend with. Netanyahu then did in fact facilitate the funding to terrorists in the Gaza Strip, because Netanyahu explicitly allowed that Qatari money to flow into the Gaza Strip, knowing that it would go to Hamas. Did Netanyahu then directly fund terrorism?
Yes.
Okay. I feel like a more accurate analysis is that he funded a group that engaged in terrorist acts, unfortunately, because Hamas does, but he's also funding the administration in the Gaza Strip. He's funding the administrators there. Because Hamas are the administrators of the Gaza Strip. They run the hospitals, they run the education, they run all the services. Like it's weird to think of like, oh, they're a terrorist group that also does all these other things. It's more akin to a de facto governing body. Like,
so let's say, because I feel like also one of the things that's really weird is like the idea of the like distinct goal of Hamas to be to like destroy like a group of people.
Okay. I don't think that changes anything.
To do that, you can't, I don't know if you could do those goals. I don't know if you can do any like justified military operation.
That's possible. That's true. Like, I'm not arguing. Hold on. Also, to be clear, separate this in your mind. I'm not arguing that what Hamas did was justified. I'm not arguing that what Hamas did was justified. I'm not arguing what Hamas did was justified. I'm not arguing what Hamas was justified. What I'm arguing for the potential to justify things. Right. That's all I'm arguing for.
But I don't know if there's any potential for them to justify anything so long as their end goal is like the eradication.
The fact that you just had to give a qualifier means that there must be then.
But that is their like goal. That is like
yeah. But what if their goal changes? What if they amend their charter tomorrow and they're like, we're changing it. We're actually not focused on the destruction of Israel. We want to.
Then they can maybe not be a terrorist group. But I feel like as long as your goal is something that is unjustifiable by any sort of like international law, I feel
well, sure. Would you call the Germans, the Nazis? Were they terrorists? Or was the Japanese government, was that a terrorist government?
I get why the words are so fucky, but.
Like, these were clearly, they were governments. They had horrible and atrocious goals, and they were committing fucking genocides and like murdering tons of people and raping and committing war crimes, blah, blah, blah. But they were clearly governments. They were administering to large regions. Like, their cause for war, I don't know if any Nazi government could ever have, just by virtue of like what their goals were, like a just cause for war, but they have the potential to.
Yeah. I feel like the problem is the word terrorist is so like vague in general that it's hard to like say that something. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying here. Like, I would say that yeah, the Japanese are a terrorist group, but they're the government. But in like the ways that their idea was to instill as much terror as possible and to like target civilians to do that.
Sure.
I don't know. It's weird.
I think you can engage in those types of actions. I think when you call somebody a terrorist, it just kind of like loads everything completely out the other end. But yeah.
But if that's like the fundamental ideal of your group, That is like that's been the entire history from all points, and that is like the foundation of your group. I don't know how you can like separate that from being a terrorist group without like a distinct change of that group to no longer be a terrorist group.
If a group started, if their name was "We are the terrorist party," and in their charter they said, "We are going to commit terrorist attacks against every country around us because we love terrorism," and if their state policy was, "We are doing terrorism all the time," okay? But they ran the hospitals, they ran the schools, they administered to the region, they do, whatever ordinary governmental functions. I would say this isn't a terrorist group. This is like a de facto, this is like an administrator. It's like some kind of state actor or it's some kind of like de facto administrative thing that can be evaluated as such. I don't think I would just call them terrorists. Even if they engage in terrorism, even if they want to engage in terrorism, even if their charter says they're pro-genocide, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, like I think all of these things would have applied to Nazi Germany, right? They wanted to engage in arguably terrorist attacks. They obviously engaged in things like genocide and war crimes, but like Nazi Germany was never that was not a terrorist group. It was the governing body of Germany.
Yeah, I guess we just fundamentally disagree on like that idea. If something is like their entire ideology is to be a terrorist group, and then they also happen to like govern an area and also happen to have like humanitarian programs as well. I don't know if they necessarily have a right to do any sort of war. I don't know if they have a right as like a governing force.
Okay, let's say that on October 1st, okay? Let's say that Israel took, like a few battalions or a brigade or whatever the fuck, like 100 or 200 IDF soldiers, and they just started walking through Gaza City and shooting and murdering people at random, okay? And then these soldiers started to walk back. Do you think that if Hamas was like, we're going to engage in a military operation against a base that these soldiers came from, in a week, would they have the right to do that?
I feel like the people of Gaza would have a right to fight back, but I don't know if it like necessarily a terrorist group themselves would have the right for.
Who represents the people of Gaza?
I mean, well, not necessarily because they haven't an election, but wait,
hold on, wait. Don't be democracy brained. Don't be liberal brained,
yep,
right?
You're right. Wait. I realized the second I said that was
sorry.
Not right. Yeah, because dictatorship would be the same thing. Yeah, I guess so. It just feels super weird, but I guess that's kind of how the wording and whatnot works.
Sure.
But so from what you understand it now, would you then switch ISIS to a non-terrorist group?
I don't know. I'd have to see like how much. I would have to say I don't know how much at their peak. I don't know what ISIS was running or controlling, or like the structures of government or how they integrated with the whatever. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'd have to check.
But you can see why like it just seems like such a weird thing to like lose the term so quickly when the entire ideology is to do terrorism. Like I'm not coming from like an insane position.
Yeah, I understand your desire. Why? Where do you live?
Me?
Why don't you have batteries in your smoke detector? Can you hear that noise?
I don't. Oh, that might be my fan.
I'm
sorry.
Wait, no. It was just one beep. Oh my god. You can't hear it. I can't believe it. There are people like this. I'm sorry. Anyway, yeah, I understand that it feels weird. By
the way, I missed the part. Did you say that October 7th wasn't a terrorist attack, or it was? I missed that part.
I don't know if I'd say it was or it wasn't. I'm not. That's not. Like, I think that by principles of war, I would say it was an unjustified attack, and then I would say that by principle of war, the conduct within the attack was unjustified. It fails on both halves completely. What I call it terrorist or whatever, I don't know. I don't actually even care that much. I understand people have to morally loathe these things because their entire fucking like brains depend on it, but I don't care. I think that the issue with ISIS, this is going to be digging through my intuition to try to feel out other people's intuitions. I think the reason why people considered ISIS a terrorist organization, I don't think it was because of anything having to do with ISIS. I think it was because ISIS engaged in a lot of foreign terror attacks. I think that's why people considered ISIS a terrorist organization. So, for instance, if ISIS would have taken over parts of Syria and Iraq, and if all of their conflict would have been regional, I don't think people would have considered ISIS. I don't think people would have thought about ISIS at all, actually. Just like people don't consider the Kurds a terrorist organization when they're like a non-recognized state that administers to a region and maybe engages in attacks or not attacks or whatever against whoever.
Oh, now I got to ask you about Hezbollah. Do you think that Hezbollah is a terrorist organization? They don't
Hezbollah
necessarily-
is more difficult because they are existing in land unrecognized, and I don't know how much land they run. I just heard it again. I can't believe you. I don't know how much land they actually run and administer to right now. Like how much Hezbollah is it in the hundreds of thousands in Lebanon?
I mean, yeah, it's basically equal to the like
yeah.
actual army, and they have like control and government as well. Sorry, by the way, that's construction. Now I know what you were hearing.
I don't believe you.
It's. No, I'm good. I don't have any beeping. It's. I don't know how it could be a beeping noise. It's like a drilling. Interesting. Okay, but yeah, that's where I'm like, I don't know where the line crosses, and I don't know how important it is to switch something to like this is an armed resistance versus like a terrorist group when like the actual effect of the campaign is no.
Yeah, okay, but the issue is that like
from a terrorist attack,
why can't we just
like October 7th?
Why can't we just analyze something and look at the actions instead of having to use the word that does all the heavy lifting for us? Like that feels like the most 2-inch dick retarded 75 IQ thing in the world. Like why can't we just say like, this might have been an armed resistance. Let's see if it was justified or not. Why do we be like, I terrorism? Can't never terrorism. Like it's so fucking stupid.
I mean, you can just say like it was an attack, and then you don't even have to say like terrorist or armed resistance. But I feel like both of these. I feel like I understand that terrorism is like a little bit higher of a degree of like moral loading, but I feel like you're always starting with a moral loading of a armed resistance, and then you have to like disprove it actually wasn't justified. To like the same way you have to prove that a terrorist attack was justified, you have to prove a armed resistance wasn't justified.
Yeah, but how often? What can you think of a single justified act of terrorism ever?
Yeah, sure. You could think of like if in the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising, that would be a justified act of terror.
Weren't they literally just fighting against SS soldiers and shit coming in to ship them off to concentration camps? Were those really terrorist attacks?
I mean, yeah, wouldn't they technically be a terrorist attack? They're not a recognized group.
But they were literally like fighting against. I don't think anybody would call those people terrorists. I don't think that would be a word that literally anybody has ever used in the history of all of.
I would say it was a justified terrorism, and you could also call it armed resistance because you think it's a good terrorism. So I would call it armed resistance because I think it's good.
Oh, okay.
That's kind of the position I come from. Like you call something a terrorist attack, and if I like it, I'll call it armed resistance.
Okay.
I mean, I think they're basically the exact same term.
No, they're obvious. You literally
don't like.
Sure, I understand what you're saying. Like, I agree with you in principle, but I disagree with you in degree. I think that I think that both terms are morally loaded, and that terrorism points towards bad and armed resistance points towards good, especially based on your political predisposition. But I think that armed resistance. I think that hold on. I think that armed resistance points towards generally something being good. I think terrorism points towards always bad. I don't think that people ever call.
Here's what I'll say. I think terrorism is like the strength of the word is like a 9, and I think that the armed resistance, the strength of the word is like a 7.
I would say
even like a 9.5.
I would say like a 4.
No, I think armed resistance in general first puts a heavy burden on the idea of being justified. I don't think it's that soft where it's like oh yeah, this was the non-justified armed resistance. If I'm calling something an armed resistance, I'm resisting something bad. I'm resisting here. There's something really bad happening to me, and I have to resist. I think you're super underplaying the power and the good that's being said when you're saying an armed resistance. I don't think I have anything else. I think that's about it.
Okay.
All right. Bye bye.
Be careful.
Nice talking to you as always.
Love you. We got too far down this hole. Fucking Judith Butler fucked us. Sorry, I'm sorry. Initially I thought her thing was going to be really dumb, but I agree with this. I'll just explain this and then we'll move on. This is off topic, but in the USA, I see people complain about unemployment, even though unemployment is very low. Do you think 3.6% could be too low, causing overemployment and job immobility? I don't think unemployment is a real issue in the United States, and I don't believe people online that complain about it. Anytime people post shit where they're like, I've applied to over 100 jobs and I can't find, I just don't believe it. I think all those people are lying. I don't believe it. I think the job markets right now are fucking insanely competitive on the employee side. Well, no, on the employer side, that you're competing hardcore for employees right now. Wage growth has exploded across like lower wage paying jobs. Like the unemployment rate is, I'm pretty sure, pushing like the lowest in almost all of fucking U.S. employment history. Yeah, I don't believe any of that. I don't believe any of that. That doesn't show up in the numbers anywhere. And then all these weird articles getting written. Fuck. It's me. Oh. I only read the headline for this. Let's actually read the article. I'm curious if it's as bad as it looked based on the skimming that I did through some of the comments, okay? It's me. Hi, I'm the problem. I'm 33. Meet the 1990-1991 babies, a massive microgeneration in lifelong competition for America's economic resources, reshaping the world around them. I've covered economics for 11 years now, and in that time, I've come to the realization that I am a statistic. Every time I make a major life choice, I promptly watch it become one thing that everyone is doing that year. I started college in 2009 in the era of an all-time high matriculation rates? My God, does that mean going to college? What the fuck is matriculation?
Matriculation.
The act of matriculating at a college. Oh, registration, I think. To be registering for college. Okay. When I moved to a big coastal city after graduation, so did a huge crowd of people. It was the age of millennial urbanization when I lived in a walk-in closet so that I could pay off my student loans. The yellow paint makes it cheerful, Craigslist promised. Student debt had recently overtaken auto loans and credit cards as the biggest source of borrowing outside of housing in America. My partner and I bought a house in 2021, along with seemingly and actually a huge chunk of the rest of the country. We married in 2022, the year of many, many weddings. The list goes on. I'm no simple crowd follower. What I am is 32, about to be 33 in a few weeks, and there are so many of us. If demographics are destiny, and the demographics born in 1990 and 1991 was destined to compete for housing, jobs, and other resources. Those two birth years, the people set to turn 33 and 34 in 2024, make up the peak of America's population. As the biggest part of the biggest generation, this hyper-specific age group, call us what you will, but I like peak millennials, has moved through the economy like a person squeezing into a too small sweater. At every stage of life, it has stretched a system that was often too small to accommodate it, leaving it somewhat flabby and misshapen in its wake. My cohort has an outsized amount of economic power, but that has sometimes made life harder for us. When millennials gripe that they get blamed for everything, in other words, the accusers might be onto something. Does she go over her finances? Hold on. God, this is fucking long. Jesus Christ. Wait, did it say this was a 14-minute read? Okay. Whatever. Jesus. Why are we going over this? Hold on. Why the fuck are they using like influencers as their fucking examples here? Wouldn't a reasonable definition of terrorism just be trying to affect political change by bullying, i.e. through fear and violence? I don't like that term of terrorism because I feel like there's so much stuff that might fit that. Like, technically, it feels like a lot of the America bombing campaign in Japan was terrorism. Because I think a lot of that was also to break the will of the people to resist, right? But, like, I feel like it just doesn't feel satisfying, I think. Do you think you could ever talk to Judith Butler? If she wanted to, yeah. Can you give an example of a terrorist group? I think Al-Qaeda would fit pretty well, right? The Proud Boys might. I'd have to see how much, like, violent stuff they're involved in. The Ku Klux Klan might have been. Wait, she does. Wait, fuck. What? I thought the Reddit comments went over her finances. Were they in here and I just missed it? Dustin, you should look at the ratio quit rate to fire rate from the BLS proxy used by economists to estimate whether the job market is favoring employees or employers. It's relatively low now. Okay. It's just housing, that's it. Everything wrong with the economy is just the dearth of housing supply. Obviously, the young people are at the peak of the population curve suffer the worst, but basically everyone under age 45 is negatively affected. I don't think people realize that most people own the home that they live in. Like, I think people think that, like, home ownership is, like, 10% of the population, but I'm pretty sure it's, like, 60 or 70%. It's a way bigger number than people think. Percentage of American home-owned, I think. According to the Federal Reserve, the home ownership rate in 22 was 66.1%. Like, the idea that the majority of people are, like, stuck renting apartments forever is just not, that's just not. What's the rate look like for people under 35? I imagine it's a lot lower because people under 35 are probably less likely to own homes than people that are older. That's probably literally always been true for all of fucking human history. You acquire and accrue more capital as you get older, yeah. Oh, I upvoted this. Oh, this here wasn't referring to the author. It was just one of the examples that she gave. These examples all look so stupid. I didn't even read these. Spencer Hallberg, 32, lives with his wife Rebecca's parents in a 4-bedroom in Corner, California. With mortgage rates and home prices high, their dream of owning seems distant. But while his and his wife's household income is between $80,000 and $85,000 per year, and they don't pay rent, it is difficult to save enough between paying grad school costs and raising kids. I hope in 4 to 5 years, he said. So these guys make $80,000 to $85,000 a year with no rental payments. What is happening here? This is why I don't understand when I don't understand when I read like some of these examples. Like, you guys are unhinged. Like, the economy should never work for people like you. You don't deserve to have like an amazing, like huge, luxurious life where you've got like 50 billion extra, like, because you're living like a retard. Like, I don't know. That's wild to me. Yeah. But I feel like I see so many of these examples. Now, I'm just going off of examples. Well, but I have to because I can't go by the data because the data doesn't support any of the arguments that like, oh, the economy is horrible, nobody can afford it. So I can't go by the data. I have to go by examples. But then it feels like every example that gets brought up is like so wacky. What do you think is the appropriate age for a person? X turnaround. I see it. I opened it. I understand. I see it. I don't know why you're. I understand. You've spammed it like 50 times. I see it. Yes, I see it. Okay. What do you think is the appropriate age for a person to own a home or for it to live on their own? And do you think that age bracket predominantly lives on their own? Once you're, I don't think that you should work and go to school at the same time. I think it's better if you can to just focus on school, like through college. If you have to work a part-time job, I guess. But I think to take advantage of the full college experience, I don't think you should work through college. Once you graduate college, then you have to factor in where do you need to move for work? And then you have to factor in what is your housing cost going to be and your car cost going to be, because those are like your two biggest ones. And then that'll dictate everything, I guess, from there. It's basically once you graduate, what are your payments? Oh, and your payments for student loans. Like, what are your big monthly payments going to look like? And then your life organizes from there, basically. Yeah, this is why I didn't know these were just examples. I thought this was the author. The examples they use in this article are so stupid. Man, they really hit it out of the park with some of these examples. A couple who makes $85K a year and lives rent-free at their parents' house who can't afford to save because they spent all the money on childcare with grandparents at home. Wait, fuck, did it say that too? Oh, no, that's right, because they live with their parents. Yeah, wait, what the fuck do they even spend money on? Wait, I just realized, too. His and his wife's income is 80 to 85K. They live with Rebecca's, both parents are alive. Are they working or are they on full retirement? You've got grandparents in the house. Either one of two things. Either they're working and now you've got 4 people earning money in the same house. So what is their total household income? Is what, 200, 300K, 400K? And they've got grandparents at home for watching the kids. Now, if they're all working, maybe they've got to pay for childcare. But bro, and you don't have to pay rent. If a terrorist group has been elected as a governmental body, does that change their designation as a terrorist group? Or their ideology, aims, and the way they conduct war hasn't changed? I mean, I would say the way you treat them and the way that you deal with them changes a bit, yeah. They don't each make 80K, right? No, this is saying that the wife and him combined earn 80 to 85K. But it says his and his wife's household income. Makes it sound like they're not including the parents, what they're earning. Is a tier 2 channel just for call-ins or used for a disagreement room like tier 2s? I've always been dragging from a disagreement room. I've abandoned my subs, okay? We'll figure out how to do that. Okay, let me break this down real quick, then I'm gonna brush my teeth, and then we're gonna get into what we're actually supposed to do today. Jesus.
We can have different views about Hamas as a political party.
So, caveat number 1, I think, is fair. We can have different views about Hamas as a political party.
We can have different views about armed resistance.
We can have different views about armed resistance. Should some people be allowed to? Should they not? What does it look like? That's a reasonable caveat.
But I think it is...
Debate Kalinsky on Israel. He's obnoxious. I mean, if he wanted to, I would, but I don't know if he would want to.
More honest and historically correct to say that the uprising of October 7th was an act of armed resistance.
I don't know if I like the term uprising for October 7th. That's loaded. I think that's... Actually, I would say that if you've got terrorist... Here's where I would load these, okay? But maybe she just misspoke because that's not the part she's focusing on. But if I do bad here and I do good here, okay? I think terrorism fits here. Terrorism. I would say that, like, armed resistance is, like, here. I think uprising feels like it's almost always a good thing. That feels like pretty hardcore at the end here, yeah.
It is not a terrorist attack.
Sorry for spamming. I have no idea if you see the message. I see every message that's tagged with me in chat. I see every single message that tags me. I read all of them. I see all of them. Just assume it, okay? I love you.
And it's not an anti-Semitic.
Armed resistance is not neutral. I didn't say that armed resistance is neutral. David, I understand that your Jew brain and your fierce allegiance to your country, okay, is rotting your brain right now, okay? Listen, maybe I'm not drawing it to scale, but I put, this was my middle marker, and I said armed resistance is more close to the good side than not, okay? This was my middle marker, all right? And I put it right here, okay? Chill.
Resistance. It is not a terrorist attack, and it's not an anti-Semitic attack. It was an attack against...
I would be really careful about saying it wasn't an anti-Semitic attack. I don't generally engage in statements of if something is anti-Semitic or not, but I would say a lot of Arab to Israeli violence, there are going to be heavy undercurrents of anti-Semitism. Is it the driving force? Probably not, but I don't think I would ever completely divorce it. And I know that if these same undercurrents existed in relation to trans people or gay people or whatever, they also wouldn't divorce it. So it feels very strange to completely divorce. It feels strange to completely divorce anti-Semitic arguments from attacks made by an Islamist pseudo-extremist government. That feels very strange, but...
And it's not an anti-Semitic attack. It was an attack against Israelis and You know, I did not like that attack. I have gone public with this. I have gotten in trouble for saying it was, for me, anguishing. It was anguishing. It was terrible. However, I would be very foolish.
Destiny, can you think of an example of an attack widely called an armed resistance, more than it's called terrorism, that is considered bad? Stop avoiding. I don't know why you're assuming I'm avoiding anything. I feel like I just feel like in history books, I don't know if I can think of a particular example, but I feel like I read about like armed resistances, or there'd be like armed resistance of different groups through the fucking Soviet Union, or armed resistances of different groups through South America, on like when people are like cooing each other and shit. It could be that my intuitive loading of this based on what I've read or what I think I've read in the past is just different. But when I read armed resistance, I don't get that much of a moral loading from it. This is an armed resistance. Okay. But I guess especially with all the Marxist shit now, when people do like resistance as like part of the oppressor-oppressee thing, and only oppressed can resist the oppressor, that people would morally load it in that way. But for me, I just don't. But maybe other people do, but I'm not sure. I don't know. I'm not sure.
If I then decided that the only violence in the scene was the violence done to Israeli people. The violence done to Palestinians has been happening for decades. This was an uprising that comes from a state of subjugation and against a violent state apparatus.
I think that this part is too loaded on the other side. Depending on how you're defining violent state apparatus. Judith Butler might say that violence can take different forms, like the blockade would be considered a form of violence. Or that, like, yeah, I would say, she would probably say that. So this is getting really philosophical. In front of an audience, I don't think I would agree with this phraseology, because this loads it too far in the other direction, but.
Okay, let us be clear. Now, you can be for or against armed resistance. You can be for.
That's a good caveat. You can be for or against armed resistance.
Or against Hamas, but let us.
You can be for or against Hamas. That's a good caveat.
At least call it armed resistance, and then we can have a debate about whether we think it's right or whether they did the right thing, whether a different strategy.
The audience is probably clapping because they're all soy Hamas supporters because they're fucking retards.
But the problem is, if you call it armed resistance, you are immediately thought to be in favor of armed resistance and in favor of that armed resistance and that tactic. It's like, well, actually, maybe not that tactic, and we can discuss armed resistance. You know, it is an open debate.
Yeah. I've read, we did this on stream. There was a whole Judith Butler paper on self-defense. And I think this paper was pretty good. Fuck, what paper did we read? What was it called? Why can't I find this? It was a Butler paper, wasn't it? Am I crazy? Wait, oh my God, is it in here? We're not reading this paper right now. Fuck, I didn't have it as a term. Oh, wait. Hold on. Am I fucking retarded? Wait, I am retarded. Forget every single fucking thing that I just said. Just forget everything I just said. No, just forget. We're going to restart the whole stream. I'm mixing Judith Butler and Judith Thompson up in my mind. Probably don't see the name Judith that often. Judith Thompson is the one that I was thinking of. She's the one who wrote the abortion paper as well, right? Yes. Okay. My bad. I don't know anything about Judith Butler. I have no idea anything whatsoever about her. Forget everything I said in regards to her other stance on self-defense. I have no idea what her stance is on self-defense. Wait, or did Judith Butler do the abortion paper too? Hold on. Maybe both of them did. Wait, Judith Butler, abortion paper. No, the abortion paper was from Judith Thompson. Okay. Fuck me. Oh, it is. This is the paper. Is this the full paper or an excerpt from? I think this might be. Oh, yeah, it was. Okay, yeah. Okay. Jesus. Fuck me. That's not it here. It doesn't change any of the analysis. I thought that she'd written that paper on self-defense, so it would have been weird to see her. Thompson was her maiden name? Wait, what? No, shut up. You're trolling me. If you published under a certain name, you would probably continue to use it. Oh, yeah, that too. This one is way older than the other one too, right? Maybe? No? Yes. No, this is not the same one. This is why she used her stupid fucking middle name. No P? Oh my god. Oh, I got rid of the S. Oh, and she died years ago. We can't even talk to her. No stream appearance. RIP. Steelman 9/11 was armed resistance using Boeing jets as offensive weapons. I don't know if I would consider 9/11 an armed resistance because I don't think Al-Qaeda, one, I wouldn't analyze them as like the administrator to any region, and two, I don't know what they would have been resisting against. I think the relationship between Hamas and the Israeli government is a lot more tangible than the relationship between Al-Qaeda and the U.S. government. Hamas can be a resistance that conducted an act of terrorism. Sure. That's why I said, like, maybe consider October 7th like a state-sponsored terrorist attack or a terrorist attack by Hamas. Maybe. It's just, yeah. I don't know. This is super... I don't like this conversation. It's very autistic. Like, in the worst way possible. Defining terrorism. How do these guys define terrorism? There's still no international consensus on what exact meaning is. The discussion about the definition of terrorism has been going on for more than half a century. Later, large acts like sabotage of an underwater pipeline in the North Sea, which is labeled as international terrorism by Vladimir Putin, or the January 6, 2021 storming the U.S. Capitol by militant supporters of President Donald Trump, labeled as domestic terrorism. It's given this pejorative label. Terrorism remains a contested concept, as also exemplified the well-known saying, one man's terrorist, another man's freedom fighter. However, there is legitimate question or legitimacy question by such ambiguity. Who should be permitted to use what kind of violence against terrorists often kill strangers whom they've never met in foreign contexts other than war, and the direct victims who are generally unarmed offer no idea whether this should serve is involved in the conflict. This makes the use of one-sided indiscriminate violence by terrorists puzzling. More and more people are trying to understand the strategic rationale of terrorist violence. When this author Googled definition of terrorism back in 2014, he got 48 million hits. 2019, 136 million. A useful definition differentiates one concept clearly from others. The making of a definition in the social sciences involves a process determining content and meaning in a concept. It's unlike the situation of some of these equation. Oh, Jesus. Okay, fuck all this. It's a 50-page paper on this. Throw this down here, though. Was the PFLP a terrorist org hijacking planes and shit? Yeah, I would say the PFLP was. Probably the early PLO was as well, I would say. Okay, I need to put my teeth things back in. Hold on. Armed resistance implies asymmetrical power dynamics that aren't present in acts of war. Yeah, but the conflict between Hamas and Israel, even the way they can conduct war, is asymmetrical, right? Like human shielding and guerrilla warfare and shit like that is asymmetrical, right? Hold on. Pour one out for RWBY and Rooster Teeth. Oh, yeah, I have that open. Seen any of Edward Said's takes on the IP peace process? Literally the only voice in Palestinian leadership in the West from the 60s up to 2003 played a way more important role than Arafat, in my opinion. Arafat has banned his books post-Oslo. I'll throw him on the thing to look at in the future.
Yo.
Hi, what's up?
Oh my fucking, hold on, sorry, 1 second.
Okay, let's see if we can figure out how to turn his mic up as well. Good luck.
All right, how's it now?
It's okay. What's up?
So what is, I guess when it comes to terrorism, I kind of disagree with some of what you've said about basically saying the designation removes the ability for armed resistance.
Okay.
Sorry, were you saying something?
I said okay.
Okay. So a few things. One, you can do armed resistance. I think a lot of, at least the international law that I'm familiar with and read a little bit about. Also, I'm not a lawyer or anything, so if I say something retarded, you know, it is what it is. But when it comes to the international law, one of the big issues, and especially when it comes to designating what is and isn't allowed against terrorists specifically, is the lack of a distinguished military. Just because without a distinguished military, it becomes impossible to enforce some of these standards and laws and codes of conduct at the very basic level. Broader, when it comes to terrorism, one of the other axes you need to consider is what is considered acceptable counterterrorism under a law of armed conflict. So for instance, I don't know if I sent you this lecture, but in the case of terrorism, the best case scenario is basically attacking a terrorist before they get to commit an actual armed or violent act, which I believe wouldn't be acceptable under certain circumstances of international customary or laws of armed conflict.
Really?
And it depends.
Actually, IHL doesn't really talk about terrorism. More
There's
of
no
a
international
poli-science thing.
Yeah, the terrorism is very ambiguous internationally, and at least legally.
Yeah. Yeah, because there's not really an internationally recognized definition of terrorism per se. There's some academic works on trying to establish one, but even amongst like scholars, there's no real disagreement. There's no real agreement about what should be included. I mean, it's pretty common to try and use because the main question is whether terrorism can actually be done by state actors and not just by non-governmental groups. Like some scholars argue that it should only be groups and not governments, because then you can actually use the like naming and shaming convention against a group. It would be kind of ridiculous to like name and shame the British government for terror attacks in World War II like 80 years later. So
Yeah, but for the sake of, I think, this Gaza and Hamas, I'm just going to leave out the like state anything unless they want to attack.
I agree. I think it doesn't matter. I think that, by the way, like a government should be like named and shamed if they use a terrorist action. But the main point of terrorism as a definition is to just separate attacks that specifically target civilians, not just ones that kill civilians. That's like the first like principle of IHL anyways, the principle of distinction. So anyone who doesn't really follow that distinction should be shamed as terrorists. So that's why the terrorism definition exists.
Okay. Yeah, but the other axis to consider is what would be considered acceptable in terms of counterterrorism. So, for instance, if you had credible information that someone was trying to use a nuclear weapon in an American city, you'd want to immediately kill them without trial, potentially outside of your borders, and potentially without being explicit with either the information that you used or the whether or not the action took place at all. You might want to use entire deniability.
Yeah, like the ticking bomb situation.
What are you talking about? What?
Ticking bomb, it's always, that's like the hypothetical that's given to
Oh,
justify different types of preemptive actions or
Yeah, you said someone who's about to
torture.
commit a terrorism act against the civilian
Yeah,
population. That's
then
called a
yeah.
ticking bomb,
Yes,
right?
then-
Like someone who is about to do something that would be like a grave, like a
Threat to
infraction
civilian,
against international law anyway.
Okay, so yes, the ticking bomb, which just doesn't really fit with customary international law, and I think part of that is because when it is against non-state entities, and I'm just regurgitating arguments I've heard from from a West Point professor, is that the fundamental incentive for common laws of armed conflict that normally govern between states is that they provide an effective off-ramp and prevent escalation to the point where a conflict is intractable. So, for instance, with states, there's the arms of diplomacy, there is trade, there's an actual government, there's a political body to hold accountable state actions of violence.
Well, not all states hold everyone accountable under them, right?
Yes.
That's kind of part of the problem.
I'm saying generally.
Yeah, but the way that this is applied differently to different states is part of the main problem of IHL, right? Like it would work great if everybody actually followed it, but some states don't.
Yeah, this is about incentives. So terrorist structures and non-state actors just don't have those other levers to pull, and that's why it's just trying to apply international laws of armed conflict to them just doesn't make sense. And I wanted to ask Silly Serious about this, but I'm not even sure it makes sense to apply anything but like some sort of policing standard to counterterrorism and terrorism instead.
Policing standards are very, 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 very strict when it comes to what you can do.
I don't mean like it's in terms of like taking current policing standards and applying them, but just saying that model, like instead of applying like IHL, it would be like, hey, do you have the acceptable level of evidence to take this sort of counterterrorist action?
Yeah, but what would you have to like to give that evidence up in order to like justify it before you actually make the attack, though?
It depends. So as it currently stands, we have, I think they're called, Pisca's gonna kill me. I think they're called in DC C courts, which are specifically for counterterrorist or not covert, intelligence-based operations that the United States and various departments carry out, where they have very relatively good judges, as far as I'm aware. They have select juries, and they are allowed to bring that discrete evidence forward and present their case. And so far, as I understand it, it works quite well.
Yeah, but those are U.S. courts, right?
Yeah, I don't know what the model would be
So
internationally.
it's basically an internal mechanism. It's not like an IHL mechanism.
Yeah,
right?
I don't know what the mechanism would look like internationally, but laws of armed conflict, I don't think they make sense to apply to terrorism.
Because
in
the
general.
problem is like, how are you gonna make like Bashar al-Assad make a secret court like that and then like trust his word?
Yeah, it'd have to be an international mechanism. It depends. It's complicated. But anyways, that's all I gotta say.
Okay. Wait, so do we agree or disagree, or what was the primary point of this?
I'm pretty sure we disagree, but basically, it is possible for a terrorist to basically terrorist action bad, armed resistance good. I think designating something as terrorist does not remove the right for them to engage in armed resistance. It's just that the way Hamas acts is not responsible for a militia group or militant group, especially when they so aggressively fight against distinguishing themselves.
The way Hamas fights doesn't distinguish them as a terror group? Or say that
No,
last one?
sorry. The way they fight is specifically to blend in with civilian populations
Okay.
and to disregard military distinction, which I think makes applying laws of armed conflict to them very difficult.
Well, they apply easily. They're super easy, though.
They're just violators.
Yeah,
right?
they're just violating. They're just
They're
committing.
violators. But I mean, in
crimes, yeah.
terms of like, is Israel's actions against them responsible within the IHL frameworks of armed conflict.
I think that also is very easy. Or can you give me, what do you think is a question that's difficult to answer, I guess?
Yeah, sure. So when you ask, like, is a casualty acceptable? It is much harder to make that determination when you're fighting an opponent that is trying to bury themselves within civilian populations.
I agree that it's harder, but I think that international law maps on perfectly here, despite the fact that it might be more difficult. That doesn't remove the obligation from the belligerent to make those distinctions. And I think that's an important concept. We wouldn't want there to be an enemy that utilizes human shields and then a belligerent that says, oh, well, since they're using human shields, I can just basically nuke this whole civilian population. There's an important balancing act that has to happen that allows the fighters to fight and the civilians to be protected. But there's still an obligation on the attacker to avoid civilian deaths. Sorry, go ahead.
I actually think that you're both right, and I don't want to put words in your mouth or thought, so
go ahead.
But how I see it is that these are two different problems. Like Destiny is correct that this does map into international law, but the problem I think is that because there's no actual like real enforcement mechanism, then you don't actually have a standard for any of this thing. So in like a regular criminal court, we don't just have like things that are illegal and not and legal. We have like degrees of legality, right? Like murder is worse than theft, but both of them are illegal. In the current like IHL framework, we only have whether something is legal or illegal. So if they do one thing that's illegal, it's very hard to determine whether how much does that have to change your calculation? That's a question, right?
My question or his question?
I mean, kind of both of you, I think. Is that like how much, like if Hamas is clearly doing something that's against international law, how much does that justify taking action against it, right?
Wait. If somebody does something in violation of international law, how much does that justify taking action? Who taking action? Israel?
Like say Israel in this example, yeah.
I don't.
Like say they do 3 things wrong.
The problem is that the problem is that let's stick with the first part, the cause for war. Technically, it's hard to say that like do they have to like any aggressive action against a nation is necessarily a violation of the UN Charter, right?
Oh, hey, here's a question.
Wait. Let me just
real quick. Yeah, go ahead.
Right.
Go ahead.
So when you say like, should they have to break a law or break a rule for the other side to attack? Well, I mean, I guess, but like by definition, you're breaking a rule as soon as you attack somebody.
Yeah, but that's the problem because the laws are kind of more designed towards 2 states taking actions against each other, not this weird like non-governmental.
I don't know. I feel like I've read in a couple places
like, is
now.
it a rebel group?
I think I've read in a couple places now that since 9/11, the idea that charter only applies to non-state actors, I don't think that most people are running with that definition anymore. Or that it only.
No, obviously they don't because they can't. Right?
Yeah.
Like that would just empower non-state actors.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I think that
if
somebody breaks
the
more,
laws are drafted towards like having 2 states fighting.
I agree. But I think for the purposes of these laws, I think Hamas very easily and clearly is identified as a state. They've got
I think it can map out
definable territory. They administer to a region. They've got a civilian population, a militant wing, a governing body. Like it's very obvious. I think that it maps onto everything for a state. Just because one side, however, starts breaking rules of war or committing war crimes doesn't mean that the other side is allowed to commit war crimes. I don't think that's ever.
Totally obviously, disagree. Yeah, I think that's.
I totally disagree. Hold on. So. I guess fundamentally, the laws of war are for reciprocity. So, for instance, I think that if your opponent started doing indiscriminate bombing, I think it is totally fine to do indiscriminate bombing right back. Because technically,
how would that even help you?
It depends. I guess it depends. Like if
yeah,
it was
like,
a bunch of civilian,
especially against someone like Hamas, right? Like they don't really care.
This is a hypothetical. Just like Germany versus France, Germans are using a bunch of civilian infrastructure to house soldiers, to ship material and men.
Mm-hmm. I think that. Well, I think that what's happened is, especially because of people using a lot of these terms in common parlance, like war crimes and international law and blah, blah, blah. I think that what happens is that people think that war crimes or people think that international law of armed conflict is far more restrictive than it actually is. Because every time, you know, Finkel Dick or some pro-Palestinian loser or some UN dipshit or Amnesty International says shit like targeting civilians is a war crime, blowing up hospitals is a war crime, blowing up houses is a war crime, 42% of houses, war crime, war crime. None of these things are war crimes. None of them. You haven't engaged in any of the actual legal analysis to see if it's a war crime or not. So for the examples that you gave, soldiers being housed in civilian houses or civilian equipment being used to transport military equipment, all of those things would become fair targets under international law of armed conflict. Now, in the media, they might not be, and people might say war crimes. You know, they might cite that 42% of houses, blah, blah, blah. But none of that is an actual war crime. That's like a media war crime.
I wasn't giving a clear example in that case.
Okay.
Better example. It's the Civil War, American South. The South announces, hey, for every black soldier, we're going to immediately hang them. And Lincoln responds, if you hang a black soldier, we will hang one of your officers. I think that is, I believe at the time, a war crime and totally acceptable.
But by what standard is it acceptable? Like, we could say, like, maybe
the eye for an eye standard.
Okay thing. Yeah,
no,
that's what I'm saying.
Literally,
like,
it is literally the eye for an eye standard.
Equal,
it is based in reciprocity. If you say no, we're not going to follow any of your laws, you're not obligated to follow them beyond a certain point.
But a legal system isn't usually based in reciprocity. It's based by like having an actual like, you know, a body to execute it and then laws like force it on everybody else.
The customary laws are basically those like codified systems of just basic reciprocity that they had over time, like not executing your prisoners. That wasn't law before it became before we started.
It's arguably not law now, right? I mean, it's just custom.
No, I mean, it wasn't codified.
It can't change, right?
It wasn't codified.
Well, and also, hold on. I would also say, wait, real quick, because correct me if I'm misunderstanding. I'm sorry. You said that's not law. It's considered customary. My understanding is that's considered, not you, I'm talking to ASCODs or whatever. That is considered, customary international law is considered law. Like, you can...
It is law, but I mean, like... But again, it's not... The problem is that the international legal system doesn't really have a legislature. So that's, like, the only way you can get law. It's that, and it's treaties and...
Yeah, the problem is that it's between states.
There's no like final arbiter.
It's literally
reciprocity.
reciprocity.
What is and what isn't law.
Okay, sure. I think you guys agree on reciprocity.
Yeah, we do.
The way, we agree on this.
But the question is, what do you do against people who don't reciprocate, right?
Ideally, the international community fucks them up because once the rules start breaking down,
but they don't. That's the problem.
Yeah,
they don't.
I disagree. Yeah. I think that when you start breaking, here are the things that happen. I think. Okay. It feels like there's no global enforcement of rule of law when it comes to especially customary stuff. But my feeling, okay, based on Israel-Palestinian analysis, and I'm sure it's true for other historical things as well that I haven't analyzed. The reason why it doesn't come up that much is because states will try to roughly conduct themselves within the boundaries of that law because they know that if they step too far outside the boundaries, the international condemnation is going to be huge. I think
That is
consistent with historical.
Well, you can say that it's not, but I'm pretty sure that the Soviet Union, on at least one occasion, restricted. I don't remember if it was Egypt and Nasser, or I don't remember. It wasn't Sadat because he did the Yom Kippur War. But I think the Soviet Union on more than one occasion was holding back Arab states from attacking Israel, where they were like, if you do this, like you don't have any rights for it. Yeah.
But I'd argue that that's more of a, geopolitical, realpolitik reasons.
Correct, but I think that the realpolitik stuff, in a way, runs along parallel with a lot of the international law stuff. I think a lot of it
does, but that's because international law is downstream from the interests of the dominant forces in the international community.
Correct.
Right?
Yep. And then the support they can garner from other states, right? Yeah.
So the real question is, what happens when you try to enforce these rules, like against, in a way that's disingenuous?
Sure.
Right?
So real quick, what is your background on this?
I'm not like an expert in international law. I am like a lawyer, but I do
Okay.
real estate. So
Oh, okay. Because I might say something really retarded, so I don't know if you're going to correct me or not. I'm just curious. I
it's
feel
okay.
like
We can all be retarded together.
I think that there are two. I think that there are two venues or two large arenas for international law. Unfortunately, I think you have international law as it applies to superpowers, and then I think you have international law as it applies to everyone else. I think that international law, maps on pretty cleanly to basically the entire world except for the superpowers. I think for the superpowers, it is almost non-existent.
Wait, so you think that the U.S. is less affected by international law than like Iran or like the Saudis or whatever?
Absolutely.
Yeah. But as upholders of like that particular international standard, I think we try kind of to adhere to it. However, I mean, like, I don't think there's a better example of this than, I don't know if it's an official law, but like, I'm pretty sure the United States has it as policy that if the ICC were to try to arrest any U.S. soldier or whatever, I think the U.S. has said blatantly, we will go to war and destroy the Hague.
Yeah, there's an act on it.
Yeah.
There's like a...
And I mean, like,
what act passed in Congress?
Yeah, and what bigger contravention of international law can there be than saying we do not subject ourselves to the authority of the International Criminal Court that talks about war crimes, right? Yeah, go ahead.
Watch out, because the ICC is not like the fact that you're not like a party to the Rome Convention doesn't mean that you like forsake all of the rest of the international legal apparatus, right?
Well, I'm right now I'm talking specifically humanitarian law and armed conflict for. Diplomatic or for
part of that is
economic.
Outside of the Rome statutes, right? Like
yeah.
the Geneva Accord and whatnot.
Another example in terms of superpowers, I believe Putin is like considered convicted of like certain crimes, and other countries won't arrest him and enforce that. So yeah, it's the law.
And like
the laws are different for us.
Who's enforcing?
But are they arresting anybody else? Like
yes.
What world leader is arrested except for a few like African warlords that got like that basically got arrested by Western forces and sent there afterwards, right?
Weren't there random Egyptian dudes? Like, you're talking...
Egypt is technically in Africa, so...
Okay, so those countries don't count. Which countries count?
No, they do count. I'm just saying that the application here is very... It's not even narrow, it's basically non-existent, so it's not like the Putin is getting like any special treatment. Nobody else is getting arrested either, right? Like what head of state get arrested? That never happened.
1 second.
I mean, Milosevic, you could argue, but that's after like the U.S. like fucked him up, right?
Also, keep in mind too, I think maybe it might be within the ICC's charter, but I think that for a lot of this international law stuff, it's considered acceptable if it's domestically prosecuted as well.
Correct.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. So, like for instance, Saddam Hussein. I don't think Saddam Hussein was ever arrested by the ICC, but he was tried by his own people and hung. Right.
Yeah, because supposedly, like, if the regional courts are credible, then they are supposed to handle all of this. Even if you do war crimes, right? If an individual does war crimes in, say, the U.S. Courts can prosecute him themselves. They don't have to send him to the ICC.
Correct. Yeah.
The ICC is only like in a failed state situation, or there's some kind of political reason that you can't prosecute someone in their own country.
Yeah, that's what, so the counter would, when I said that the U.S. contravenes the ICC and that we don't submit ourselves to their authority, the counter argument to that is true. But if you look at situations like Abu Ghraib or whatever, like the U.S. should be having a court system that holds its own accountable in a similar manner that would enforce essentially whatever the ICC.
But it does regardless of international law, right? That's their own moral standard.
Yeah, but like it's a hard, when you say things like regardless of international law, I feel like a lot of these things run and develop parallel to each other. Like so for instance, like you say like, well, they do this regardless of international law, it's their own moral standards. But I feel like the aggregate moral standards of humanity also largely inform international law, right? Like for instance, it's against the law, I guess, in almost every country to rape somebody. It's against international law as part of an armed conflict to rape somebody. So we wouldn't necessarily say like, oh, well, it's not like I'm not raping them because of international law. I'm doing it because of my own legal standards or my own moral standards. Like, well, that's kind of true. But also international law develops from a lot of these same moral standards as well, right? Like international law is heavily informed by, it can be informed by treaties. It can be, well, the customary
I mean,
international law
literally
could be, but like
customary.
everything else, right? The things that eventually get ratified in conventions or in other treaties sometimes come from local laws and everything too, right? Like it all kind of feeds into
I
itself.
agree, but when you have like situation where like for example, rape is used as a weapon of war, like in Myanmar, and nothing is done about it, then it's hard to say that you're not using rape as a weapon of war because of international law. You're doing it because you think it's wrong.
When you wait, say that again. When rape is used in Myanmar,
Like the whole point of a legal system is that if someone breaks the law, they get like some kind of sanction from it, right? But we see over and over in smaller conflicts, for example, in Myanmar or what was happened in, for example, in Yugoslavia, that states do horrible things to their own population, to other populations, and they basically get away with it from a legal perspective.
Sure, sure,
so
okay.
It's hard to say that
that
when the U.S. doesn't use that as a weapon, they're doing it because of IHL. They're
Sure.
doing it because they think it's abhorrent, right?
I understand what you're saying, kind of. Okay, I maybe agree, maybe not. So this is my perspective on international law. This came up a lot in my debate with Twinkelstein, and I think I've used this line as much. When I look at international law, I view international law as kind of like it's part of a debate tactic. It's not like conventional law, where law is a set of rules that apply to a particular jurisdiction that have a body that administers justice to people that violate said rules, and then some like enforcement or punishment arm. If I think of like conventional law, that's what I'm thinking. Is there a set of rules? Can somebody hold me accountable if I break a rule? Do I get like a court date or like a trial? And then do I go to jail or have a punishment, basically, big things, right?
Yeah, it's procedural.
Yeah, correct. I think procedurally, I think that makes sense. But I think that for international law, I think that what international law does is I think international law helps to inform the conversations that you have when it comes to negotiating stuff with other states. So I think that when states
I totally agree.
Yeah, so when states are acting in contravention of international law, the reason why they're doing that is less because they care or don't care about it. I think what they're really saying is, we actually don't care what anyone else says. We're not going to negotiate with anybody else, so we don't actually care about any of these arguments that we could or couldn't use for a particular thing. But if you are trying to build coalitions or negotiate treaties or whatever, those international law things will show up in those negotiations. We'll be referencing, well, because of UN Resolution 1864, and because you did this and that, thereby, you know, we're going to negotiate this or that. These are things that you use to build on arguments to argue, I think, your treaties and negotiations. But yeah, if somebody doesn't care,
I
they don't
agree
care.
with that.
Okay.
But the problem is that only works if the whole system is kind of developed in good faith. But once the system is like informed mostly by the UN, and the UN is mostly controlled by dictatorships and not democracies, and dictatorships know that they're not gonna actually, like, they don't actually care what IHL is gonna say. They're gonna do whatever they want.
Sure.
Then it becomes kind of a cudgel that's used only against specific actors, and it's almost like, I mean,
But do you think
dictatorships
dictatorships don't?
Nobody really cares, right?
Do you think dictatorships don't ever or don't broadly follow international law of armed conflict?
When they are, no, I think they don't. I mean, not against their own population, not against other population, against minorities. I mean, the rule is that they usually mistreat people pretty badly.
They might mistreat them, but like,
I mean,
let's say
most
like if I look
democracies
at
also do that, by the way.
Sure,
I mean,
but if I look at like
dictatorships do that even more.
if I look at like Arab versus Israeli wars, and I could have missed this or maybe I'm forgetting, but I feel like there weren't all these things of Arab armies like en masse executing and murdering all of these Jewish prisoners of war and shit. I feel like that wasn't really happening, even though these two sides fucking hate each other for a variety of reasons.
Actually, like that, those kind of things actually did happen a little bit in '73, but mostly you're right. But that's more of a discipline thing, right? Like that, like better disciplined armies usually don't want their people to like run amok.
Okay.
So there's practical reasons why.
Well, but I'm saying they could have had any of these states could have had as policy, we're executing every single prisoner of war, but they didn't.
Yeah, but then the Israelis would do the same, and they didn't want to do that, right? Like,
yeah,
true, but then that, like what you're talking about there, I feel like that's another parallel track of like the international law, like the desire for reciprocity and have some standards.
Yeah,
of war,
that's why you
kind
do
of,
international treaties, right?
Sure.
Like we both agree to kind of handicap ourselves, but the problem is once you say, oh, like 60% of the world signed this treaty, so we're gonna make that customary law, and we're gonna basically like say that everybody has, that all the state actors have to follow it, but none of the non-state actors do, then you get clusterfucked like we
I
have
agree.
right now.
That's why it's incredibly important that everybody is held to international law standards. That's why. So like when you look at like monstrosities,
enforcement, right?
But to do that, what?
You need enforcement.
Well,
You
at
need
the very
someone to
least, even if you don't have
actually hold them accountable.
enforcement, you have to have at least like equal-handed criticism. Like the fact that, for instance, are you familiar with like the Goldstone report?
But it's hard because this is such a nuanced subject, and most people don't understand it at all.
No, I agree with
They
you.
just hear
But
legal and unlegal as some moral loading.
I agree
and
with
they
you,
think
but
that,
the
like,
international
you know,
bodies
someone
play
actually made
into
it.
that. Like when they only
Yeah, I agree.
Israel is
I
a good
agree,
example
because
of that, of all the 50 billion resolutions against Israel, and it's like, okay, well, how many people, like if you were to ask an average citizen, I'm so curious, I want to pull on this straight. If you were to ask an average citizen, how many Palestinians do you think Israel has killed? I think the average American might actually say in excess of 1 million Palestinians. I don't think anybody has any idea the scope and scale of how many people have even died in this conflict compared to like just the people that have died only in Syria in like from 2013 to like 2016. Like,
Yeah,
I don't think
because
anybody,
they don't actually know anything about the conflict. They only know about the media coverage of the conflict, and the media coverage is huge.
Yeah. But also,
Yeah,
I think
but-
the UN and other, like Amnesty International, I think unfortunately these guys play into that as well, I think.
They do, and I wanna play like devil's advocate for them a little bit and say that part of it is also because once you have like an international legal body, they want international law to mean something, so they do what they can in order to make it mean something, even if some of it's a little underhanded, right? So it's not all just like, you know, anti-Western bias, but there's definitely a lot of that as well.
Sure.
Like
I'm not
amongst
sure I agree
people
with that.
who are there.
Oh, wait, hold on. Wait, yeah, restate that.
Is that I think that any institution wants to justify its own existence. So if you have an IHL institution, they want to make IHL matter, right?
Oh, okay, yeah, never mind. I totally disagree. Sorry.
You disagree?
Yeah, because if they want to matter, there's like a billion things they could be writing about like Syria, about Yemen, earlier
Definition
about
for terrorism, please.
Iraq. Wait, what?
The definition of a
Oh.
terrorism. Wait, I'll send the.
As in
can
from these bodies that need to justify themselves.
Oh, but they don't really want to do that, right? Like, I mean, because a lot of their members are people who would rather keep it vague. I mean, it's a little conspiratorial, but I think that that's one of the reasons. There are some like definitions by academics, but there's no like accepted definition by any legal authority, right?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
That's what these bodies should do. That should be their job.
I just terrorism is
I
just
agree,
such an
but the problem is, but what if they
Yeah, it's a
do that and then nobody arrests any terrorists in their own countries? Like you don't want to create a legal system in a you don't want to have like half the fucking world be international like criminals, right? That wouldn't really fly.
Correct. It has to be enforceable because if it's something that realistically people would enforce, then the legitimacy for the international law drops off dramatically.
Exactly. Then it's just an empty system.
Technically,
So
the
it-
enforcement mechanism exists as
Even the strongest case for the enforcement mechanism is that the UN can ask other people to do it for it.
No, I'm saying it already exists. Like, technically, because Hamas is funded by Iran, Israel technically has the legal right to go to war with Iran. Like, that would be the enforcement mechanism. Like, you fund terrorism, you get fucked.
Yeah, but I mean, is that like so? So do you want Israel to actually like? Do we want to live in a world where Israel is?
Absolutely. Oh, please,
supposed to
Lions of
attack Iran?
Zion.
I don't think that would work out well for anybody in the region.
Here's the issue. Okay, so if you're defining something, the reason why you define a thing is to separate it from other things and then to give you some use for the particular thing that you're defining. I don't think there is any value in defining terrorism. I don't see because I don't see anything that a terrorist entity or a terrorist attack could do that wouldn't fall under some other type of legal understanding internationally for
I
how to
think
condemn
that the
that.
rationale for that, the rationale for having a definition for terrorism, I sent you before like an article, I can link it to you again, that I found interesting. It just studied under someone who's like an Israeli, like a recognized authority on the subject, and he used to talk about this a lot.
There's
So the idea of having a definition for terrorism is that basically you can name and shame people who do terrorism. That's like the only reason.
Yeah, but you can just name and shame
for that-
people that commit war crimes or name and shame states that do bad things, no?
Yeah,
The
so
reason
this is just like another version of this, but it's supposed to be like a very strong one because the main determiner of the definition of terrorism is that you target civilians, which is like the worst thing you can do.
Yeah, but
So
then what
basically,
about,
like,
we've already got a war crime for that. Why do we need a whole other distinction? Does the ICC not matter? Do we just not give a fuck then about the war crime of...
there's another good
I
reason.
mean, war crime is kind of more of a category. Maybe it's considered less strong.
So a reason to have a definition for terrorism is to be able to build, at the very least, a legal framework for what is acceptable for counterterrorism, because a lot of terrorist action isn't strictly as like an armed military. It's just usually rogue actors committing acts of violence, and usually, in order to intervene, in order to prevent them from actually achieving their goals, you might take actions that would otherwise violate normal international armed conflict law. So, for instance, that assault on the hospital in the West Bank is a really good example of that, of like how
Well, killing
perfectly...
Osama is even a better one, right?
No, well, it's not one people
Well,
really know.
I mean, the U.S. did like go in like under Pakistan's radar to do that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's like totally, that's considered like conventional and like an acceptable target. There's some ambiguity there, but like in terms of perfidy, like dressing up as a nurse in a hospital to kill a terrorist would absolutely violate international law. But that does it make
Well,
sense that that would violate international
I don't know
law?
if, I don't actually know if that's true. That's a very hairy subject. We'll just like put that on the side. Like,
you pussy.
well, I think it is, because there's questions about special operations units that use non-standard uniforms and whether that counts as like violation of law of armed conflict or not. And then it's also even hard to figure out like what armed conflict are you even, or like what laws would you even be violating? Like, for instance, like let's say that you dress up as an enemy civilian and you're in a civilian crowd. Are you using those civilians as human shields? Like, it's
Yeah,
kind of
obviously.
weird because
Almost
it's like,
by definition, yes.
well, are you? Because
I mean,
like,
why are you dressing like that? Basically, you're a spy, right?
yes.
but
Wait,
you
wait,
have
hold
to
on, wait.
dress-
Yeah. So the reason why I would say like I'm not sure if that counts as human shields is because those people aren't firing on their own people anyway. You're not trying to gain a military advantage by using human shields. You're trying to disguise yourself. Like, you're not using them to like protect you from
Yeah,
attacks.
but if for example they know that some Americans are there, but they don't know whom, then you kind of like moving amongst civilian population means that they have like to either like question everybody or whatever. Like it gives you a military advantage, right?
Potentially, yeah. But the other thing that I've heard was the counterbalance on this is that if somebody was caught in like a special forces operation like that, essentially, that I think that
they have less protections. Yeah,
they have
They're
no,
not
they
considered
could be
a prisoner of
treated as
war.
like a they could be prosecuted
they're
by
considered
that.
a spy.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which might be fair. Yeah.
And like those
Yeah, but if
very
they got-
situations are like why I want terrorism and counterterrorism defined, because I think there really does need to be a distinction on what is acceptable use of violence, and to what level of evidence for like what level of threat.
Well, but like we can
which is
already
just
do like
completely irrational.
preemptive wars. Why do we need terrorism? Like what is something that a terrorist group could do that Iran
Yeah.
couldn't do, or Iraq
Sure,
couldn't do,
so-
or Syria couldn't do? Yeah.
It's not about like whether or not what we can do. It's about like what the rights are of states and of people. So, for instance, a state doesn't have a right to a trial. Like it doesn't. It doesn't.
I mean,
need
it
to
Well, it
attack
depends on.
everybody.
I mean, the
Like human
ICJ
beings
they
do.
do.
The
but-
ICJ, right?
Well, but like here's my question. Like, let's say that there is a rogue group of terrorists. Okay, Al Qaeda wants to nuke the United States, and then Iran wants to nuke the United States. Why do I need a different? What do I need to define Al Qaeda as a terrorist group to take action against it? That
No,
doesn't-
the problem there is that if Iran is doing it, then you have a justifications to do military action against the entire nation of Iran. Like, including, like, for example, bombing a plant that's, like, nowhere near any of the Iranian forces. But if Al-Qaeda does it within Iran,
Well,
then it becomes more hairy, right?
I don't know if that's the case, though. I think that your military objective, I think, has to be in line with the response of what was done militarily to you. No, I
But what
don't.
if you kill, like,
But if
civilian
nothing has been
population?
done,
What if you kill
nothing's
what?
been done. Oh, go ahead.
What if you kill what? Akadoza.
Oh, sorry, yeah. You can just call me Ako.
Ako.
Yeah. What if you kill the civilian population, for example, of Iran in order to hit like a manufacturing site of Al Qaeda within Iran? Right? Then are you like are you allowed to do that? Because if Iran attacked you, then you probably can.
I think
But
that
if-
in the, I believe, I have to find this. I think it's either in the UN Charter or it was in an attachment or whatever. I believe you have obligations as a nation for non-state actors that are doing things within your borders, such that you
but
can be
your
held responsible
obligation-
for them. Yeah, go ahead.
That's true, but your obligation is only to do what you can,
Mhm.
and what you can is very loosely defined. So, for example, before the Six-Day War, there used to be a lot of attacks by Palestinians from Jordan to Israel. But then, like, the international court said that Jordan is doing basically the best it can in order to suppress them, so Israel is not allowed to target them back inside of the area of Jordan.
Mhm.
But that's bullshit because, I mean,
Well, but wait.
what, so Israel's just supposed to take it?
Yeah, but then
Right?
I think but I think this maps on perfectly still to the international law thing. So let's say that there's a terrorist group in Western Jordan. Okay, we'll just say the PLO. Okay, let's say that they're attacking into Israel.
They were the PLO,
right? I know. Let's say that they're attacking into Israel, and now you're like, okay, well, I need to go and do something. Like I'm pretty sure I need to find out which rule this is codified in, or Aker might know since he's in here. I'm pretty sure that when you go to war against a country, I think your military aims need to be justified based on what they've done. So, for instance, if Mexico gets really mad at the U.S. and they were to bomb like El Paso or something, the U.S. couldn't say we're invading and destroying the entirety of the government of Mexico. But if Mexico launched a military attack on like 7 or 8 major U.S. cities with like fucking missiles and shit, the U.S. might say, we're going to go and destroy all of Mexico, the government, or the whatever. We're going to destroy this military and this government, right?
Yeah,
but wait, real quick. Okay, real quick. Let me finish this real quick. Okay.
Sorry.
So if the PLO or a terrorist group was attacking from Western Jordan, right? I think Israel, I'm pretty sure, even under international legal standards, would be able to say, listen, even if Jordan can't handle it, we are going into your borders and we're going to destroy these sites related to the PLO. It wouldn't give them the authority to go and attack the entirety of the country of Jordan.
I don't think they can invade Jordan's territory because of something that Jordan didn't do. Even if Jordan is failing its responsibility, like, it's a hairy situation. I understand that there can be like a case in which you, but wouldn't that necessitate like a declaration of war by Israel on Jordan if they want to attack their territory?
No.
Can you attack?
It's actually,
yeah, sorry.
It's actually a gray area. You're talking about the regime of the international use of force, and we have pretty clear rules as to when a state A attacks state B. The problem with non-state actors is that, as Destiny says, states have obligations to either avoid having their territory used as a staging ground or as a platform for attacks into neighboring states. The problem is this obligation does not automatically authorize the other state to use force cross boundaries. That's why I say it's a gray area. There are doctrines, which means some states say that the law is in X or Y, but it's just a doctrine or a way to see the law. So, for instance, the US insists on the unable or unwilling doctrine, right? So if your state is unwilling or unable to stop a terrorist group or whatever non-state group from attacking my state from your boundaries, then I'm justified in using Article 51 of the UN Charter, right? So using force in international relations, even if your army per se is not the one originating the attack. And to Destiny's point previously, yes, there is a rule of
across state boundaries.
Proportionality. Yeah, so an international use of force is what we're talking here about. If there's a terrorist group inside of the United States and it acts inside of the United States, international law is not involved. At least
No, obviously. Yeah, I agree with that.
That's why I say across boundaries.
So what?
Wait. Hold on. Wait. Let me just be super clear. Wait, you just said that if it was originating in the U.S. against the U.S., you said that wouldn't apply, Aker?
No, because that's not an international law situation.
But yeah,
right?
Just to be crystal clear, it might not necessarily be an international thing, but depending on the size and the character of that conflict, it could still fall under rules of armed conflict internationally.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
I meant the group of rules in international law applying to international use of force or the use of force in international relations would not apply because this would be either a domestic armed conflict if it reached an enough size, or it would be just a law and order situation in which, of course, human rights considerations of international character could apply, etc., etc. So it's not international law is not inapplicable. Just the rules regarding the use of force from one state to the other would not be applicable.
Yeah.
Right. So that's why it's a gray area. And some states say if you're unwilling or unable to stop those armed groups from operating, then I will do that. Like Israel, U.S. are proponents of this theory. I would say they're in the minority, but it's still a great gray area. And to Forthought's point about terrorism.
Wait. Just on that point, if I may. So the majority opinion is that Hezbollah can fire rockets inside of Israel, and Israel can do nothing about it.
No.
No.
Why not?
So the thing is,
I mean, they're inside Lebanon. They can't invade Lebanon, right?
Yeah.
Because it's not the Lebanese who are shooting.
Yeah, but if Lebanon is failing to control what's going on in their borders,
Yeah,
I
but
don't
that's
know
the minority opinion.
There's
The
no
majority
shot.
opinion
I don't
is
think
that they
anybody
can't,
in the
right?
international community reasonably would
That's
go
what I'm
after
asking.
somebody for doing that. There's just no
But
way.
that's why I was a little confounded by the minority opinion. What's the majority opinion?
So the thing is, you have an almost absolute right to defend your state from an armed attack from the outside. So in the clear-cut cases where the attack comes from another state actor, if it comes from a non-state actor, you still have the right to defend yourself. The question is, what does this right allow you to do? Of course, this right is not unlimited in its application. Like as Destiny said, it has a requirement of proportionality, and the attack has to be serious enough for you to enable to answer militarily, etc. So I would say the minority opinion is the unwilling or unable doctrine, not in that you cannot defend yourself if you don't subscribe to this opinion, but that it would be more limited in what you can do to answer it, right? So
that's what I'm asking. What's the majority opinion then?
I actually don't know because it's such a gray area. Every state would say you have a right to answer somehow. A full-on kind of invasion is another thing. That's why many states, but again, this is all very informal and gray, and we don't have a lot on these lines, like legally. A lot of states, what they will do is like bomb or reprisals and like limited, say, bombing. Or
So this is the case that I was talking about like IHL being kind of a little wishy-washy, right? Like, if the minority opinion is that Hezbollah, that you can attack Hezbollah if it's attacking you from Lebanese territory.
I don't think that's the case.
Maybe you can't.
Wait, did he say that? Hold on, Aker, do you think that it was a minority opinion that Israel had a right to attack Hezbollah?
That's the unable or unwilling, right?
No, but this is like more extensive. Like Israel, I would say most states would say Israel had a right to defend themselves. Like what the word defend themselves entails, I think would be where the differences will begin to occur. Like, could you invade Lebanon so as to control parts of the territory of Lebanon and militarily occupy
would invade Lebanon in that situation, right? We want them to invade Lebanon.
Well, what I want is irrelevant, I think. So the thing is,
no, I mean like we as like the international community, whatever, right? We would not want Lebanon to, like the Hezbollah, to be able to fire rockets into Israel and not face any reprisal, or even face like limited reprisal that it can like manage or whatever, right? We wanna disincentivize that.
Yes, so we want to disincentivize two things. One, we want to disincentivize non-state actors from
attacking people,
endangering international peace and security, like, right? One, so two, we want to avoid states sponsoring or allowing for that. And three, we want to avoid states being tempted to use this kind of pretext or as a justification to invade their neighbors, right? So all of these things have
Why
potential.
do we want to do that last one?
Oh, because
I mean, if it's unjustified, then we do. But if it is justified, then we actually want them to invade.
Wait, what? Wait. What is the justification for a non-state actor to invade a neighbor?
No. For the state to invade its neighbor in order to take down the non-state actor. Like what basically he's saying is that like you don't want like a couple of like militias in Ukraine shooting into Russia to be used as a casus belli for attacking the whole of Ukraine.
Oh,
right?
yes, but you also, wait. But you also don't want nation states using individual actors within borders as reasons to invade the country, because actions within a state are considered generally against a state, right? Like if Russia starts bombing people that they've identified as bad actors in Ukraine, arguably that was part of their rationale for war in the Donbass, where they're saying, we need to protect our people because there are bad Ukrainian elements here, so we're going to go to war with the whole
but it was
state.
a terrible casus belli, right?
It doesn't matter. Even if that was true, it was a terrible casus belli. Even if there was a genocide going on, it would be a bad casus belli. They don't have a right to invade that.
No. If there were attacks against like Russian ethnics and from Ukrainians and the Ukrainian government didn't do anything about it, I think that casus belli would improve. I don't know if it would be like would justify all this, but it would be better.
No. You would need
This is
Sorry,
not a casus belli at all.
Yeah, it's not against your citizens. You don't have the right to go to war in another country because you don't like bad things. There might be horrible things going on there. That gives you the right to pursue things with a Security Council, with like a coalition force maybe, or with a Security Council resolution that's like blessing or enabling an attack or whatever. But you can't as a country just invade and go like, oh well, I don't like what they're doing with their civilian population.
All right, I'm talking about what we want to happen. So yeah, maybe you want them to go through like some kind of international body to review the fact that this is actually fucked. But if like someone wants to invade Myanmar now and like save the Rohingyas, like are we gonna say that
you
would
don't
be bad?
no. So the point sorry, fuck. And you can summarize this if you think it's better, okay? But the point is international law of armed conflict is going to heavily, on a very imbalanced way, favor the rights of states to self-defense, and it is going to heavily restrict the rights of states to attack. So the idea that we're drawing things was like, oh, well, if you think there's a genocide, you think there's a lot of rights, then you can attack. I don't think there's, actually, I think, what is it, Article 4, Section 2, whatever, you're not supposed to ever attack another country. And the idea that just because there might be a war crime there, you can attack, you can't, that's just not.
So you shouldn't have attacked Germany? That's like that's obviously retarded.
Well,
wait.
There's no UN then, it's a different, sorry, go ahead.
The whole notion of the casus belli, which is very popular among common parlance, is an ancient, to this day, an ancient proposition. Like,
that's not used by the entire world, by the way.
Yes, in common parlance, for sure. Do you have a good enough reason to attack or to invade? That was the way people spoke about, should we begin a war or not? And there were, I don't know, 10, 20, however many reasons people considered sufficient to begin a war, including, I don't know, commercial disputes, including like petty stuff, blockades, like things that, and nowadays the big innovation of the UN system is banning the use of force in international relations, with only two exceptions. One, authorization by the Security Council. This happens like almost never because there's veto power by the permanent members. And number two, self-defense.
Good reason, by the way.
And request of an ally to your defense as well, right?
Yes, self-defense of yourself
defense,
or of another. Yeah,
that's like you defending someone from getting stabbed. It's like it's considered part of self-defense.
Yeah, individual or collective self-defense. So
yeah.
Now everyone tries to jam everything into self-defense, but self-defense, like narrowly construed, does not include. For instance, when Destiny, you were doing prep for the Israel-Palestine stuff. You were talking about the cutting off of the Straits of Tiran. That is illegal under international law. Mm-hmm. However, that does not enable you to use military force.
Well, historically it does.
State and stuff. No, I'm not talking historically. I'm talking international law. Now, you can argue international law is way too restrictive in this.
Yeah, it's bullshit.
In this.
Wait, hold on, stop saying that. Wait, hold on, wait. You're saying that if you were to blockade or if you were to cut off transport through maritime, whatever bullshit waters, trade waters, you don't think that doesn't instantly trigger an act of war?
If one military vessel of another country attacked one of your vessels, military or civilian vessels, in international waters, that would enable you to respond, of course. But the mere blockade, so placing of whatever means on land or on the sea and saying, do not proceed. If you proceed, you will be attacked. That is not a use of an armed attack, quote unquote.
So you have to wait until one of your ships get destroyed before you attack them back for it?
Acre, I'm not entirely sure, but in terms of international water navigation, aren't there specific rules regarding what action isn't allowed, and wouldn't that trigger some sort of retaliation in terms of militarily? in terms of blockading international waters?
I mean, that would be for sure be illegal.
I mean,
There's no question about that.
Not
The-
illegal,
the-
but like allow
yes.
military intervention.
So I don't know what
I
when
think
you
most
mean
international
military
scholars would
intervention,
disagree.
if you mean an armed attack, so using military force in order to combat that. Well, only if there has been a previous armed attack. So that's the operative word in international law here is armed
Basically, in international law, they only allow you to attack when it's self-defense. So unless you've been attacked before, you can't do anything, right? They can do everything but attack you, and you can't.
No, they
you can't
cannot.
attack them back for it.
No, they cannot. So again, one question is it illegal? And another question is it an armed attack?
But
There are
isn't
plenty
legal
of
doesn't
things.
really matter here. I'm asking like whether you have justification for attack.
No,
I
but
don't care
again,
if it's illegal.
you're saying they can do anything, and my answer
Yeah,
is
they can like blockade.
cannot.
They can, for example, use economic warfare against your country, and as long as they haven't fired a shot, then you're not allowed to respond in any way. Or
You are allowed
militarily.
to respond.
Militarily.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, wait. Can I ask? Okay, hold on. Wait. Just on this very particular thing. You're telling me that if you blockade, you said a blockade is not considered an act of war?
Not until you fire the guns.
No, I'm asking.
So again, an act of war here is perhaps a relevant concept in history and for military people. For international law, the operative word is an armed attack, and an armed attack is, has been tested, has been defined in several cases across history, and a military blockade. If the military blockade did an armed attack, so attacked a civilian vessel with sufficient amount of force, etc., well then, yes.
But they
the
can't
mere
actually, right?
Well,
it's not illegal for them to do that.
I thought that like if you look at like the
So you can't blockade and you can't stop a blockade by international law. Because a blockade is only as good as like the enforcement of it, right?
I am not aware. Let me make a disclaimer here. I am not aware of any definition of armed attack as it pertains to the. But by the way, this is not international humanitarian law. This is the regime of use of force.
Yeah.
So I'm not aware of any definition of armed attack that includes a mere blockade with no actual enacting of any violence. Armed attack sometimes is construed as to include attacks that are imminent. Like for instance, there have been some wars. I think it was the 6-Day War in which there was an argument that Egypt was about to attack. It was imminent. It was unstoppable, and Israel just defended itself preventively for like
but you're
some
saying
hours,
that's not
whatever.
kosher, right?
But yes, but you would have to argue that the blockade is actually a attack that is imminent somehow to your state.
Just curious,
vessels
how confident are you of this opinion? Is your conviction very high or kind of like middling or?
This tracks totally to what I know about IHL.
Middling.
Well.
I'm not an expert on this.
Okay, because I'm almost positive that a blockade is considered, if it's not a cause for war, it's like a thing that you already do when you're in war. I don't think you can block people's waters.
No, you cannot. You cannot, no.
But like if somebody blocks your waters, I'm almost positive that you can use that as a justification for military action against said country.
Historically, that's how it was used. But
yes.
then again, like,
well, I'm not asking historically. I'm saying even today. I'm saying that if somebody were to sail ships through the Panama Canal and say, hey, we're going to block U.S. If Mexico were to do ships in the Panama Canal and say, we're going to block the United States, you're not allowed to have ships in here, we're going to blow them up, that singular action, if they announce that blockade and it's in effect, even before they've attacked any ship, the United States has a legitimate cause for war against Mexico at that point.
So what would probably happen in practice is there would be nation A would be blockading with military vessels. Nation B would be told not to pass through that blockade. Nation B would attempt to go through said blockade because it would say this blockade is against international law, it has no effect, this is completely illegal. And when they try to, nation A would have two options. A, let them through, B, shoot. And when they shoot, that's an armed attack, and now
but that's so stupid. Why would you want
Wait, hold on, I understand that's stupid. I don't think
that,
but hold on. I would be curious to see some writing on that. I don't think I doubt that that's how it would go. I think the announcements of the blockade itself and then the means to enforce it.
That's how it works.
No, I don't. You keep saying that, but I don't think that is how it works. I'm pretty sure that if you were to announce a blockade, I think that that's seen, period, as a legitimate cause for war, assuming that you have like the means to enforce it. I don't think you have to wait for an attack right now. Yeah.
Would that be seen as an extremely hostile, illegal action that would probably trigger a war in many instances? Probably yes. Again,
Like, I'm not even
terms
sure.
of international law, and
I don't even know if the
I'm-
blockade is like a part of a provocation. That might already be considered like you're already in a war. Like once you've blockaded somebody, you're already engaged in military conflict even.
But
Yeah,
again,
it's a military action, right?
well, what is a military action? That's not a legal term. The legal term is armed attack. Attack means
I agree. That's
actually
the problem,
using.
right?
Yes.
No, but the problem is
well-
that the only
well,
way to use military is in the process of defending against an armed attack, which is a ridiculous standard.
Again, you can see it as a problem, but you can see it as a feature. Like, listen, hear me out. So the thing is, if you start considering other military actions or hostile actions not constituting an armed attack as sufficient justification to trigger your right to self-defense, well, then you're opening a very dangerous door, because then military actions, quote unquote, or hostile actions, quote unquote, there are many things here that do not, you don't need to fire a shot for states to say, well, I have been attacked now, so now I'm going to respond militarily. And that's, a threat to the whole rules-based systems we have. You can agree with it or not, but
I understand what you're saying, that it would be a threat, but remember, or I would say, like, law of armed conflict is also supposed to heavily favor, self-defensive states. So, for instance, you can say that we're opening a door, but I would argue that the door you're closing leaves way more problematic things. For instance, if one state were to try to enforce a no-fly zone over part of another state's territory, that's an act of war. I don't think you have to wait for a plane to get shot down. I think you would already say, okay, well, we're now engaged in armed conflict with each other. Like, we're past that point.
Again, if you say there is a no-fly zone and any plane will get intercepted, and then you engage a plane, like you just
we
the
don't
plane
want
takes
them
off
to
in
kill
order.
the plane.
I don't think you have to do the action. I think announcing the no-fly zone or announcing I don't think you have to wait till something gets shot down.
Yeah, it's like saying that until someone murdered someone, if he says that he's gonna murder him, you can't arrest him. Of course you can arrest him. You can investigate him. You can even try him.
The analogy doesn't work. Plenty of things in international law are illegal against international law and do not allow you to.
Yeah, because
they allow
there's
you
no
to do
arresting
a lot
body.
of things, like countermeasures, for instance. There are plenty of countermeasures you can do that do not require the use of
You can
force.
do those countermeasures against people who don't, who are not violating international law, though. You can sanction people just for your own, like, geopolitical reasons, right?
Yeah, that's an illegal countermeasure. Then, yeah.
So
I mean,
what?
that
Okay,
would not be
if
a
they use an
countermeasure.
illegal countermeasure, what are they gonna do?
I mean, again, there are many
Like,
things
I
you can
agree
do
with you that
illegally
if-
in international law that would not be met with a sufficient answer beyond words. That doesn't mean that they're not illegal before international law. You can argue international law is not a legal system, but
I do argue that.
well, okay, but in as much as we consider it a legal system, the fact that it doesn't is something is not met with a response, and this illegal act is kind of left alone, does not mean that it is not illegal in the first place. You understand that?
In
Right.
terms of
So-
blockade specifically, do you mind if I interrupt real quick?
Sure.
Right now I'm reading over Article 93-08, Methods of Warfare. As far as I can tell, it seems like...
What document?
I can just link it here. 1 second.
All right.
Please do.
It seems that a blockade is just considered a act of war and is a belligerent act at the very least.
Where did you set this?
It's in the...
What's the question I'm asking is, what type of document is it? Is it an international treaty? Is it a guideline? Or
This is the IHL under Treaties and State Parties, the San Romano Manual on International Law applicable to
Oh,
armed
it's the San
conflict
Remo
at sea.
one? Yeah.
right, so that's some guidelines that are additional to the Geneva Conventions, or that are intended to interpret the provisions in the Geneva Conventions. Is
I thought
that
these were
okay?
specifically guidelines for laws of war at sea specifically.
Right. So either additional.
Yeah, isn't it a
or
treaty, the San Remo
interpretive
Treaty? Is that what you're talking
to-
about? Wait, where did you link it?
It's in this room. So you click Destiny's room, you click the open chat, it's in there.
Oh, okay, thank you.
What were you saying, Edgar?
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah. Go ahead. Article 19 for the San Remo manual.
I'm sorry, 93 to
So
111.
it's a manual. It's a manual. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I read that. I'll actually in my first conversation with Destiny, I read that to prepare for the legality of the Gaza blockade by Israel, and well, it's a manual, right? So it's guidelines to interpret the actual convention. So the 4 Geneva conventions, one of them is regarding that. So
it is a
I'm not sure
manual,
of the
but it was
bindingness of
adopted.
this instrument. Sorry.
It is a manual, but it was adopted by the Institute for International Humanitarian Law.
Yeah, an institute is the Institute of International Humanitarian Law is probably, I mean, an important organization in its own right, but it does not legislate. Yeah. I mean, I'm not.
Nobody legislates for international law, right? That's the problem.
That's not true. Stop saying that. It's not true.
It's to legislate international law.
They don't have an overarching, controlling legislative body that legislates unilaterally for everybody else.
That's
right?
the ICJ. The ICJ will legislate for things relating to.
The ICJ is a court. A court does not legislate.
Well, okay, then the UN will legislate, and the ICJ can take courts
to interpret laws.
Sure.
And
the UN then, that every state is a member of, can
but
create.
That's the problem, is that the UN only the Security Council, and only under Article 7 does it considered like a binding, I think, under international law, right?
But
and that's not nearly enough, because nothing ever passed there.
Yeah, the question here is a super basic one, which is, what is law? What I think ACO,
call me ACO, yeah.
ACO. What you're advocating for is a very, very old, I'm not saying it's wrong, mind you, notion of what is the law. It was advocated for John Austin, a legal philosopher from the 18th century, and he said it's the command theory of law. It's what you're saying, right? So a law is defined as an obligation that is imposed by A to B, backed by a threat of force or a threat
obviously.
of,
I mean,
yes. I mean, it is definition. It's an antiquated definition, but it is definition. Right?
It's not antiquated, because without enforcement, without enforcement, it's just virtue signaling. Nothing happens.
Again, I'm not dismissing it. I see its point, right? What I'm saying is,
what's the counter?
There are other, probably more widely defended definitions of what is law by
I agree, they're more widely defended these days.
For instance,
but they're wrong, right?
H.L.A. Hart's definition of what law is, that contemplate other forms of law that do not necessarily have these like omniscient body that like the state that administers in each case, etc. There are other forms of law, like for instance, there are situations in which there is not a state, like I'm putting a hypothetical situation here, which is just a test to see if you would consider this law or not. There's no state, but there's a group of people who are kind of horizontally taking decisions, and people most of the time obey the decisions of the whatever collective, the assembly. Let's imagine we're in kind of an anarchist commune. But people nonetheless respect those decisions. Sometimes they violate them, and when there's a violation, sometimes there is a consequence, a negative consequence, and sometimes there isn't. But regularly there are expectations that are usually met by the others, and people kind of recognize each other as having obligations toward others. Sometimes they comply with them, sometimes they don't, but generally everyone recognizes there is a system here. Would you deem that to be the law? Like a system of laws, or are there obligations?
What happens when you break the law, right?
Well, sometimes there are consequences, or sometimes there are not.
If there's no consequences, then no, I wouldn't consider it a law. I would consider it maybe like a custom, right? Like people, it would be nice if people do it, but it's not a law.
But when I say sometimes there are consequences, sometimes there are none, I mean not like certain categories of things have absolutely no.
Yeah, it's certain actors don't have, which is worse.
What are we? Hold on. Wait. Hold on. Wait. I don't want to live on this for 12 hours. What are we arguing about right now?
We're arguing whether international law is law.
Wait, okay. Okay, my position was, and then if you agree or disagree with this, then move from here, okay? My position was international law doesn't function as like traditional law in a sovereign state that has like jurisdiction, exclusively over a topic that it can like legislate and then have people arrested and thrown in jail, blah, 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 okay? But international law, broadly speaking, internationally, informs treaties, negotiations, and roughly provides contours to how states ought to act. And if you fall too far outside of those boundaries, people are going to probably check your shit. If you want to cooperate with anybody, at least. That's my view of international law. Edgar, do you agree or disagree, broadly speaking?
Sure. The
okay,
thing is...
Echo, wait. Do you agree or disagree, broadly speaking?
The question is, what does it mean to actually like check your shit? Like
check your shit means that if you do stuff that everybody sees is clearly bad, nations are less likely to support you. That might mean economically, that might mean militarily, it might mean with actual like military like troops on the ground, or in worst case scenarios, you're going to get sanctioned in the UN, meaning that you're going to be people are going to embargo your shit, or they're going to like say, oh, you can't trade with them, or you might have like in the worst case scenario, there might be a UN peacekeeping force or UN force or army that comes and fucks your shit up.
Well, that doesn't actually really happen ever.
What do you mean that doesn't really happen? What happened with Saddam Hussein? What do you mean that doesn't happen?
No, that's a coalition of nations. It's not an international force.
Sanctioned by the UN.
Wait, but that was okayed by the UN, right? And there have been NATO missions that have been okayed by the UN. Okay.
About everything. My only problem is that once you use that system that you described, which is a good system and a system that we want to have, as a legal system, it creates in people's minds expectations that are not there. Because the problem is that you've created a system which people think is a legal system, and in a legal system, the most important thing is that everyone is the same before the law, right? That's one of the most important things, and that just doesn't happen. So
I agree. That's
my
the
problem is the legal
legitimacy
is the yeah. My problem is the framing of this as a legal system and trying to apply this like a legal system, like saying, because in a legal system, when you have an actual ruling body that has to make decisions that have an impact on people's lives, they do have to be very strict with all the definitions, and you have like reams and reams of people who interpret this and are very like pedantic about every word.
Akko,
but
would you agree with the following?
Yes.
Would you agree with the following? If you call international law in a general context to non-specialized public with no qualifications, with no explanations, I agree that that is misleading because that people understand law to be synonymous with the law they experience in a day-to-day basis in a developed country. Yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Exactly.
Now, that is one thing which I agree with. The other thing is international law a legal system, even though it is a very different legal system with very different characteristics than the legal system we are accustomed to in developed countries?
I'd argue no, but that matters less to me.
Okay.
My problem is more like people like Finkelstein who are saying, "Oh, you're an international criminal," in such a dishonest way that works. Because
wait, stop, hold on, wait, okay, hold on. So people like Finkelstein are people that don't understand international law. They use it in the media, right, or lawfare.
They do understand it.
No,
they understand it.
I don't know if that's true, but hold on. Let me just finish my point. Okay,
sorry,
he might say it. Media people might say it. Blah blah blah. That's fine. I think that leaders of nations, and I think that people that make real decisions, I think do understand it better. So, for instance, while we say Israel's violating international law, or retards like Finkelstein might say that over and over and over and over again, there is a more mature understanding from the people in the surrounding states, such as, let's say, for instance, that on October 7th, let's say Hamas didn't do anything, and Israel's just like, we're going to go and fuck the shit up out of the Gaza Strip, and we're going to start bombing shit. I think that the responses of the surrounding Arab states would have looked a lot different if Israel was actually committing horrible, unspeakable fucking war crimes. I think that would actually be the case. Now, they might give they might give lip service to it now, or you might see like in PR speak or Twitter speak that people are saying like, oh, I don't know, blah, 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 blah. And then, but to go from that and then to say, oh, well, clearly the law doesn't matter because of what retards on Twitter say is not fair. I think that leaders of nations and other people conduct themselves roughly in accordance with these things.
No, they don't. They really don't, because they understand the law and they know where you can't really use it as a standard. That's why every government who does some things that are illegal under international law.
Yeah, but you're describing every law system ever.
No, that's
absolutely. I can speed in my car and probably not get a traffic infraction in certain senses. You can cheat on your taxes and not. Well, sure, but I mean, like, that's going to be the same in every legal system. There are little places you can bend, there are little edges that you could scoop out. Like, that's every legal system.
The problem with international law is that there are areas of the law which there is very high degree of compliance. and areas which there's a very low degree of compliance. With, I don't know, in the United States, I'm guessing people do speed usually. People do get tickets, but many people do speed. So degree of compliance, whatever, in the mid-level, the mid-range. But for the huge stuff, for, I don't know, serial killers or terrorist attacks, they generally either get killed or get caught, right? And it's a big, and people are kind of reassured that for the big stuff, people are caught. The problem with international law is like, quote unquote, the big stuff is precisely where the level of compliance is, I mean, leaves something to be desired. But if you check other areas of international law, like the Basel Convention, the Convention for the Management of Hazardous Waste, high level of compliance. Some conventions relating to internet protocols, to the International Postal Union, to telecommunications, so the World Trade Organization, super high levels of compliance. But here, we don't care about it. It's like, oh, yes, but we take it for granted. But there's a high level of compliance.
I agree that those are good, but those are usually the things that are made by agreements between nations, which is something that happened even before international law and has nothing to do with law, right? And even in those cases, by the way,
does
let's say
have a lot to do with law.
Well, I don't really think so, because even in, for example, environmental agreements, you have basically nothing to do against people who don't follow them, right? Even if they are members.
You do
right?
have
Like
a
China.
lot to do.
I mean, yeah, I mean, kind of.
Of course, there is
You
a
can sanction them,
relationship
which
here.
is something you could have done even without the law. So the legal part basically adds nothing.
Okay,
I think it really does. But for thought, please.
Yeah, just two things real quick. One, I think the equality standard you're applying makes no sense in terms of international law. Nations aren't the same. They aren't people. I want different laws for nuclear powers than I want for random islands. And two, tradition absolutely informs our law. That's what much of our customary law is based off of. It is that basic, I guess, over time evolved law and standards that we all have agreed loosely, without codification, that these certain guidelines, these principles that we follow, are incentive, are great for all of us, and so that we eventually just codify that into law, so that it's just written down somewhere and we actually follow it. In terms of whether or not this legal system, I don't even know what you're arguing about. Like, the law isn't real. I don't know.
I'm arguing that using this as a legal standard instead of just a moral standard is problematic. Saying that the problem with Israel is not what it's doing is immoral, but what it's doing is in contravention to whatever bullshit, like rule number 134 is playing into the hands of people who want you to believe that, oh no, because all the other nations are acting exactly in accordance with that law.
Okay,
right?
so is your problem like is
it's
your
a way
problem
it's a
law,
way
or is it people's PR? Like I
it
don't know
is a
what the
PR
issue.
problem, but the entire
then
system is a PR system, right?
No, wait, hold on, wait. The law is a PR system for diplomats and leaders, not for people on Twitter. It's important for them when it comes time to shaping like what negotiations look like. It might, but it'll look a lot different between randos
I agree,
online.
It's basically a tool for disinformation. That's the problem, right?
I totally. How is it a tool for
a lot of
disinformation?
people,
If leaders are citing these things in resolutions or bilateral agreements, how is it a tool for misinformation? People think this stuff is important.
Yeah, like for instance, whenever a leader of a state that usually does not comply with international law, like even, I don't know, Omar al-Bashir in Sudan, or like even sometimes North Korea, so they will not appeal to the correctness or the wrongness of a particular norm of international law. They will say, we are in compliance. Even if they're not, really, they will try to justify that they are in compliance. What does that tell you about the law? They are not appealing to morality. They are appealing to, we are in compliance with the standard that we want to be seen as being in compliance with.
Yeah, but they are
even
not
if they're
in
not.
compliance. They use
Okay,
it as disinformation.
But do you see the importance as to whether it is a norm that they are trying to appear as if they are in compliance? If they really didn't care about international law, they would say, well, oh yeah, I'm not in compliance, so fucking what? But leaders,
but they just tell people who are uninformed that they are in compliance with international law. They say, show me who says that I'm not, and then when nobody it says that they're not because there's no actual like anybody who can actually make those decisions on the ground for a fucking nation state, then they say, then some people who are uninformed think that they are doing what
Here's
is
a
right
question.
by the law.
Let's say that Russia invaded Ukraine because Ukraine was shooting missiles into Russia. Do you think Ukraine would have backing from Europe and the United States militarily?
Regardless of international law, yes.
You keep saying regardless of international law, like these two things are completely and totally independent of each other instead of both informing each other.
Well, I think that in that actually the like Echo, won't you agree that that before the start of this international law regime, like states still had kind of rules that they followed when
they were like, yeah, but
states?
it wasn't as formalized. But there are still rough rules that people follow. But international law is just like the next evolution of like trying to codify or formalize some of those rules. But these rules are kind of important. What do you think if Ukraine would have immediately come out as soon as that Nord Stream pipeline was blown up? If Zelensky would have been like, yeah, we blew it up, fuck you guys. Do you think that that wouldn't have caused a major stir for support in Ukraine around the world? Why do you think it was so important for people?
It's not because they broke the law though. It's because they did something wrong.
Okay, so in your mind, there has to be like hold on, wait, because this conversation is pointless. You're just saying that like if somebody doesn't arrest you and convict you and put you in jail, nothing matters. That's what you're saying.
I'm saying that has at least to be an option on the table.
Okay, I think I think that's the only point of disagreement.
Because of reciprocity, right? Like
no, none of that matters. You just need the person to arrest you and put somebody in jail. If that's not there, then it doesn't count as law for you. That's the only thing that matters.
I mean.
That is a necessary. It's not sufficient. I'm sorry, it's not sufficient, but that is a necessary component of law for you. If that's absent,
an enforcement mechanism is a necessary.
Okay, there. Okay, I think I would probably disagree with that. I'm guessing Aker probably disagrees with that. I don't know where Forethough's at, but then that's it. There's no point in arguing any of this other stuff because everything is going to run concurrent, right? Where if somebody murders somebody and somebody else, counterattacks and kills that other person, it's like, okay, well, yeah, obviously they broke the law, and you're like, well, they didn't. It's not that they broke the law; it's that they broke the morals. And it's like, okay, yeah, but like the laws on murder are obviously very heavily informed by our moral standards too. So it's like this is like a circle that we're running around that we're never going to find a solution to because the law and the morality are always going to run concurrent with each other roughly. And yeah, I think just because you don't have an enforcement body.
Not always, but yeah, there are examples that very good counterfactuals here. There are rules, many rules actually, that are not concurrent with morality, but are enforced all of the time nonetheless, like rules regarding international trade. People generally don't design those rules thinking about morality. They're thinking about whatever, the international economy or GDP growth, etc. That's not moral. I mean, it could have moral or immoral consequences.
Depending on how divorced you want to get, maybe. But I think most people consider it like morally good to have a more prosperous nation. But I mean, if you don't consider that moral, I guess not. But like generally, economic trade deals are going to try to protect like the economies of the countries involved. That's like the normative end that they're looking at, right?
Yeah, but the rule that whatever, Algeria is allowed to export this product to the US with a 10% tariff. That is not a moral rule. That is just an agreement that has been reached through a lot of negotiation, and states will look for their own self-interest. And everyone knows that countries look for their own self-interest and not a higher moral goal when it comes to international trade, right? So again,
I guess it just depends on how you define the moral thing, right? Because I think that the moral fighting against tariffs are when people start tariffing things, you're making other economies more competitive or other economies less competitive, which is a way of disenfranchising the people in our country.
Yeah,
like,
so it's
mostly
about power and influence and.
Well, I'm just curious for your definition of morality. Let's say that I make a country, and let's say for the lower class, I put a 50% tax on their income, and for the upper class, they have a 0% tax on their income. Is that a question of morality too, or is that just simply tax policy?
No, it's both. But what I meant is, in the context of international trade, states are not designing whether it's 10% or 15% tariff, thinking about. Is there a higher moral goal of free trade that we have to advocate for, no matter the cost, no matter our own self-interest and stuff?
I feel like for a period of time that was true.
In the way that Akko was talking about, well, if if Ukraine bombed Russia, would people come to their defense? Yes, because that would be kind of the moral thing to do. Those are very different cases, I think.
Interesting.
Yeah,
I don't know if I agree with that.
Like, it's not. No, I think what he's trying to say is that like it's not moral like if you can merge like 28% and not 27%. That's more of a practical decision, right?
Yeah, but I mean, but it's also isn't it a practical decision for
It
how
is
many
informed by
how
the
many
morality of
civilians can
the.
you kill when achieving like a military end versus not? Like that's also like quote unquote practical, but it's like informed by the moral argument of like, you know, principle
I
of
agree
distinction
that
and
it's informed by
proportionality.
a moral viewpoint, right? Like, say, if you think that you know big government is good, then you would advise like a higher tax rate. But the specific tax rate is more of a practical thing. I think that's what he was trying to say.
Okay,
But
but
that's true
even
of everything.
imagine there are
Yeah,
two
yeah,
states.
we agree.
There are
I
two
think we're all
states.
just agreeing, by the way.
Okay.
I'm gonna go. I really thank you for this debate. I'm
I love
sorry
you.
if it ran too long. Also,
Yeah.
just to summarize, I think Forethought was right that the most important reason why you would want to have a definition of terrorism is because of enforcement. And if you want to continue debating that, then you can go on ahead. And thank you very much.
Okay.
All right. Bye.
Peace out.
Okay.
Oh God, he agrees. What if I'm wrong?
Very good. Okay, what were you saying, Edgar?
Fourth, a very minor point about the San Remo manual. This
Yeah, go ahead.
manual is on the conduct of hostilities, right? So it is a manual of international humanitarian law, which is, as we pretentious international lawyers like to call it, use in bello. So the law in the context
conduct
of the
during
war
conflict.
that has already started. Whereas the use ad bellum, so the law which is applicable to the decision whether to begin a conflict. That is a separate legal regime.
Yeah,
and that one is governed by Article 51 of the UN Charter.
Yeah, just as reading these rules,
Yeah.
it seems like a blockade would be considered belligerent. Is there a case of a blockade that was not an act of war?
Can you point me again to the article? It's 19 dash what?
Sorry, it's in the chats. In like if you open up the Destiny's Room channel and you just click open chat, it's right there.
Also
93.2.108.
Yeah.
Also, go ahead.
I'll wait for him because I have a question about what he just said.
Sure.
Yes. So I think I know what the confusion is here. So the word belligerent act or belligerent power is used in the context of international humanitarian law to ascertain whether someone has the character of being a combatant, right? A person or an organization or a situation, so that you can dispense with all of the protections that are owed to civilians, right? So that's where if you were engaging in a blockade, as per, if this San Remo manual, I haven't read it in a while, says that is a belligerent act, you would be considered a combatant, right? That is a different thing than whether the blockade itself constitutes an, quote, armed attack as per the definition of the use ad bello, so the law governing the use of force, so the beginning of an international armed conflict.
Yeah, sure, but as reading this, I'm just not I'm not seeing any like carve out for where, hey, like this is where a blockade becomes a act of war, or where it would be considered like a non-aggressive act, or at least a non-armed, or I don't know what the word is. I don't have the legal.
Or can I here's a I don't understand this for what you just said, Edgar. What could possibly be an action justified use in bello that wouldn't mean that you're already involved in an armed conflict?
So the thing is, the definition of armed attack has two requirements. One is it must be done by the armed forces of your state, although, again, there's a gray zone about non-state entities, blah, blah. And the second is there's a minimum degree of severity. So if two drunk French soldiers crossed the Spanish border and shot a couple of shots, that probably would not constitute something severe enough for an armed attack that would justify Spain's response. And then Spain's response, even considering all of that, should be proportional, as you said, right? Again.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that use in bello, right? If we're talking about things that are regulating actions in an armed conflict, it feels strange to say that like, oh, well, blockades would be evaluated under these use and bello standards, but these standards are only applied after an armed conflict is existing, no?
Well, because the only time in which you need to differentiate between a combatant and a non-combatant and a civilian and a combatant that is an irregular combatant, blah, blah, and all of these distinctions that are in international humanitarian law is in the context of international or non-international armed conflict, right? So after the hostilities have begun. A separate question is, have the hostilities between two states begun? Not hostilities, sorry. Has there an armed attack
conflict?
occurred
Yeah.
between rights? Because you could argue, well, the armed attack has now occurred, and now we should consider whether the blockade is a legitimate target or not.
Okay, here. Okay, hold on. I don't know if I'm illustrating. When you say jus in bello, okay, my understanding is these are actions that we're interpreting through the lens of an already existing armed conflict.
Yes.
Okay, so if a blockade is a thing that we analyze jus in bello, that necessitates the existence of an armed conflict. How can there be a jus in bello analysis of something that isn't happening within the context of an armed conflict? I don't understand that.
So there are rules that begin its application after the beginning of the armed conflict. And in those rules, it says, well, a blockade, then it becomes a legitimate target, blah, blah, blah. This does not mean that the blockade itself constitutes an armed attack, which is a concept that is independent from the international humanitarian law. This is the concept that pertains to use ad bellum. So the law governing when a state is justified in using military force against another state. And for this, again, every single manual that I've read, every lesson that I've read for and taught at university, etc., only two exceptions, and the one that we're interested in here is self-defense, and the operative word is armed attack. And you go and see all of the cases before the ICJ, before international arbitrations, all of the scholars, all of the cases they analyze are very clear in that. Like, for instance, the Iran attacking oil platforms. Well, that is an armed attack, even if it's not against the territory. It's an oil platform. But there's an attack. There's shots and missiles and explosions. I'm just giving random examples here.
I understand. I think we're not connecting at this point. Okay. Let's say that I have let's say that we have two concepts. Okay, jus ad bellum. Okay, this means like, can I fuck somebody? And then we've got jus in bello, and that dictates how I fuck somebody, okay? And we're trying to figure out, like, are two... And then the question is, we're in the jus ad bellum, can these two people fuck? But the thing that we're talking about is, right now my penis is 3 inches in somebody. Can I push it 5 inches in? I don't know how we can have that conversation without already presupposing that fucking is happening. Does that make sense?
Because there are things that happen simultaneously in the context of a war that if you did that outside of the war would not mean the same thing. Right. That's what I'm trying to understand. Okay, that point makes sense. But I'm asking you, is there anything else, jus in bello, that would get that analysis outside of a war? I don't understand what those things could be. Okay, for instance, there is a barracks. There are two countries that are at war, and there's a barracks deep inside the territory of one. And in the barracks, they're just sleeping, eating, doing nothing that is remotely threatening to State B. But State B is fully legitimate in the context of an armed conflict, since they are combatants, they are regularly listed people who have access to arms, etc. They are deployed in or around the zone of hostilities. They are fully justified in bombing that barracks.
Correct.
And killing all of them.
Correct, yes.
Outside of the context of war, that would be a big time
yes, okay, hold on. I understand 100% what you're saying, but this is furthering my argument. I'm asking for something different, because what I'm saying is, what you just gave me, okay, you wouldn't analyze that jus in bello. You would say, this is an act of war. You're doing things that you do during war, and you're not at war. You can't just attack even military members when they're not parties to an armed conflict, when you guys aren't at war with each other. That would
let me give you another example then.
Okay,
espionage.
Okay. No, wait, not espionage. That's like the most confusing. That's a really complicated topic.
Okay, let me give you another one.
Yeah, okay.
Let me give you another one. A cyber hack, right?
Okay.
If you hack another state's computers in peacetime, that could be legal, but that does not constitute an armed attack. Whereas in times of war, you could well apply international humanitarian law to that situation, because it is being done for the purposes of enhancing or furthering that hostility that is already going on, and then you can apply international humanitarian law to that. Like, what happened to the hacker who hacked in the context of a war? Whereas outside of that context, no.
Sorry, for that hypothetical, if a hacker got into a nuclear substation and just caused a meltdown, would that be considered an act of war in your mind, or a hostile attack?
Yeah, I mean that's an untested, of course, hypothesis. So I would have to apply analogy, right? So going from the cases in which we are sure this is an armed attack and applying it analogically. Probably yes. So there's one element that would be absent here, which is a traditional element of an armed attack, which would be, physical,
Kinetic, I assume.
explosion. Yes, kinetic action. Of course, I don't think that has been indispensable so far, but the technology is advancing. So you could make a case that you could dispense with that. That's one. And number two would be in the territory of the other state. That's it's present. And number three would be the sufficient degree of severity. A meltdown could be way more damaging than whatever a border shootout, right? So the severity is there. So here there would be probably a fourth element, which is what sometimes is referred to as the Caroline test, which is what is the way in which this armed attack occurs so that you are justified in responding with military force. And the Caroline incident is something that happened between, I think it was a British and American vessel in the 1800s. And I think the American vessel shot, or at least, or perhaps even sunk the British vessel because they thought they were going to be attacked. And the reason that the Secretary of State of the U.S. became famous, and states used that test in order to justify their own military actions, which is something that is instant, leaves no choice for deliberation and stuff. So in this case, you're saying something that has already happened, right? So it's not even instant, leaving no choice of deliberation. I have to respond, but it has already happened. So I'm fully justified in answering. I would say yes. Yeah, in short. But again, untested. The cases that we have are border disputes, ships being sunk,
Yeah,
oil platforms being sunk.
Yeah, totally get it. Like, no one has melted down a nuclear reactor before, from another nation at least. Actually, we kind of did, but I guess another question.
And the other thing would be armed. Like, what is armed? Do we interpret the word armed to be adaptive to the new methods of warfare, or do we just say, well, has this
I was just about to ask.
Horrible consequences, but since it was not done with the traditional weapons of war, then it's not an armed attack. It's an attack, but it's not armed. I see that's kind of a frivolous way to argue.
Yeah,
But
so like a different type of blockade. Let's say America has some very low Earth orbit satellites, and they decide to cut off all telecommunications outside and outside of China. Like, China can no longer use the internet to either contact satellites, and fiber optic cables have been cut. Do you think that would ever qualify as an act of war, or at least a hostile action that could justify self-defense?
An armed attack. Well, again, satellites. I would probably argue analogically from vessels, because vessels in international waters have a similar situations in that it is a some sort of vehicle that has the nationality or the flag of a state and is navigating or flying through an area that is not part of the territory of any state, like international waters or space, right?
Oh,
So
the
if-
satellites aren't like attacked; they're just jammed. Like, they're totally fine. They're totally structurally fine, just jammed.
Jammed.
Like electronic warfare. It's all electronic warfare. There's no physical anything outside of electromagnetics.
Yeah, I have no idea. I would have to argue analogically. Like, if the incapacitation of a bunch of satellites, telecommunications or military satellites, is done as a pattern of, I'm incapacitating your satellites because then I'm going to attack you. Well, then it's clearly part of an attack. If it's just to annoy you, I don't know really what the barrier here is. I think an international court would have a hard time with the word armed. Like, what is the arm here? Is the whatever software an arm in the whatever sense? And second, like, is this incapacitation of a satellite something that we could compare to an attack on your territory or on a vessel? Even if you don't sink the vessel, if you incapacitate the vessel, is that enough? Is any life being lost? Like human life would probably be a consideration. Whereas if you're just whatever trashing an object, that's a harder case, especially if the object is outside of your territory. Yeah, I'm spitballing what my intuition would be, but I don't have a super solid legal opinion here.
Okay. I don't know. It feels like the armed part, the kinetic part, is just less and less relevant, and now I see it as a just a litmus test for threats to the, I guess, territory sovereignty of a nation and the, I guess, monopoly of violence and safety and security of a nation's citizens and military. Like, over time, I don't think the armed part is going to be very relevant to what we consider a violation of international law.
Probably yes.
I think a lot of people have written that there's a lot of questions around cyber attacks and how that constitutes. That's a huge thing between like Iran, China, and the United States in terms of, and Russia, in terms of what constitutes like. I don't know if anybody said they're acts of war.
The problem here would be defining this new definition of armed attack, so that if you said, as Forethought did, that in reality we're interested in an attack on the sovereignty or independence of a nation, well, then you could construe a lot of things as being an attack on the sovereignty of a nation. And again, this is a door that the number one value and goal of the international community, even if they speak, rightfully so, a lot about human rights, about climate change, about a lot of stuff, the number one thing the United Nations was set up to do was the maintenance of international peace and security, i.e. world peace. So anything that would open a door like that is kind of the first priority for most states to avoid, especially states that are not aligned with one of the new Cold War blocs that are forming right now, I guess.
I feel like the other end of that is also equally scary. So, for instance, in the jamming hypothetical, or in a hacking hypothetical, you could have just a constant escalation of electronic warfare to the point where a kinetic response is now required or mandatory. So, for instance, if a Russian hacker stole some of our nuclear codes, like that demands a tremendous kinetic response from the United States at minimum.
Yeah, I mean,
and I think that, I think
if you involve military equipment, that you have a clear case. But imagine the attacks were just on whatever economic infrastructure. Well, then,
I think you can, at some point, you can justify a military retaliation for economic damage. I think that's, I mean, maybe it wouldn't be considered legal under an international law, but I don't think a nation will consider international law over like 10% of their GDP.
Yeah, but like imagine that China tomorrow decides to stop every single import and export to the United States. This would do tremendous amounts of damage to the, many economic sectors, to food availability or to technology availability, natural resources. I mean, it would be a huge catastrophe. Probably thousands of people would die, probably. I don't know where, but yeah.
To the United States or to the world at large? Because to the United States, we're relatively self-sufficient as far as nations go. We're sort of unique in that respect.
Well, sure. Let's take then another country that is.
I mean, I can go along with the hypothetical. I'm just I'm wondering, is this just about a United States-China relationship, or is this broader?
Yeah, I thought that like for the financial sector, for the technological sector, for manufacture, there was a lot, like huge volume of export and import from those two countries. But like, okay, to get the example to, I don't know, a more...
Thanks, Thompson, for the 30 your host.
A better one. Let's take, I don't know, China and whatever, Vietnam, or a state that is way more dependent on imports and exports from, right? So the supply chain is set up so that if trade was interrupted between two nations, many people would die of hunger, right? That is a situation that could happen.
Sure.
Well, then you would have to argue in your rationale, for the rationale that you were using, that is an act of war, and that therefore that would justify military attack. So that's a slippery slope, no?
Yes, but I feel like I'm fine standing on that slope. I think a good sort of realistic analogy is in Yemen. They're preventing various grain silos to like countries like Sudan. You have the Houthis blocking really important cargo that is going to rather impoverished nations. And I think even if they were doing it without any sort of kinetic aspect, I feel like a military retaliation would be acceptable within my mind.
Again, of course, you're arguing for a morality perspective or political perspective, not a legal perspective. Yes. If we codified this rationale into law, what would stop any nation from attacking their neighbor if they considered that a nation is, with their trade policy, impeding the entry of vital materials or products or services into their own state?
I feel like you're describing a blockade and we're back to square one.
Not a blockade. I mean, let's imagine just there's a huge dependence between two nations.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that perhaps the nation B that is being interrupted trade from nation A could recover, right? They could reestablish supply chains with other states rather than the first one. But this would take, 6 months, a year, and in that interim, huge economic collapse happens. Would you say that would be a... Because in the case of Sudan, you're saying they're impeding the entry of humanitarian assistance, which is even more dramatic, right?
Yeah, I think, I guess their internal standard in my mind is effect on sovereignty of a nation and threats to the human lives of a nation. So I guess it depends on how extreme that economic deprivation can be. So for instance, I believe when I was looking up our sanctions and the effects they had on North Korea, I believe it was like 7% of the deaths could be directly attributed to like the lack of fertilizer and lack of modern farming equipment that is led to a lot of starvation in the nation.
Mm-hmm.
Like that feels totally justifiable as a reason for military retaliation, at the very least.
From the eyes of North Korea?
From the eyes of North Korea, in this case. But in terms of like what threshold is acceptable in terms of military retaliation, I couldn't put a number on it. Like I couldn't codify this. But this is just my sense, both in terms of what I think most people are comfortable with morally, and in terms of what nations would actually do should any of this actually play out in reality.
I think that...
Yeah, go ahead.
I agree that the emphasis on the military side of things is sort of arbitrary, in that economic warfare can have way more deaths as a consequence than actual warfare, right? So that our focus on ruling and preventing and actual war would probably look like, to an alien who doesn't know, is not familiar with human history, could look like hypocrisy or an unjustifiable asymmetry. The thing is, pragmatically, this is way more... you're balancing what you're saying about saving human life and protecting sovereignty, economic prosperity, whatever, with the other big value of the international community, which is the preservation of international peace and security.
Yeah,
and
in terms of...
precarious balance.
Okay, last roundabout, and then what did you have for me, Edgar? And then, I've spent like 4 hours on this.
Oh, yeah, sorry. No, I didn't have anything particularly for you. I just tuned in, and I heard, shit being said about international relations, international law, and I was like, I gotta say something about it. Not shit in that you were...
Gotcha. It was me. I was shit. Okay, I get it.
No, but the other guy had like the second year law student opinion about international law, which is understandable. I had the same opinion. And for my students, the first lecture of the course of international law is like, okay, let's have a discussion on whether international law is law. But from this point forward, let us assume that it is law, just for the subject's sake. But again, if anyone is interested in this, which is, I know, a big issue for many people that struggle with this, read about HLA Hart's conception. He's a legal philosopher. Conception of what law is and how this applies to international law, right? Because, and also Ronald Dworkin, other legal philosophers.
Okay. And one last quick question before you go. Actually, not quick at all. But in terms of counter-terrorist attacks, do you think
I remember what I want to say to you. Sorry.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Terrorism. I think it would be unwise to regulate it. First, because the war terrorism is charged with a lot of, it's loaded with a lot of moralistic connotation, right? No one ever has admitted that they have engaged in terrorism. Like non-state actors would say they are liberation groups or whatever, and state actors would say there's no such thing as state terrorism, blah, blah, blah. So no one would agree to regulate it with the word terrorism. That's one. And then number two is, well, we could regulate the substance of it via a better, an amendment to the Geneva Conventions, right? So why do we need to put the word terrorism in it, which is kind of a moral condemnation that no one would like to A, regulate it, and B, if it's regulated, no one would ever, it's so messy a word, no?
Okay. And so in terms of like a new regulation about the specifically for what would be considered like special operations that would be classified as counterterrorism, how do you modify the Geneva Convention to only be those carve-outs for specific counterterrorism and not apply to broader armed conflict?
Well, I'm guessing you're talking about special operations that happen outside of the context of war?
Yes. So, for instance, in the West Bank, there was a special operations team that dressed up as I believe, patients and nurses, and
yeah.
So you have the example in mind.
Yeah. I remember I had a very long discussion with. I'm in this Pisco's Discord server, and I had a jolly conversation about that with the lawyers there. Well, first, let me say I don't agree that necessarily the answer that international humanitarian law gives right now is a wrong answer. The answer right now would probably be you are not allowed to dress as doctors in a hospital to do that. But if you amended the Fourth Geneva Convention, you could allow for use or military action to be taken inside of the hospital in an occupied military occupied area, if and when certain requirements are present, right? Which actually international humanitarian law is very close to doing right now. So we wouldn't have to change a lot. So one thing would be to consider the Hamas or the alleged Hamas terrorists in the hospital to be actually engaged in hostilities, even though they are outside of the battlefield. So if the battlefield right now is in Gaza, these people were in the West Bank, international humanitarian law would consider them to be belligerents, combatants in an either domestic, international or a non-international armed conflict. So then you would only need to justify, which is an easy thing to do, I think, the engagement in hostilities inside of a hospital, which is already probably or possibly being used by the terrorists or the Hamas combatants themselves. If it's a dual-use building, right, the hospital, if it's being used for whatever purposes, then you're already justified in considering doing something in it. And if it's a kind of surgical strike that you're doing, you're not bombing the hospital, you're just going there with a targeted attack. Well, then you are additionally complying with the requirements of proportionality and of distinction and of necessity and blah, blah, blah.
Hold on,
So
complying
again,
with distinction to go in to a hospital?
yes, I mean, the hospital is full of people, and you're only shooting the Hamas people. You're not shooting the other ones, so you're distinguishing between civilians and non-civilians inside of a hospital.
Oh,
which
sorry.
is,
Okay, yeah. Okay.
So if the hospital is admittedly a very protected building by international humanitarian law rules, but if you deem that the hospital is being used by combatants, then it's a dual-use building, and then the story changes. I'm not sure it's what was going on there. Were the Hamas militants seeking
medical
refuge
treatment? Yeah.
there? Medical treatment.
Yeah, so as far as I'm aware, the one member was injured and I believe was laying in bed getting treatment. Two came in to help from different organizations to help conduct planning within the hospital, at which point certain special forces arrive, they kill them and then leave. In my mind, there is just a whole wide range of international laws of armed conflict that are violated in that entire chain in order to make that operation acceptable in any way. So I'm curious how you would amend the laws currently in order to make that something that is acceptable in that kind of an instance, but not be broadened to like broader armed conflict in general.
I don't agree that it's so much of a stretch or so many rules are not being complied with. If the building was used in some sort of capacity in the context of hostilities, it becomes a dual-use building. Of course, a dual-use building means it is ordinarily not a military facility, so you cannot target it unless it becomes dual-use, so used for civilians and used for warfare.
As a quick thing on that, I don't think dual use is an actual thing, right? It's either a military target or not. I don't think there's like a dual use distinction, is there?
No, there is. Like, for instance, bridges, they are usually civilian facilities that are used for civilian traffic, whatever. But if certain bridges are being used or liable for being used by the enemy, then they become dual use. They are used for civilians and they are used.
Yeah, but in terms of
in
terms of laws that would govern how you would treat these things, I think wouldn't that just fall under? It would become a military target, and then your proportionality and everything would happen from there. Like I don't think you evaluate under a different, like a special, like a dual use provision. I think you would just evaluate it as a military target. No.
It's been a long time since I've read up on this, but I'm pretty sure that a dual-use building is not like a regular old military target.
That's my understanding. Is it literally becomes that. But if I'm wrong, it'd be interesting showing. That's a pretty big part that underlines a lot of my current understanding. But I'm pretty sure, yeah, just even a hospital will just become a military target.
I think you have to be super, super extra careful and to justify the proportionality way more.
Correct. Yep. And if there's any doubt, you have to you're supposed to err on the side of caution and assuming it's a civilian target. Yeah. But but it's not. There isn't a dual use analysis where it's like, okay, well, it's a civilian and a military target. It either is a military target or it's not targetable in terms of armed conflict.
I mean, again, it's a long time since I've read up on this, but the term dual use is constantly used in the law and in the practical use of it. Like, for instance, in the Ukraine, when there was an attack on certain bridges or even to electric power plants, this dual-use analysis was triggered in that there's an argument there whether you can target it, where the electricity of that power plant is used for one and for the other. True, but what are the consequences for the civilians of the...
Sure. If you could shoot me like an article or something on that, I'd be very interested because I've never seen a dual use analysis. The first analysis I see is one of distinction. Does it count as a military target or not? And then once distinction has been done, then it's only proportionality in terms of figuring out like what's the damage that you're allowed to do based on collateral damage. Yeah.
I'm reading from the IR's. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No. Go ahead.
According to this document, Laws of Armed Conflict, Lesson 3 from the ICRC, the law does not recognize any class of dual-use objects. Only military objectives are defined. Anything outside of the formula is by definition a civilian object and cannot be attacked.
Yeah, that's my understanding.
Well, then perhaps you're correct. I remember hearing a lot about when I took a class on international humanitarian law a long time ago, but perhaps the dual use rationale is only applied when deciding if it is indeed a military objective, and then it moves on from there. I don't think there's, to be clear, 3 regimes, like civilian objective, dual use objective, and a military objective. I think there's both of them, like legitimate, therefore military, and then illegitimate and therefore civilian. Dual use thing is just like a set of rules that are triggered to determine which is which, right?
Yeah, that I could understand that. Yeah.
Yeah.
That because a dual use thing might be, like you said, like train tracks that deliver military supplies and civilian stuff. So that it would have a dual use, but then you would have to determine at some point, like, well, is it a military target? If it is, then all those rules apply.
Exactly.
If civilian is untargetable. Yeah.
So,
sure.
in the context of a hospital, that is one room of the hospital is being used by to plan, but the rest of the hospital is being used regularly with under the dual use rules. Would that be a military objective? Probably not.
Or wait, you said if one room in a hospital is being used for military stuff, but the rest of it isn't?
Yeah, I mean.
So under those rules, it would 100% be a military target. So you would move to the military analysis, or I'm sorry, you'd move to the proportionality analysis, but the proportionality analysis might say that, like, even though this is for sure a military target, like a single soldier running into a hospital and fighting from that hospital turns the whole hospital into a military target. But then at that point, you would have to do a proportionality assessment and say, okay, well, we could kill 5,000, civilians to kill this one soldier that ran and fought. So you'd probably fail on the proportionality part. But on the distinction part, it would for sure be a military target. Yeah.
Yeah, that's likely. I'm gonna be honest. I'm not super clear on this.
Sure.
So it's possible you're right. So in the case that you're saying, as to Forthought's point, I don't think a lot of modifications would have to be implemented into international humanitarian law to enable you to consider it a military target. Then you would have to move to proportionality, distinction, necessity, etc.
Yeah.
And if you send a team of people which are like trained to only shoot these people that have been identified, and they have a picture, they don't mistake them for others, I think that also would go to the proportionality, necessity, distinction. Yeah.
And I guess the other half is specifically with distinction, but not on the terrorists being attacked, but in terms of the military conducting special operations. How do you modify the current laws to allow for special forces to, I guess, pseudo blend in and use human shields essentially in order to maintain coercion, I guess at the very least?
Yeah, I mean, I think the rules prohibiting that are there for a good reason, and I don't see a good way to remove those rules in the case of special forces, but keep them in place for other situations, right? So I think I don't see a good way to do it. So it would either go to eliminate the whole rule about perfidy and about dressing yourself as a civilian in order to blend in, etc., which would have very undesirable consequences, because then if anyone could be a combatant, because anyone could blend in as a civilian, then you are more justified to kill indiscriminately than otherwise, or you just maintain the rule and you have special forces use other methods. But otherwise, like, how do you carve out, I don't see how you carve out the provision for special forces, but not for regular ones, or only for state regular state militaries, but not for non-state actors or regular militias. Like, how do you justify that distinction? I don't think it's...
Stephen, do you care if we go over this, or are you like trying to do something?
Trying to do something. I'm like, we're 4.5 hours in. I haven't started what I was originally going to do today, so...
Yeah, sure, no problem. Aker, I can DM you later where I'm getting my thoughts from, and you can just go over that.
Yeah, great.
All right.
By the way, as a longtime Destiny watcher, is Forthought here still? Or
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah. I remember your role in the whole Mr. Girl drama. And I just wanted to say it's kind of an interesting thing to be speaking to you.
Are you fangirling right now? Is that happening?
Well, not fangirling, but like, imagine you've seeing a soap opera for a long time, and then you magically happen to talk not even with the actors portraying one of the characters, but one of the characters themselves, where even one of the characters as you that was kind of behind the scenes, you don't speak much, at least in the channels that have been uploaded to the main channel. You're just kind of behind the scenes bullying Mr. Girl, I guess. That was very funny.
Yeah, it was a blast. It was great meeting you.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, peace out.
All right. Well, good night for me,
Yeah.
Steven.
Did you have any wait, oh shit. Okay. I've got hold on, a couple questions. Are you familiar? Oh fuck, I don't know if I asked this in the past. Are you familiar with the 2004 advisory opinion that the UN issued in relation to the wall?
Yep.
Okay. Sometimes when I read UN things, I notice sometimes that they will engage in a legal analysis where they'll put like a paragraph and then they'll write a sentence and then that's it. And sometimes people cite to these things as incredibly authoritative. And then when I look back on what they're citing to, I feel like there was like no legal analysis given. And it's very strange to me. So for instance, in that 2004 advisory opinion, I think that one of the things that they rule on very quickly, like it's within one paragraph, they make the statement that a state is not allowed to take part in conflict or can't declare conflict or whatever with a non-state actor. In 2004, they say this. And that's because they cite one paragraph of the UN Charter, and it doesn't even say it has to be against state, but they just assert that, and then that's just it. Can you tell me like why or how you deal with things like this or what like...
I'm not familiar with the passage you're mentioning, but yeah, sometimes international courts, especially I would say regarding stuff that they don't consider transcendental or super important to the decision that they're reaching, right? So there's the main arguments where they're basing stuff, and then there's kind of the dicta, right? Stuff that they say by the way, or it's like kind of a tangential argument to support, like secondary argument to support the main argument, or perhaps it's just to counter one of the arguments of one of the parties, but it's not really material in order to justify the decision and stuff. And sometimes they don't justify it well. That can happen. It doesn't tell you a lot about whether the argument is solid legally or not. It just says it's not very well justified. If you want to look for a clue as to whether it was kind of contentious at the time or not, or if it someone thought this is not very well justified because it is wrongly decided or arbitrary, whatever, usually the dissent by other judges will point that out.
Okay.
But in this case, is that the thing you have in your screen?
Yeah, that was one thing. Yeah. So it says, so in 139, under the terms of Article 51 of the Charter of the UN, because I think Israel is invoking UN Security Council resolutions that reference Article 51 for their right to self-defense, they quote Article 51, and then they go on to say, Article 51 of the Charter thus recognizes the existence of an inherent right of self-defense in the case of armed attack by one state against another state. So they add that another state in there, which is a hotly debated thing in the international community, especially after 2001 with the 9/11 attacks and everything. So then they say, however, Israel does not claim that the attacks against it are imputable to a foreign state. And the court also notes that Israel exercises control in the occupied Palestinian territory, and that, as Israel itself states, the threat which it regards as justifying the construction of the wall originates within and not outside the territory. The situation is thus different from that contemplated by SC Resolution 1368 and 1373, and therefore Israel could not in any event invoke those resolutions in support of its claim to be exercising a right of self-defense. Consequently, the court concludes that Article 51 of the Charter has no relevance in this case. So I feel like this is a thing that you could blow up into like a whole ass paper legal analysis.
Oh yeah, into a PhD dissertation even.
Yeah.
I think that there are two steps here. The resolutions here, if I'm not mistaken, relate to the September 11th attacks. And
correct. I believe they do, yeah.
Yeah. So essentially what they're saying is this situation is not analogous to a terrorist group or a non-state armed actor from Afghanistan attacking the US.
Yeah.
Because that is kind of an interstate attack, even if it's not from a state to a state, from the army of a state to a territory of a state, just from an entity that happens to be in a state to the territory of another state. What the court here is saying is Israel occupies the West Bank, which is true. I mean, it militarily occupies it. So it originated from the territory they control. So here, even if there's a terrorist group or whatever you want to call it, it's internal in nature. You cannot trigger.
Well, wait, hold on.
Article
I
51.
understand what you're saying. I understand their analysis. I'm just saying what you were about to say. You can't invoke Article 51 in an occupied territory. That sounds like a statement that would require heavy legal analysis instead of just like.
No, because Article 51 is about the use of force in international relations, right? So here, Article 2.5, I believe, or 2.4 of the Charter talks about the prohibition of the use of force or threat of use of force in international relations. So either it's between two states or there's an international element here. You're talking about cross-border between actors situated in several states. Article 51 is a part of that regime, the regime of the use of force in international relations. And this is one of the only two justifications for the use, this thing that we have prohibited, the use of force in international relations. This is one of the only two exceptions.
Yeah.
So Article 51 is understood by everyone as applying to international relations. So there must be an international element here to invoke this, the right to self-defense.
If I were to go by that definition, though, then that would mean that Israel has no right to defend itself in a military context against Hamas. No?
No.
Why?
No. If Israel defends itself from a non-state actor that operates within the borders of Israel, Israel is fully entitled to do that, but that is not even related to the norms relating to the use of force in international relations. It would be a domestic armed conflict or a domestic terroristic situation.
The domestic situation, though, the rules and regulations for those domestic things, though, fall much, much, much heavier on the policing power at that point.
Yes, which in
such
this case,
that, like,
of course,
go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
The policing power here would be under a different regime. So if Israel was acting against a terrorist group in Tel Aviv, that would be different than it acting against a terrorist group in Ramallah, because Ramallah is in a militarily occupied territory, and therefore international humanitarian law is in effect there.
Sure, but I'm saying that, like, I'm saying that if you analyze this absent, like, Article 51, then certain things become basically never permissible. Like every single artillery strike, every single airstrike, none of these things would be permissible. Police can't do this against people they're policing. All of these things would be huge contravention of any type of regulation of this type of conflict. Like I think that Israel being able to take, because I think Israel being able to take military actions against Hamas requires that Hamas is given the analysis of not like an occupied, like within a country type of thing. No, don't they have to be considered a separate actor?
It's not true. Like if there is an internal military conflict between whatever one rebel militia and the government, or two separatist entities, or whatever, that is not international use of force, because there is no part of this conflict that involves the territory of more than one state or the government of more than one state. Everything is internal. However, the state would be fully justified in, trying to establish their control of the territory and engaging in a war, in an internal war, not an international war. But
doesn't the internal war stuff still fall under Article 51, or is there what else? No.
Article 51 talks about self-defense in the international relations. So between states or between entities that come from other states.
So what would be governing then the conflict between Israel and Hamas?
Well, first you have to answer if Palestine is a state or not. Then you will have to answer if Hamas is the government or part of the government, or the government of part of Palestine. And if not, so it gets complicated because Gaza is not military.
Well, sure. So my understanding is that, like, whether Palestine was a state or not or whether that actually doesn't matter that much, even if it was like a territory or whatever the fuck else, or like a huge thing, a huge armed uprising or whatever in the country, maybe not. Like that these things don't actually matter as much. What really matters is whether or not it's considered, like my understanding is, so you can have international conflict with other states. You can have international conflict where you invoke Article 51 with other states or with other terrorist groups in other states. And I think with groups inside your country. But if it's not considered like an independent group or whatever, then it's evaluated as like a policing conflict. And then at that point, so for instance, one huge change would be police generally aren't allowed to kill somebody unless there's like an imminent threat to life or something like that. So like, for instance, for the Great March of Return, when the UN did an analysis on Israel there, the UN had decided that only 2 of like 200 deaths were justified. But the reason why that determination came out was because they concluded that conflict, that was a policing issue. That wasn't like an armed conflict issue. Therefore, every single person that was shot and killed, that Israel would have said, well, this is a military target, they're doing this with Hamas, blah, blah, blah. Yep. All of that was illegitimate. They said, no, you're the police force. You should have arrested these people.
But you're confusing just two considerations here. One is there military conflict?
Yeah.
Which there can be an internal military conflict and an international military conflict. And 2, is there an international element to it?
Okay.
Right? So, for instance, in the Syrian civil war, like if you eliminate, Western bombings and Russia, etc., if you just take Assad versus ISIS versus the Kurds versus the rebels, that is an internal military conflict.
Mm-hmm.
So Bashar al-Assad, his government was entitled, I mean, he committed a bunch of war crimes and nasty stuff, but he was entitled to fight that war within the parameters of international humanitarian law for the law of non-international armed conflict. Right? Yeah.
Well, here's my question. Go ahead. Yeah.
So you're asking, what is his authorization to do that? Well, the principle of sovereignty. Bashar al-Assad is as the government of Syria, is entitled to enforce the laws of Syria and to try and establish the sole monopoly of the use of force inside of the territory of Syria. Mm-hmm. And if there's an entity that is not just 2 robbers in a bank, but it's generally engaging in a non-international armed conflict, then it is entitled to act as a belligerent within the laws of war. That is different from a policing situation, of course.
I guess my question is, how do you draw a distinction between internal military conflict or armed conflict and like a policing situation? Because I believe that there are different rules that apply.
Yes.
Yeah.
For sure. I mean, I'm not an expert on this, but there is a definition in the what is the additional protocol for the Geneva Conventions pertaining to
1 or 2? Do you know which one?
Armed conflict. I don't remember.
Probably AP1. Okay.
Essentially, there is a definition of what is a non-international armed conflict. It's probably not very precise. Like, what is the number of deaths? I don't think they provide for a number of deaths in which you can trigger that. But yeah, I mean, probably there would be a discussion as to whether perhaps there's a gray zone. Is this just a big criminal group or a small civil war? Probably there's a gray zone there. Mm-hmm. But at some point, the regular rules pertaining to international law of human rights would transform into the international humanitarian law in the context of armed conflict, which there's a discussion as to whether they're the same thing, or whether international humanitarian law is the special regime for human rights applied to a specific circumstance, which is armed conflict. But essentially, there's a point in which you stop applying regular human rights and you start applying international humanitarian law for belligerents and all of these people, whereas you should still apply human rights to everyone else, even if it's military situation and stuff. Again, super complex. I'm not an expert on this, but that's my understanding. So in this case,
what would be your right when you say right to sovereignty to like fight, like if Bashar al-Assad wanted to fight against an uprising in his country as more than a policing power? What part of like the UN Charter would you be invoking there, if not Article 51?
the UN Charter regulates
Uh-huh.
many things, but the main thing it regulates is international relations, relations between states.
Okay.
Anything else, so either it regulates directly, so there's a bunch of regulations regarding human rights and other things that don't have to do with strictly one state acting towards another. Anything else you have to regulate specifically. Otherwise, there's a general assumption that the principle of sovereignty and exclusive jurisdiction, exclusive territorial jurisdiction, every state does whatever they want unless it's prohibited by international law, right? So in the case of the use of force in international relations, there's an explicit prohibition, and then there's Article 51, which is
which carves out an exception, yeah.
Yes. Everything else, if it's not prohibited by rules of human rights or rules of international humanitarian law, states have exclusive territorial jurisdiction. And if it's not banned, it is allowed. Again, we should be very careful with this because there's a lot of regulation regarding
Sure. Okay, so like,
stuff,
if I was just trying to figure out like, how do I know if a state is allowed to engage a domestic dispute as a military one or a policing one? What body of law or what treaty or what convention or where would I find that distinction, like spelled out?
I'd say look for either in the Geneva Conventions or on the interpretation of the Geneva Conventions as to when do we consider a non-international armed conflict to have started, and therefore when international humanitarian law is applicable, as opposed to it just being a criminal issue. Even in cases of like the regular policing power, quote unquote, you have to apply general rules of human rights, but that doesn't say you are not allowed to kill people in self-defense or defense of others, or like if there's a super violent gang that's constantly killing people, and the state is entitled to use a lot of force.
I think there's heavy restrictions on use of force compared to if it's an armed conflict. Like, let's say we take that same mafia example. Let's say the mafia is engaged in violent acts against a civilian population. Like, the police is required to investigate, have warrants, go through some kind of like court system. They have to serve these warrants. They have to use appropriate level of force. If this was a military conflict, I might say the mafia houses itself here and here, and they store supplies here. Let's bring in F-16s and bomb it. You can't do that in a policing operation, right?
True. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think that's the. I think that when Israel was challenging the UN's rule here, Israel was trying to say, well, we have a right to defend ourselves in the case of armed conflict. Here are the resolutions we're citing. And then the UN says, well, actually, you only have the right to engage. It feels like they were saying you only have the right to engage in military conflict between other states and stuff originating from within your country. You don't. Okay.
Yeah. So here in the paragraph you showed me, the court said you are not allowed to use the justification provided to in Article 51, which is self-defense in international relations, because here you don't have another state or an actor that is operating from another state attacking you. Therefore, this is a non-international armed conflict, probably. If it even is a non-international armed conflict, if it is, then the international humanitarian law still applies. If it isn't, well, then it doesn't. But again, you should look for the definition here. I'm not super clear on what's the threshold for.
Okay, I'll try to dig through that more, I guess, to figure out the distinction.
This paragraph would probably be... I agree that it's not very well justified, but this is probably a case in which the court found that to be like evident, so they did not need to justify it further. Yeah. I mean, I could see a criticism of the this paragraph as you showed it to me, which is, well, if you consider Palestine to be a state, which the court probably doesn't, the ICC doesn't, anyways, and if it's an occupied part of that state, well, then you could argue that there's an international element there, right? So if Palestine is a state and the West Bank is a militarily occupied part of that state, and then there's armed conflict in there, perhaps you could be way more justified in saying, well, this is an international use of force and armed attack, etc., etc. And if you could say Hamas is part of this state of Palestine. But of course, Israel does not argue that Palestine is a state, because they don't. So that's probably why. It's a Israel-Palestine is not only complex politically and diplomatically, it's also complex in the legal front of things.
Yeah, I can understand you. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Well, hey, listen,
Oh,
I love it. Yeah. What's
last
up?
things.
Mhm.
Last thing. Are you going to Israel?
Maybe I have a meeting tomorrow with Lonerbox. I stayed up too late last night doing dumb shit, so I'm talking with him tomorrow. We'll see.
Oh.
We'll talk about it. But I think
Interesting.
I'm like 55% sure that we'll do it.
Great. Do you though, if you decide to go around which time or?
I don't know why. You trying to set me up? You trying to kill me?
No, man. I don't know.
Why you think you might be there at the same time, or are you just curious?
No, I mean I'm curious. I travel a lot, and perhaps.
If we do it, it'll
there-
be within probably a month or two. So.
Okay. There's no chance then.
Okay.
All right. No, I mean if you want to do a meetup or something.
Okay, I'll think about it. I love you.
Yeah. All right. Bye.
Be careful. The definition of non-international armed conflict is the subject of intense legal debates fed by international jurisprudence, by the diversity of the forms of conflicts in the Cold War and the global war on terror, as well as the multiplication of non-state armed groups. This qualification determines the law applicable in these situations. Jesus. Okay, I might dig into this later. Okay, holy fuck. Close. Wait. Why do we have this open? The Intercept. Oh, they wrote another thing today, I think. Okay, put this over here. That's what we were supposed to go over today. Recently hosted a debate with Destiny and... Oh, this got posted. My god. I woke up like 5 minutes before this fucking debate. How unhinged was that guy? I don't know if I would say he was unhinged. I mean, I disagreed with almost everything he said, but... I feel... Is it Simka? Is that what the guy's name is pronounced as? Struggling to contain radical outbursts. He did a good job staying on point. Jesus.
Am I interrupting anything?
A little bit. You've got like 2 minutes. What's up?
Have I given you the latest bench press update?
Nope. Go ahead. Update us.
Okay, I did 350 pounds for 3 sets of 5.
Good job. We're proud of you. Anything else?
No, that's it.
Okay. Wait.
All right, we'll take
fuck
care.
it. We'll ask. Why not? How do you?
What?
How are you increasing your sets of 5 maxes? Are you doing like a lot of other types of like rep ranges or a ton of accessory work, or do you just do like 3 sets of 5?
So I never train to a max effort, like very rarely anyway. So there's usually like at least 1 or 2 reps in the tank. But I do vary my rep ranges. Right now I'm doing sets of 5 and sets of 10 on bench.
Mm-hmm.
I also do incline press and overhead press as an accessory, and I also do dumbbell flies.
Is there a reason why you oh my god, I just had a question. I just fucking forgot it. You said you do incline. You said you do overhead press. You said you do dumbbell. What did you say right before that?
I vary the rep ranges, so I do sets of 5 and sets of 10.
Okay. I had another question. I totally fucking forgot. Oh, when you do like sets of 10, I'm curious, what is your work weight for those? If you're doing sets of 5 for 350.
Yeah. Last session I did 310. hopefully by the end of this week I can do 315. That's the goal.
Damn. And it's 3x10 for that as well?
Yeah.
Okay. Nice job. Jeez. Do you are you still are you like an all natty duder? Or are you like on TRT or anything or?
No, no TRT. Don't take testosterone. No anabolic steroids. That includes testosterone derivatives, DHT derivatives.
Illuminator, thanks for the 5
nandrolones.
gifted subs.
Don't take any pro-hormones. No non-steroidal SARMs. The only thing that I've taken that's technically on the WADA banned list would be TB500, which is a it's like a healing peptide. I took it for I think 4 weeks.
Do you know what your T levels are? Do you ever get that measured? Blood work? You must, being a vegan and all that, right?
No, I've never gotten it measured.
Oh, damn. There was never a time period where you did like blood measure leveling because people claim that like vegans are vitamin deficient or whatever. You never got all those checked out?
So I've gotten my vitamin levels checked. I've literally never been deficient in any vitamin or mineral in my entire life. I think the last test I did was like about 6 months ago, and everything was fine.
Okay.
Never got my hormones tested though.
Damn. And what does your like weekly volume look like? Like, are you benching like on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, or are you doing like 5 days a week, some type of like benching stuff, or?
It's 3 days a week, so my volumes aren't particularly high. I respond really well to training, so I just if I train too much, it just makes it very hard for me to recover for the next session. So in terms of direct volume for the chest, I think it's about 12 to 15 sets an entire week, which isn't terribly high.
Yeah, damn. And you're not like doing any, it sounds like you're literally just like progressively overloading. You're not doing any like crazy like 5-3-1 calculus, whatever bullshit, like adding and blah, blah, blah. You just add a little bit more every time you work out or what?
Yeah. There's no need to overcomplicate things really.
I think that's true for beginners, but when you're benching like 350 for 5 over 3 sets, you can still just like, you're just like a genetic god.
I would say I'm really genetically gifted when it comes to building size, not super gifted when it comes to strength.
How much do you weigh right now?
I think I'm about 270.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but the reason I'm able to get my bench so high is just because I can just keep building muscle, and that compensates for the, I don't know. I wouldn't say I'm super genetically gifted for strength, but if you're able to build enough muscle, you can pretty much lift anything.
Okay. Well, sick. Awesome.
All right, well, take care.
Yeah.
If you have any more training questions, feel free to ask.
Sure thing. Wait, how tall are you?
I'm 6'3".
Damn. Okay. All right. Well, have fun. If there's anything else, feel free to.
All right, take care, man.
Yeah, be careful. Jesus Christ. The CH in Simcha sounds like how Israel say the H. Oh, Simcha? Simcha? Ugh. Rooster Teeth is biting the dust over more than 2 decades. Rip. May I challenge you on settlements and 2-state solution? No! We already talked about that shit way too much today. We got way too sidetracked. I'm already 5 hours on my stream. What the fuck?
But you said here the transfer of Arabs was inevitable.
هذا الباكج من مساعدات الإسقاط الجوي. هالمساعدات المفروض تكون مجانية ولكن أنا اشتريتها عشان أورجيكم.
Nice subtitles. Make it for
كل
America.
باكج بيختلف عن الثاني. في عندنا منيو 1 منيو 3 ومنيو 4. هانا تشيلي with beans, chicken noodles, spaghetti with beef. خلينا نشوف أول باكج. هاي أول.
It switches to English? Yeah, better. I'm gonna grab a sippy soy.
ايش هذا فيه؟ احسن. هذا شكله يا جماعة هذا ليدن مش عارف شو المستويات كاملة. عارف شو هي اساسا. أمريكية ونشوفكم في
It doesn't switch to English. You fucking lied to me. Fuck you. Our plans for 2024. What did Twitch do to eliminate this? I can't see how much. What is happening? Why is there no sidebar? I didn't even know you could like define this in a document. HTML is going too far. What the fuck? Cringe. Okay. The last year has been an exciting time for me since I took on the role of CEO at Twitch. The highlight of that year has been the time that I've spent at Twitch, or I've spent with the Twitch community, whether it is in person at events such as Twitch. Okay, I don't care about this. Helping you grow your communities. This year, producing ways to help you grow. Share your content on social media. Sharing clips of your content on other social media sites is a great way for new viewers to find you. It can help you stay connected with your community. Okay. Can we talk about this some other time? Sure, yes. Making collaborations easier and more rewarding. We'll be improving Stream Together. Okay. Improving the Twitch mobile experience. We're redesigning the mobile app. Okay. Helping you make more money. The past year, expanded the Plus program. We've also made the ad incentive program. Okay. Fueling more creator sponsorships. We built channel. Okay. New incentives. Okay. Increasing sub prices. We increased the price of a tier 1 sub in these places. Damn. And all the subs in Turkey. Oh, okay. This is... Trevorson, thanks for subbing, buddy.
هذه مكانها واحد وحيد. هاي المساعدات تنحط بكيس اسود زي هذا، اوكي؟ وبتنحط ثواني اورجيك وين، وبترتمي في الجماعه اللي زي هذه.
Just remember, guys, you should always be asking lots of questions when you see videos like this. The name of the video is Gazan Man Throws Food in the Garbage because it was parachuted into Gaza by the U.S. Air Force. Okay, so one, we don't know where this is. Unless you see a landmark or you 100% know the sky or trying, we don't technically know where this video is from. We don't know who this person is, okay? This could be some fucking guy in Syria for all we fucking know. We also don't know the time period. This could be from 3 months ago. So we don't know, and we don't know what he's saying. We don't know the language. So we don't know geography, where. We don't know who this guy is. We don't know the time period, and we can't even speak the language, okay? So we're truly relying solely on this headline, okay? That's supported by this video, okay? Now, when we watch the video, it looks like he has, it looks like an MRE, I guess, maybe? I can't tell. It looks like this was open. I'm not sure. And then it looks like he's throwing it away. But again, like, was this eaten already? There's a lot of cuts here. Is this where we think it is? What is he actually saying? Maybe this one. What if he was saying like, oh, there were worms in this MRE, so now I'm throwing it away right now? We don't know. We don't have a figure, but just saying, okay? Be super, 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 super skeptical when you see random fucking clips like this. We have no fucking idea. We have no idea what the fuck any of this shit is, all right? Or he could literally be a person in an area of Gaza that's not that hungry, that's not starving, that's doing fine on food, and he's just trying to stir shit up on social media for clicks and likes, and it doesn't represent the average use of the Palestinian, blah, 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 blah. Okay. I entered a mosque today in London. There was, oh, this one woman was from London. Nice. Judith Butler says this. How long ago was this? I don't know.
Similarly, I think, yes, understanding Hamas, Hezbollah as social movements that are progressive, that are on the left, that are part of a global left, is extremely important. That does not stop us from being critical of certain dimensions of both movements. It doesn't stop those of us who are interested in nonviolent politics from raising the question of whether there are other options besides violence. So again, a critical, important engagement. I mean, I certainly think it should be entered into the conversation on the left. I similarly think boycotts and divestment procedures are, again, an essential component of any resistance movement.
I think we have to close right now. Let me just, a couple of things. Please watch out.
I don't know what she means by on the left, and I don't know what she means by progressive. If this is like a 20-year-old clip, progressive doesn't mean the same thing then that it means now, because we didn't really use that word back in the day. I'm being pretty charitable, but yeah, I don't know. I don't like these 1 minute cut ups. She clearly likes Hamas. Maybe, I don't know. I don't like these like 1 minute cut clips. I don't know what the fuck the context of anything here is. The OG BDS were insane lefties. Oh, maybe, yeah. Oh, this was cute. The ADL put out a statement about anti-Israel activists applaud Houthi violence, and they reference our good friend Hassan Piker, a popular Turkish-American streamer who has justified the atrocities of October 7th, and has more than 3 million combined subscribers on Twitch and YouTube. Recently hosted on his social media platforms a Yemeni TikTok influencer who goes by the name Rashid Al-Haddad and refers to himself as Pirate King. While Al-Haddad's relationship with the Houthi movement is unclear, he's defended the Houthis' actions, expressed support for terrorism against the state of Israel, and shared propaganda from Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad. Based. All right. Let's see. Just make sure I have the other relevant articles here. Okay, we've got this. And then we've got this. Then we've got this. And then we've got this. Okay, do I have any of these open already? Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, all right. Organizing by date. This was published on December 28th, 2023. I've got to... The Intercept. Probably need a fucking account here. log in. How do I make an account? Oh my god. Become a member. Wait, they said you can do it for free. Oh, contribute $0. Ugh. This is not a paywall and joining is free. Oh, that's the newsletter. Ugh. Oh, cringe. More spam bullshit. Thanks, Askill, for the 5 good subs. The Lex Friedman debate with Shapiro and Destiny is already the 8th highest viewed video on his channel with 8.5 million views. Oh, damn. I haven't been checking the viewership on that. 8.5 million. Oh, shit. 8.6 million. Oh, damn, look at it go. If we could get to 10 million, we could be... This is only a month ago. Do you think we get to third most popular view on Lex's channel? Because this was a year, 1 year, 1 year, 2 years, 11 months, 3 months. Oh, this guy was really popular. 3 months ago, 3 years ago, 1 month ago. We've got to pass the C Donut, Elon Musk, and Paul Russoli. Joe Rogan said that if I get to third, if I pass him, he'll invite me on his show. Tucker Carlson is almost 7 million views at 8 days old, though. Oh, he's going to be coming for us as well. Fuck. Oh, God. Not good. Okay, this was written on March 4th, 2024. This was written on February 28th, 2024. March 4th, 2024. 28th, 2023. 28th. Wait, are these the same article? Oh, they are. Thank God. Okay. Close this. 28th, 2024. Wait. February 28th, 2024. Oh, this is the same article too. Okay. All right. Oh, okay. Okay. So we've got these 5. All right. I watched that vid on Lex's channel 50,000 times. Thank you. New songs. Okay. I don't know if I should like take notes on this. Probably just read this. By Jeffrey Gettleman, Anna Schwartz, and Adam Sella. I thought you were going to start with the report first. Well, the report came out on... When was this report published? It was a few days ago, right? Disclaimer. Okay, March 4th. So I think it probably came out right before this article was written, because it looks like they wrote that in response to it. So we'll throw this right here. And then Hassan, I think, interviewed these two guys after they had written. So that's here. This is the full timeline. Damn, what would I log this under? I don't think I would, Oh, actually, war crimes. So this would be part of, well, we consider this Operation Iron Swords. I don't like using the names of the operations here. Israel, okay, how am I organized? Israel, Hamas, okay. And then articles, okay. What do you think of the name Iron Swords? Based. So we've got December 28th, 2023. Screams without words. How Hamas weaponized sexual violence on October 7th. Who is Shukat? Is this like a meme that this guy keeps saying? Like, you Shukat my dick? Or why? I feel like you've asked this like 15 times. Why do you keep typing this? Or Shuk? The dude you're talking to tomorrow. Calendar. Oh, I don't know. I shouldn't even use this stupid fuck calendar. That's the guy's name. It's just a guy on my calendar. I don't know who it is. A random dude. Oh, I need somebody to run this for me. It's probably a professor or somebody that emailed me and fucking whatever. That's just the name I've got in my email form. By Jeffrey Gettleman, Annette Schwartz, and Adam Sella. At first, she was known simply as the woman in the black dress. In a grainy video, you can see her lying on her back, dress torn, legs spread, vagina exposed. Her face is burned beyond recognition, and her right hand covers her eyes. The video was shot in the early hours of October 8th by a woman searching for a missing friend at the site of the rave in southern Israel, where, the day before, Hamas terrorists massacred hundreds of young Israelis. The video went viral, with thousands of people responding, desperate to know if the woman in the black dress was their missing friend, sister, or daughter. One family knew exactly who she was, Gal Abdush, I think, mother of two from a working-class town in central Israel, who disappeared from the rave that night with her husband. As the terrorists closed in on her, trapped on a highway in a line of cars of people trying to flee the party, she sent one final WhatsApp message to her family. "You don't understand." Based largely on the video evidence, which was verified by the New York Times, Israeli police officials said they believed that Miss Abdush was raped, and she has become a symbol of the horrors visited upon Israeli women and girls during the October 7th attacks. Israeli officials say that everywhere Hamas terrorists struck, the rave, the military bases along the Gaza border, and the kibbutzim, they brutalized women. A 2-month investigation by The Times uncovered painful new details establishing that the attacks against women were not isolated events, but part of a broader pattern of gender-based violence on October 7th. Relying on video footage, photographs, GPS data from mobile phones, and interviews with more than 150 people, including witnesses, medical personnel, soldiers, and rape counselors, The Times identified at least 7 locations where Israeli women and girls appear to have been sexually assaulted or mutilated. 4 witnesses described in graphic detail seeing women raped and killed at 2 different places along Route 232, the same highway where Miss Abdusha's half-naked body was found sprawled on the road at a 3rd location. And The Times interviewed several soldiers and volunteer medics who together described finding more than 30 bodies of women and girls in and around the rave site, and in 2 kibbutzim in a similar state as Miss Abdusha's, legs spread, clothes torn off, signs of abuse in their genital areas. Many of the accounts are difficult to bear, and the visual evidence is disturbing to see. The Times viewed photographs of one woman's corpse that emergency responders discovered in the middle of a besieged kibbutz with dozens of nails driven into her thighs and groin. The Times also viewed a video provided by the Israeli military showing 2 dead Israeli soldiers at a base near Gaza who appeared to have been shot directly in their vaginas. Hamas has denied Israel's accusations of sexual violence. Israeli activists have been outraged that the United Nations Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, and the agency UN Women did not acknowledge the many accusations until weeks after the attacks. Investigators with Israel's top national police unit, Lahav 433, have been steadily gathering evidence, but they have not put a number on how many women were raped, saying that most are dead and buried and that they will never know. No survivors have spoken publicly. I don't even want to guess here. My understanding is, I think there's a stupid Jewish thing where, like, you have to bury dead people fucking immediately, which I don't know if that seems like it would hurt or prohibit a lot of the investigations into these things. Jewish custom, bury dead immediately, or Jewish custom autopsy. There's like I think there's some dumb shit around this. Let me check. Traditional Jewish laws and customs, halacha. As such, under the most traditional Jewish law, there's a general prohibition against autopsies, as an autopsy disfigures the body and disgraces the corpse. Some scholars judge that autopsy should be strictly forbidden. Jewish law forbids the despoilation of a body. Some kind of, I don't know. I think there's like, this is some dumb shit. A traditional Jewish funeral occurs within 24 hours of the time of death, as a sign of respect to the deceased. However, any modern funeral service will happen later, so friends and families can all attend. There's no public viewing of the body. Okay. www.hamasmassacre.net. I think I scrolled through this site once. What is this, just like pictures and stuff after the fact, or? There's no way I can watch this on stream. Jesus Christ. Body cam of first responder. I can't show those. It's just like tons of dead people. Israeli youth running away while terrorists shoot at them. Is there actually shooting in this? Hold on. Jesus fuck. Click to see more footage. Yeah, why would I not want to? Partygoers hide behind trees while shots can be heard in the background. This video is so quiet. Partygoers, some of which injured, running away in their car while shots and detonations behind the background. Bro, we need Hunter Avalon at this fucking Nova party. That guy captures Kino footage when his life is threatened. Just driving a car, driving away kind of. Oh, this dude's bloody. Partygoers running through a field in panic while shots can be heard in the distance. Oh, this is similar footage, I think. Or a different angle of the one. Partygoers hiding behind a car and then running away as terrorists start shooting at them. They're just like looking down the street, the PewDiePie street. Imagine that's them getting shot at. That's what it sounds like. The back of a truck filled with bodies burned beyond recognition. The back of a truck filled with bodies beyond recognition 2. Back of a truck filled with bodies burned beyond recognition 3. Toilet at the Nova party filled with blood of a killed partygoer. Partygoers hiding behind a container while gunshots can be heard in the distance. Here's a question. So all of you guys in Israel, or at least the Jewish ones, you guys all do armed service. Do you not have a big culture of like concealed carry or like carrying weapons? It's kind of weird. I feel like I would imagine that would be the case, but I guess not. But also, it's like a fucking festival, so I don't know if these people would have been the kind to carry weapons. I'm at Hamas-massacre.net. That's what I'm looking from. Here's a ton of bodies laid out. I imagine these people are pretty dead. Partygoers, some injured, hiding in the bushes from terrorists. Jesus. I think one of them's maybe been shot. Oh god, yeah, they're all just like... These guys are traumatized. Partygoers running away from terrorists while gunshots are heard all over. They're just like in a forest. Partygoers flee through fields, black smoke in the distance. Partygoers being hunted down and killed by Hamas terrorists.
Ready.
It's just like people in cars driving away. Oh, Jesus Christ. One of these videos is dash cam footage of, it's two guys. Are you allowed to watch this on YouTube? I don't think so. It's two, I guess, partygoers are running away. One guy hides behind a car. Looks like another guy gets shot as he's running. I'm guessing he's shot in the waist or leg or something because he falls. And then what I'm guessing is some Palestinian comes up with a rifle, walks up to the guy on the ground, shoots him, kills him. He thinks about going to the other dude, but that guy's just laying there. He doesn't go up and kill that guy. Maybe they assumed he's already dead. I'm guessing Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad, whoever, dragging bodies around. Okay. Let's see. Partygoers being hunted down and killed by Hamas. Oh, we were doing this. Or I watched this one, sorry. Partygoers fleeing the site while explosions heard in the distance. Okay. Partygoers in disbelief with explosions heard in the difference. I'm skipping through, so I'm probably missing the explosions, but... Partygoers hiding under a stage and in the bushes. Partygoers hiding from terrorists among parked cars, hiding from terrorists. Hiding, attendees hiding, gunshots heard in the distance. Explosions, gunshots. Oh, corpses scattered throughout the woods. Hold on. Oh, these look like first responders? Oh, rip.
טלפון שלו לידו גם. אנחנו צריכים לנסוע לבית עלמין אופקים.
That when you see like I'm such a millennial. I'm sorry. When you see like their shorts and stuff ripped like this, is this like evidence of like rape or like getting attacked here, or is this like the style of like ripped jeans? I can't tell. I'm sorry. That's too dark. I just can't tell on these. They're like ripped on the side. I don't know. But there's also like a wound there, so they might have just gotten shot or stabbed there. I'm not sure. Okay. I'm not looking at like a vagina fucking rip. Okay, I don't know. Drone Festival, the Nova Music Festival Massacre Aftermath. Israeli officer looking for signs of life.
הלאה, כיוון. אני פותח את השער. אני פותח, חפות. משטרה צה"ל. משטרה צה"ל. להיות לנו. יש פצועים. מישהו.
Damn.
4, 5, שוטר. יש פה מישהו.
It's a lot of bodies.
יש פה מישהו. יש לי פה. שוטרת.
It's a lot of bodies. Just people like stacked up almost inside this like little party drinking area. I don't know what he's saying. Is anyone alive maybe? I don't know. Jesus Christ. Damn. Have you not seen this stuff yet? I think I glanced through a couple before, but I haven't like done a big no, going through all of it, no. Israeli couple burned alive in a car. Jesus Christ. Are they supposed to be dead people in the front seat as well? Or, I can't even tell. You can like... Also, I wonder how they know if they were burned alive. He's asking for a sign of life. Oh, okay. Jesus, these bodies, charred. I can't believe Hamas attacked these people. They literally... They're killing model Palestinian protesters. I'm sorry, that's the only one of those I'll make. My bad. Okay, that's the only one. Oh, this is the same area. We've already seen this one, I think. Terrorists paragliding into the party. Oh, Jesus, this is so wild. Imagine being one of these people sitting here and you see this shit. I've got telegrams and videos over the October 7th to make sure whenever anyone in my Islamic family denies it, I have some frame of reference, so I'm taken seriously and not as a Zionist. Like 90% of the Arab world unironically supports October 7th. Ask me for a source on that. I dare anyone. I think I believe you. I think that, not to sound... I don't actually care. I think, in general, I think Arabs have really, really, really shitty views of Jews and, like, Jewish conspiracies, and I think that's really common. I shouldn't say Arabs, actually. I should say people in the Arab world, because my guess is if you're an immigrant, if you're, like, in Europe or America, the views are probably a lot more affected by where you live. But Arabs in the Arab world, and then, like, probably also Actually, I'm not going to speak to that. I don't know what Persians or Turks in general think about Jews. I've only heard things about like Arab thought. I can't speak to Persians and Turks. Israeli youth dancing at the party before the attack. Israeli youth celebrate a day before the massacre. Police protecting Israeli youth from terrorists while the youth frantically flee. Sorry.
יורים עלינו בספר תורה, יורים עלינו. יורים עלינו. רואים אותנו. זה מה שקרה פה. אלפים,
How, this is what I would be the most upset about. Maybe I need to read a breakdown of what happened on that day. How do so many people get into Israel from the Gaza Strip without Israel knowing? You've got a whole ass wall, state-of-the-art surveillance, you've got control of the airspace and the sea. What the fuck? These people are hiding in a dumpster. Jesus. Israeli youth hiding from terrorists in a shelter near the Nova party. Israeli police trying to evacuate the party at the start of the attack. Is there a name for the Israeli police force? It's not all the IDF, right? They, like, what is the domestic police called, or do they have a name? So they're going away, terrorists shoot at them. We seem like this. Partygoers attempting to escape in a car. They just call the police. Yeah, okay. Dashcam footage of terrorists killing and abducting partygoers trying to escape to their cars. Oh, let's see. Hamas guy telling somebody to... I think he's... Ooh, he just shot that dude. No, did he shoot that dude? No, he didn't. Oh, they're taking hostages here. Also, how did they get the hostages back to, Damn, they just walked them back? Bro, what's happening? I would be so triggered. Let's see. Militant... What is the name of the, militant arm of Hamas again? It's the Al-Qassam Brigades, right? Is that this green headband thing I see? Is that what this is? Yeah, this shit. It is. Yeah, okay. Just checking. Does the... And then Palestinian Islamic Jihad. Military wing. What is this called? Al-Quds... Is it Quds? Al-Quds Brigades? Okay, it's in yellow. Gotcha. Okay. I see a lot of these, the green headbands. Go back to the top link. Go back to what top link? Where to find Al-Qassam headbands? Destiny, Hamas attacked the communications infrastructure on October 7th. That's how they got so deep. That's satisfaction. That's not satisfying to me. Like, if the communications goes down, wouldn't you assume the worst? I feel like in retrospect, I think that if you participate in big battles in EVE Online, I think it actually gives you a really interesting perspective on how, like, I would say maybe even like a realistic military perspective in terms of how battles work on the ground, like the importance of layered types of defenses, the unfathomable importance of like electronic warfare, things like controlling there's like basic stuff like controlling checkpoints and having range on your weapons and shit, but just like the concept of like layered defenses and the concept of recon and like knowing where stuff is, and why in Eve even like most of the stuff isn't actually fighting. It's usually just like positioning. It's like a positional warfare kind of game or whatever. It's interesting because I feel like a lot of those concepts carry over to real life conflict, which is funny. But let's see. Nova partygoers murdered while others are hiding from terrorists in a shelter. Wait, is this woman in the black outfit? Is this the one that people are talking about? Nope. Aftermath of Hamas attack, a partygoers trying to escape. Israeli military trying to protect Nova attendees. Terrorists paragliding into Israel, part 2. Jesus, how many fucking videos are here? Terrorists walking through the desert. Oh, this is their videos. Nova attendees badly injured, hiding in a shelter. Burned remains of the Nova party. Bloodied porta potty at the festival. Nova party after the attack. Injured Israelis hiding from terrorists. Terrorists shooting at porta potties. What? Really? Oh, this is a Palestinian video. No shot. Really? It's just a guy just shooting at the door of every single porta potty. Okay, Jesus. Wait, can I get a link to this video? Ah, fuck. Is it? It's not possible to link or look at just one video from this, is it? Young woman executed in a car. Yep, she looks pretty dead. Pretty executed. Party attendees hiding from terrorists. Woman who was raped and burned to death. Shit, that's yikes. Okay, that's a pretty yikes one. Jesus. That's her? Oh, yeah, she's super raped. Bodies of civilians murdered at the Nova party. Nova, Hamas terrorists paragliding into Israel. I always saw this. Terrorists invading by truck. Jesus, that guy had a full-on fucking RPG. Oh my god. Why do they wear masks covering their faces? Some do, some don't. Is it just? I guess to hide identity, right? That's what you do. Okay, makes sense. I guess. But some don't care, I guess. I think it has to do with their age. Terrorists on motorcycles. That guy has multiple RPGs behind him. RPGs are multi-use devices typically, right? If you got an RPG launcher or whatever, right? They're not single-use, right? Oh, is this in Gaza? Is that where they're starting from here? And then this is the... Oh, and this is where they cut through the fence in multiple areas, I guess?
يلا يلا امشي امشي هاي شباب.
And then this is them driving into Israel, yeah. Jeez. Festival night. Festival the night before the massacre. Okay. Damn. Oh, that was just one section. Then we have a mass rape section. Let me use the restroom real quick. Jesus, 1 second. Mass rapes. Let's see. Okay, not as many videos here. So we've got testimonies.
מנעול שלו. קראו דלת.
Right next to the door, 2 women, mother and daughter. There were shots. In the room opposite, a 19-year-old naked in the intimate area. And the family decided to enter to the children. And one daughter was left. I have no picture of what happened there. Can someone tell me another story from this story? I don't know what this is. A rescue officer testifies finding a body of a 19-year-old girl who had been raped and then killed in her home. A captured Hamas terrorist testifies about what they were planning to do with Israeli women. What did they want to do with them? Oh, interrogator. Why did you kidnap women, Hamas terrorists, to rape them? Hamas equals ISIS. This is a TikTok video, I'm assuming, from an interrogation. His response is to have their way with them. What does that mean, have your way with them? Talk. I don't want to talk. Talk. What do they want to do with them? Dirty them, to rape them. I don't... Now that I'm saying that rapes didn't happen, I don't know what I would take from like a 15-second cutout of interrogation footage.
They enter a home of a family, and while we're looking for injured people, civilians to rescue, as we are in combat there by terrorists that are still holding houses on their own people living there as hostages. And I open with my team one of the rooms of that house, and I see 2 girls lying, one on a bed, one on the floor in their own bedroom. And the girl, 14, 15 years old teenager, she's lying on her bed, on the floor, on her stomach. Her pants are pulled down, and she is half naked. Her legs are spread out, wide open, and there are remains of sperm on her back. Someone executed her right after he brutally raped her while just shooting her in the head. She was left there to, lie in the blood of her in a puddle of blood. And that is the first time I actually like this, you know, slap in the face. I understand this is not, we're not acting against terrorists here. We are acting against savages, inhumane savages.
Okay. Captured Hamas terrorist testifies on what Hamas operators did to the bodies of murdered women. I don't like the term testifies here because that implies in court, but it looks like this is part of an interrogation. Look at Hamas and look at ISIS. What's the difference between them? What's the difference between Hamas and ISIS? Because of the beheadings, people compare Hamas to ISIS. Hamas became ISIS. ISIS burns, beheads, and butchers. Hamas became ISIS. How did that happen? There is no brains, they're inhuman. Because you become what? They become animals. It's things a person doesn't do, beheading people, having sex with dead bodies. Meaning the body of a dead young woman. It's a body, it's not humans that do that. Okay.
ניצול ממסיבת נובה בהודעתו.
Survivor testimony.
חלק עליון. העדויות.
Okay, I don't know if I care as much about. There's a lot of gun wounds there. This is testimony of a woman who was at the party, I guess. Shooting was targeted at sexual organs. We saw that a lot. They had a thing with sexual organs, both in women and in men. The women we received, they were civilian. We mainly saw either breast amputation or gun shoots. Just to the breast, simply shooting from one side of the breast to the other. They were conscious when they got to us. As for man, they were also shot in genitalia. They had a thing with that, either amputation or shooting targeted to there. Testimony of an Israeli woman who witnessed mass rape. The two we had, they had been bounded by their hands. Their hands were behind their back tied. There was a body of a woman. They had a blood stain on her genitalia. At first, I thought she might have had a mishap out of fear. When we picked her up, we knew for sure that it was blood. This could also be referring a lot to the same like one or two women, just as a clear thing, right? We don't technically know if these are all like different things about different women, but... What is this? We've got Hamas terrorists telling others to keep an Israeli woman in place, calling her Sabiyeh, which may be convoking a classical Islamic reference for a female sex slave. So it looks like there's pulling some woman out of a porta potty, or out of a house, I guess. Sabaya means girl. I don't know what this is. Oh, this is about that in particular. Recently found this video, but I'm unsure if that girl at the end of the video survives or not. It seems like the Hamas fighters say, take her back, she's a woman, or something along the lines of that. Does anyone else have full footage or some sort of confirmation if she's dead or not? Just really badly for that girl at the end. As there's also a shot, which I think is the cameraman's gun, but his gun is pointing at the ground, so it's a sort of warning shot. It's unclear what happened to her, but in the video, the guy calls her Sabaya, which means female prisoner of war. There was a discussion about this on another subreddit, and some people said that the word implies rape in this context. This is a comment from an Arabic speaker on another thread. The word is something which roughly translates to sex slave / war captive. Raping female war captives is totally permitted in Islam. Is that not really the word then? Because when I look at blank in a translator, it does say a captive. I mean, I grew up in an Arabic speaking... Oh, I didn't want the video. Oh, I didn't want the video. I think I didn't watch the video, so I don't know if this has any value, but just wanted to say Sabaya in Arabic means young lady. I mean, I grew up in an Arabic-speaking country and speak fluent Arabic, and the word sabaya is used in mainstream everyday language to refer to a young lady. It's news to me if it has gained a new meaning or if it actually already carried that meaning as well. However, I feel like if that were the case, I need to second-guess my whole life. Spelled something, which is actually just a feminine version of something else, which means boy. Edit to say, I tried to watch the video to hear what they say so I could differentiate between the two S sounds in Arabic, but sadly the video won't play for me. I looked at your spelling of it, and it refers to captivity, the noun yes. However, I've never heard that term, and it doesn't sound like a term that would be used to reference an individual. I asked my husband too, because now I am down a rabbit hole. I hope she is alive. I'm on, oh, Jesus. The phrase I've heard was she's a young girl, leave her, return her. Interesting enough, the direct translation with no context as a video is this: no, let her be, or any version of save her, spare her, it's a young lady, take her back, and repeated a couple words multiple times. He says two very similar but different words: sibha, which translates to leave her / let her be / spare her / save her, and sabia, which is the young lady part. However, given a different context, take her back could have multiple fates: take her back to safety, or obviously the more morbid and dark alternative, and I'm not claiming to know which one. I will say, though, from the tone of his voice, I'm leaning on the side of the more optimistic alternative. The tone of his voice was more so indicative of it being a no, let her be, she's a young lady, take her back to safety, etc. Anyway, well, here's that. Okay, I understand that there's a lot of people that are saying things over and over again in chat, like this means young girl, this means young girl. My understanding for some of these languages is that like meanings of words can change depending on context or whatever. So I had like 3 Israeli speakers email me about... there's a video of some IDF soldier saying that when a class of people came to me, I murdered the school children or something. And I got 3 different emails with people saying that that word that the guy uses, class or whatever, could refer to school children, but that word in different contexts also refers to like military units or whatever. But the word is the same, but depending on the context, it means something different. So I don't know. I don't know if like just the I don't know if just like the word itself is enough, or if you need like context around it. I don't speak any of these languages, so it's hard for me to say. Oh, it might have been squad or something, or class as in rank. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, I don't know. A young Israeli woman in the midst of being abducted by Hamas terrorists has a large bloodstain on her pants, suggesting she was raped. Okay, apparently they say Kita. That's what people are referencing there. I'm guessing you don't know like the ultimate fate of a lot of the people in these videos, or... It's a little unhinged. People say over 70% of people support Hamas. Is this accurate? Anyone know official polls? It's complicated. Like, I think Hamas and the October 7th attacks were generally supported, but also people say that, well, people in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip don't actually know what happened. So when they support the October 7th attacks, they are not supporting rape and murder. They just don't know. Other people say that they do know, and they just, I don't know. I don't think I could. That'd be an interesting question to ask if me and Lonerbox do interviews, I guess. Families murdered in their homes. Child's bedroom in Kibbutz Be'eri following the Hamas massacre. Bedroom where a toddler was murdered. Jesus Christ. Aftermath of a Hamas ambush showing bloodied infant car seats. Jesus. Click more to see footage. Civilians murdered. Ooh, nice. Dead link. Dipshits. Abductions. More than 240 women, children, elderly, and okay, just people. Israeli hostage Noah Argamani in captive. Israeli citizen abducted to Gaza on a motorcycle. Young Israeli woman, we already saw this. Jesus Christ, how many fucking videos are there? Rockets striking civilian areas. Okay, all right. Anyway. No survivors have spoken publicly. The Israeli police have acknowledged that during the shock and confusion of October 7th, the deadliest day in Israeli history, they were not focused on collecting semen samples from women's bodies, requesting autopsies, or closely examining crime scenes. At that moment, the authorities said they were intent on repelling Hamas and identifying the dead. A combination of chaos, enormous grief, and Jewish religious duties meant that many bodies were buried as quickly as possible. Most were never examined, and in some cases, like at the rave scene, where more than 360 people were slaughtered in a few hours, the bodies were hauled away by the truckload. That has left the Israeli authorities at a loss to fully explain to families what happened to their loved ones in their final moments. Miss Abdusha's relatives, for instance, never received a death certificate. They're still searching for answers. In cases of widespread sexual violence during a war, it is not unusual to have limited forensic evidence, experts say. Armed conflict is so chaotic, says Adil Haq, at Rutgers Law, a Rutgers law professor and war crimes expert. People are more focused on their safety than on building a criminal case down the road. Very often, he said, sex crime cases will be prosecuted years later on the basis of testimony from victims and witnesses. The eyewitnesses might not even know the name of the victim, he added, but if they can testify as, I saw a woman being raped by this armed group, that can be enough. What a dog shit policy. You guys need to change this. Huck is pronounced Huck. Okay. Limeo. Why did August Limeo this? Hold on. More terrorist attacks. Palestinians are clear. The situation is untenable as a status quo. It will not work. There will be more terrorist attacks. Palestinians are clearly not happy living in occupied territories. The situation is highly unstable. There has to be some effort taken to move things to a final solution. And I feel like, I mean, final solution. As has been demonstrated, I feel like there isn't an appetite right now, at least in the right, in Israel, for any final solution. That's a really unfortunate phrase for any like final settlement to the Palestinian problem, for any final also, you know what that guy likes. Screams without words. Sapir a 26-year-old accountant has become one of the Israeli police's key witnesses. She does not want to be fully identified, saying she would be hounded for the rest of her life if her last name were revealed. She attended the rave with several friends and provided investigators with graphic testimony. She also spoke to The Times. In a 2-hour interview outside a cafe in southern Israel, she recounted seeing groups of heavily armed gunmen rape and kill at least 5 women. She said that at 8 a.m. on October 7th, she was hiding under the low branches of a bushy tamarisk tree just off Route 232, about 4 miles southwest of the party. She had been shot in the back. She felt faint. She covered herself in dry grass and lay as still as she could. How early was this fucking festival? What the fuck, guys? Or if it's a festival, it might be a multi-day thing, huh? This is the guy he was talking to. Wait, has he said unhinged shit? MK claims libel over a report that he said settlers' blood worth more than that of October 7th dead. Channel 12 says Simcha Rothman shocked attendees at Knesset hearing with his words. He insists it never happened. He said that settlers' blood worth more than that of October 7th. Oh, nice, good one. Destiny fake news. Okay. She said that at 8 a.m. Oh, okay. About 15 meters from her hiding place, she said she saw motorcycles, cars, and trucks pulling up. She said that she saw about 100 men, most of them dressed in military fatigues and combat boots, a few in dark sweatsuits, getting in and out of the vehicles. She said the men congregated along the road and passed between them assault rifles, grenades, small missiles, and badly wounded women. It was like an assembly point, she said. The first victim, she said, she saw was a young woman with copper-colored hair, blood running down her back, pants pushed under her knees. One man pulled her by the hair and made her bend over. Another penetrated her, Sapir said, and every time she flinched, he plunged a knife into her back. She said she then watched another woman shredded into pieces. While one terrorist raped her, she said another pulled out a box cutter and sliced off her breast. One continues to rape her, and the other throws her breast to someone else, and they play with it, throw it, and it falls on the road, Sapir said. She said the men sliced her face, and then the woman fell out of view. Around the same time, she said she saw 3 other women raped and terrorists carrying the severed heads of 3 more women. Sapir provided photographs of her hiding place and her wounds, and police officials have stood by her testimony and released a video of her with her face blurred, recounting some of what she saw. Your Carroll, a 22-year-old security consultant, said he was hiding in the same spot, and he can be seen in one of Sapir's photos. He and Sapir or Sapir? Wait, did she take pictures while she was down there? Sapir. He and Sapir were part of a group of friends who had met up at the party. In an interview, Mr. Carroll said he barely lifted his head to look at the road, but he also described seeing a woman raped and killed. Since that day, Sapir said, she has struggled with a painful rash that spread across her torso, and she can barely sleep, waking up at night, heart pounding, covered in sweat. That day I became an animal, she said. I was emotionally detached, sharp, just the adrenaline of survival. I looked at all this as if I was photographing them with my eyes, not forgetting any detail. I told myself I should remember everything. That same morning, along Route 232, but in a different location about a mile southwest of the party area, Roz Cohen, a young Israeli who also had attended the rave and had worked recently in the Democratic Republic of Congo training Congolese soldiers, said that he was hiding in a dried-up stream bed. This is January, February, March 6th. We'll add this one on here too. 2024. It provided some cover from the assailants, combing the area and shooting anyone they found, he said in an hour-and-a-half interview in a Tel Aviv restaurant. Maybe 40 yards in front of him, he recalled, a white van pulled up and its doors flew open. He said he then saw 5 men wearing civilian clothes, all carrying knives and one carrying a hammer, dragging a woman across the ground. She was young, naked, and screaming. They all gather around her, Mr. Cohen said. She's standing up. They start raping her. I saw the men standing in a half circle around her. One penetrates her. She screams. I still remember her voice, screams without words. Then one of them raises a knife, he said, and they just slaughtered her. Shoam Gueta, one of Mr. Cohen's friends and a fashion designer, said the two were hiding together in the stream bed. He said he saw at least 4 men step out of the van and attack the woman, who ended up between her legs. He said that they were talking, giggling, and shouting, and that one of them stabbed her with a knife repeatedly, literally butchering her. Hours later, the first wave of volunteer emergency medical technicians arrived at the rave site. In interviews, 4 of them said that they discovered bodies of dead women with their legs spread and underwear missing. Some with their hands tied by rope and zip ties in the party area, along the road, in the parking area, and in the open fields around the rave site. Jamal Waraki, a volunteer medic with the nonprofit Zaka Emergency Response Team, said he could not get out of his head a young woman in a rawhide vest found between the main stage and the bar. Her hands were tied behind her back, he said. She was bent over, half naked, her underwear rolled down below her knees. Yanon Rivlin, a member of the rave's production team who lost 2 brothers in the attack, said that after hiding from the killers, he emerged from a ditch and made his way to the parking area east of the party along Route 232, looking for survivors. Near the highway, he said, he found the body of a young woman. On her stomach, no pants or underwear, legs spread apart. He said that her vagina area appears to have been sliced open as if someone tore her apart. Similar discoveries were made in 2 kibbutzim, Be'er and Kfar Azah. 8 volunteer medics. I don't think we're going to read every single one of these. Yeah, fuck that. I don't have time. 8 volunteer medics and 2 Israeli soldiers told the Times that in at least 6 different houses they had come across a total of at least 24 bodies of women and girls, naked or half naked, some mutilated, others tied up, and often alone. A paramedic in an Israeli commando unit said that he had found the bodies of 2 teenage girls in a room in Be'eri. One was lying on her side, he said, boxer shorts ripped, bruises by her growing. The other was sprawled on the floor, face down, he said, pajama pants pulled down to her knees, bottom exposed, semen smeared on her back. Because his job was to look for survivors, he said, he kept moving and did not document the scene. Neighbors of the 2 girls killed, who were sisters, 13 and 16, said that their bodies had been found alone, separated from the rest of their family. The Israeli military allowed the paramedics to speak with reporters on the condition that he not be identified because he serves in an elite unit. Many of the dead were brought to the Shura military base in central Israel for identification. Here, too, witnesses said they saw signs of sexual violence. Shari Mendez, an architect called up as a reserve soldier to help prepare the bodies of female soldiers for burial, said that she had seen 4 with signs of sexual violence, including some with a lot of blood in their pelvic areas. A dentist, Captain Mayan, who worked at the same identification center, said that she had seen at least 10 bodies of female soldiers from Gaza observation posts with signs of sexual violence of female soldiers. Captain Mayan asked to be identified only by her rank and surname because of the sensitivity of the subject. She said she had seen several bodies with cuts in their vaginas and underwear soaked in blood, and one whose fingernails had been pulled out. The investigation. The Israeli authorities have no shortage of video evidence from the October 7th attacks. They've gathered hours of footage from Hamas body cams, dash cams, security cameras, and mobile phones showing Hamas terrorists killing civilians and many images of mutilated bodies. But Moshe Finzi, a deputy superintendent and senior spokesman of Israel's National Police, said we have 0 autopsies, 0, making an 0 and 0 and O with his right hand. In the aftermath of the attack, police officials said forensic examiners were dispatched to the Shura military base to help identify the hundreds of bodies. Israeli officials say around 1,200 people were killed that day. The examiners worked quickly to give the agonized families of the missing a sense of closure and to determine by a process of elimination who was dead and who was being held hostage in Gaza. According to Jewish tradition, funerals are held promptly. The result was that many bodies with signs of sexual abuse were put to rest without medical examinations, meaning that potential evidence now lies buried in the ground. International forensic experts said that it would be possible to recover some evidence from the corpses, but that it would be difficult. Mr. Finzi said Israeli security forces were still finding imagery that shows women were brutalized, sitting at his desk in an imposing police building in Jerusalem. He swiped open his phone, tapped and produced the video of the 2 soldiers shot in the vagina, which he said was recorded by Hamas gunmen and recently recovered by Israeli soldiers. We don't have this video footage, right? I don't know if anything that graphic has been released or would be released. A colleague sitting next to him, Mirit Ben Meir, a police chief superintendent, said she believed that the brutality against women was a combination of 2 ferocious forces, their hatred for Jews and their hatred for women. Some emergency medical workers now wish that they had documented more of what they saw. In interviews, they said that they had moved bodies, cut off zip ties, and cleaned up scenes of carnage. Trying to be respectful to the dead, they inadvertently destroyed evidence. Many volunteers working for Zaka, the emergency response team, are religious Jews and operate under strict rules that command deep respect for the dead. I did not take pictures because we were not allowed to take pictures, said Yossi Landau, a Zaka volunteer. In retrospect, I regret it. There are at least 3 women and 1 man who were sexually assaulted and survived, according to Gil Harev, a spokesman for Israel's Ministry of Welfare and Social Affairs. None of them has been willing to come physically for treatment, he said. 2 therapists said they were working with a woman who was gang raped at the rave and was in no condition to talk to investigators or reporters. The trauma from sexual assault can be so heavy that sometimes survivors do not speak out about it for years, several rape counselors said. Many people are looking for the golden evidence of a woman who will testify about what happened to her, but don't look for that. Don't put that pressure on this woman, said Orit Sulit Zinu, executive director of the Association of Rape Crisis Centers in Israel. The corpses tell the story. The woman in the black dress. One of the last images of Miss Abdouche alive, captured by a security camera mounted on her front door, shows her leaving home with her husband, Nagy, at 2:30 a.m. on October 7th for the rave. He was wearing jeans and a black t-shirt. She was dressed in a short black dress, a black shawl tied around her waist, and combat boots. As she struts out, she takes a swig from a glass. Her brother-in-law remembers it was Red Bull and vodka and laughs. You've got to live life like it's your last moments. That was her motto, her sister said. At daybreak, hundreds of terrorists closed in on the party from several directions, blocking the highways leading out. The couple jumped into their Audi, dashing off a string of messages as they moved. We're on the border, Miss Abdouche wrote to her family. We're leaving. Explosions. Her husband made his own calls to his family, leaving a final audio message for his brother, Nissim, at 7:44 a.m. Take care of the kids. He said, I love you. Gunshots rang out and the message stopped. That night, Eden Wesley, a car mechanic, drove to the rave site with 3 friends and found Miss Abdouche sprawled half naked on the road next to her burned car about 9 miles north of the site. She did not see the body of Mr. Abdouche. She saw other burned cars and other bodies and shot videos of several, hoping that they would help people to identify missing relatives. When she posted the video of the woman in the black dress on her Instagram story, she was deluged with messages. Hi, based on your description of the woman in the black dress, did she have blonde hair? One message read, Eden, the woman you described the black dress, do you remember the color of her eyes? Another said, some members of the Abdouche family saw the video and another version of it filmed by one of Mr. Wesley's friends, or Miss Wesley's friends. They immediately suspected that the body was Miss Abdouche, and based on the way her body was found, they feared she might have been raped, but they kept alive a flicker of hope that somehow it wasn't true. The videos caught the eye of Israeli officials as well. Very quickly after October 7th, they began gathering evidence of atrocities. They included footage of Miss Abdouche's body in a presentation made to foreign governments and media organizations, using Miss Abdouche as a representation of violence committed against women that day. Deluge? A week after her body was found, 3 government social workers appeared at the gate of the family's home in Kiryat Ikran, a small town in central Israel. They broke the news that Miss Abdouche, 34, had been found dead, but the only document the family received was a 1-page form letter from Israel's president, Isaac Herzog, expressing his condolences and sending a hug. The body of Mr. Abdouche, 35, was identified 2 days after his wife's. It was badly burned, and investigators determined who he was based on a DNA sample and his wedding ring. The couple had been together since they were teenagers. To the family, it seems only yesterday that Mr. Abdouche was heading off to work to fix water heaters, a bag of tools slung over his shoulder, and Miss Abdouche was cooking up mashed potatoes and schnitzel for their 2 sons, Eliav, 10, and Raphael, 7. The boys are now orphans. They were sleeping over at an aunt's the night their parents were killed. Miss Abdouche's mother and father have applied for permanent custody, and everyone is chipping in to help. Night after night, Miss Abdouche's mother, Eti Braka, lies in bed with the boys until they drift off. A few weeks ago, she said she tried to quietly leave their bedroom when the younger boy stopped her. Grandma, he said, I want to ask you a question. Honey, she said, you can ask anything. Grandma, how did mom die? Correction was made, blah, blah, blah. An earlier version of this article misstated the age of Sapir, the woman who has become one of the Israeli police's key witnesses to sexual violence. Oh, okay. Misstated the age. Okay. One, two, three. So what all are the claims here? It would be sexual violence, and we would say rape, mutilation of genitals and breasts, what the fuck is this so hard? Does gang rape get its own category? I'm trying to think of a better way of how I would like write this stuff down. And then hostage taking. Would you include systematic or planned sexual violence? Systematic may be planned. I don't know if there's evidence that it was planned. I'm not sure. I don't think I've seen anything convincing of that. I'm not as systematic maybe though. I don't know, depending on. But okay. Some response articles to this story. January 28th, and then this. Okay. So The Intercept does a oh, we would also say like just murder, like murdering civilians, right? Is torturing civilians, is that a separate thing? Okay. We've got an Intercept article response from Daniel Boguslaw and Ryan Grimm. (2024) January 14th. New York Times puts a daily episode on ice amid internal firestorm over Hamas sexual violence article. By Daniel Boguslaw and Ryan Grimm. The New York Times pulled a high-profile episode of its podcast, The Daily, about sexual violence perpetrated by Hamas on October 7th amid a furious internal debate about the strength of the paper's original reporting on the subject. So I think this is a response to this article. Times newsroom sources told The Intercept. The episode had been scheduled for January 9th and was based on a prominent article led by Pulitzer Prize winner Jeffrey Gettleman, who is one of the, I think, the lead author on this. Fuck. Hold on one second. Okay. Article led by Pulitzer Prize winner Jeffrey Gettleman, claiming that Hamas had systematically used sexual violence as a weapon of war. Was that a claim in this article? I don't think they used the systematically. And then weapon of war. That wasn't a thing we saw in here, but okay. Well, Hamas weaponized sexual violence. For the title, I think that's fair, I guess. Okay. Maybe. The Times report was initially heralded in an email sent to the newsroom conveying praise from executive editor Joe Kahn, who described the story as an example of the best kind of enterprise reporting the paper is capable of. It might be called systemic instead of systematic. I'm looking for SYS at all. I don't see it in here. Do I? Maybe widespread? Widespread sexual violence. In cases of widespread, maybe that can argue it's systematic? I don't know. Kind of being a stickler for words here, but okay. The past couple of weeks, as the year drew to a close and many of us were on holiday, we published several signature pieces of enterprise on the Israel-Hamas war from different teams in the newsroom. Joe spotlighted some of them. Jeffrey Gettleman, Anat Schwartz, and Adam Sella spent several weeks and conducted 150 interviews to report on how Hamas weaponized sexual violence during the October 7th attack. The topic is a highly politicized issue and a delicate one to report, and Joe noted how the team, including photographs by Avishag Sher Yeshuv, did it in a sensitive and detailed way. Nuxenor, thank you for hosting me for 525 viewers. Thank you, buddy. But that message came roughly at the same time as another staff missive urging Times employees not to criticize each other on the company's internal Slack. Many reporters and editors understood that directive to be a reference to an intense internal debate unfolding over the story, a rolling fight that is revived on the near daily basis over the tenor of Times coverage of the war in Gaza. A Times spokesperson, Charlie Stadlander, said those assumptions were inaccurate and that the email was a release of a company-wide policy, the deliberate and measured development of which began in the beginning of 2023. As criticisms of Gettleman's story grew, both internally and externally, producers at The Daily shelved the original script and paused the episode, according to newsroom sources familiar with the process. A new script was drafted, one that offered major caveats, allowed for uncertainty, and asked open-ended questions that were absent from the original article, which presented its findings as definitive evidence of the systematic use of sexual violence as a weapon of war. I disagree that that's the strength of the claim being made in here. This is a very, very, very strong claim. I think that this article, assuming everything is accurate, I think it documented many instances of sexual abuse. I don't think that this article made as strong an argument to say that Hamas intended to use this as a weapon of war against Israel or against women. I wouldn't say that that was what the strength of this article was. I don't think that the article set out to justify that. I think it could have done it in way more explicit terms if that was the goal. This is a really strong statement, but okay. That new draft remains. I'll caveat by saying maybe in the original publication of the article, maybe it made stronger claims, because this was updated on January 25th. Archive.ph. It was published on December 28th, 2023. Let's see what the original. Destiny, please be for real. They definitely did set out to do that. The article just didn't drive home that point. If anytime you use my name like be for real, like I'm not being for real, just fucking leave. Don't ever come to my channel, you fucking retard. Please off yourself and go to Canada. Please, medical care. MAID, M-A-I-D. Please, please, please. Control F. Systemic, no. Weapon of war, no. Planned. Widespread sexual. Fuck. I don't see anything that different here, but okay. That new draft remains the subject of significant controversy and is yet to be aired on the flagship podcast. The producers and the paper of record find themselves in a jam. Run a version that hews closely to the previously published story and risk republishing serious mistakes. I don't know what the mistakes are. We haven't gotten to that yet. Or publish a heavily toned down version, raising questions about whether the paper still stands by the original report. Meanwhile, sources at the Times say Gettleman has been assigned a follow-up to gather evidence supporting his original reporting. On January 29th, he and his co-reporters published a follow-up story addressing questions raised on social media by critics about Times sourcing on claims of sexual violence. Internal critics worry that the article is another caliphate-level journalistic debacle. There seems to be no self-awareness at the top, said one frustrated Times editorial staffer. The story deserved more fact-checking and much more reporting. All basic standards applied to countless other stories. The critics have highlighted major discrepancies in the accounts presented in the Times, subsequent public comments from the family of a major subject of the article denouncing it, and comments from a key witness seeming to contradict a claim attributed to him in the article. Okay, so subsequent public comments from the family of a major subject of the article. The family of key case in New York Times October 7th sexual violence report renounces story, says reporters manipulated them. A New York Times story claiming a pattern of gender-based violence on October 7th hinged on the story of Gal Abdouche, but the Abdouche family says there is no proof that she was raped and that Times reporters interviewed them under false pretenses. So the statements about Abdouche were... Are there videos of this that we can look at? Fuck. Like, was that on that website? Okay, never mind. I gotta fucking look at this shit. He was literally spamming "it's her" when you watched the video. Yeah, I just don't remember which video it was. I'm just saying the original claims in the article were one family knew who she was. Israeli police officials said they believed that Miss Abdouche was raped. That's what Israeli police officials purportedly said. Miss Abdouche's half-naked body was sprawled on the road at a third location. This video exists somewhere. So fuck, nobody can link me this video. I'm gonna have to go search for it. All right. I'm just curious the position of her body and everything. Found it. I'm just if strong claims are gonna be made about. Is this the same girl that was paraded in the back of the pickup truck? No. The girl in the video with the black dress, the same one in the article about. Yeah, but which video? What was it like called? Was it after? Was it raw footage after the massacre began, or was it the Nova Party massacre? Under which thing is it here? Click to see more footage. Her body would have been next to some cars. Oh, thank you. Thank God. Kick chat. Champions. Oh, it was this video. This is the woman I said looked super raped. So what is the claim then, that she wasn't raped? She just was in this position. Maybe she didn't wear any panties and her dress got pulled up when she fell over? Maybe. Okay, let's read this story. On December 28th, the New York Times published an investigative report on gender-based violence allegedly committed by Palestinians during the October 7th attack. The newspaper says the story was based on over 150 interviews conducted by Pulitzer Prize-winning reporter Jeffrey Gettleman, along with Anat Schwartz and Adam Sella. The story concludes that Hamas fighters engaged in systematic rape and sexual violence against Israeli women. Damn, this systematic rape is so strong. If you report multiple rapes, that means it was systematic? Because this article never made the claim that it was like policy of Hamas to rape or that they came in planning to rape. It just documents that like a lot of people said that rape happened. I feel like there is a difference between these two claims, but I don't think anybody gives a fuck about the difference between them, but whatever. The story itself repeats October 7th testimonies that have been previously published and already debunked and discredited. But the Times investigation hinges predominantly on one central story, the story of the rape of Gal Abdush, who is described by the Times as the woman with the black dress. Does it really hinge on her one story? Not to try to like play like rape Olympics, but I feel like the worst story were the two people in the bushes. This is a big story, the woman with the black dress, but I feel like it was the riverbed, Control F bed, seabed, stream bed. Damn, I feel like this was the more fucked up one. The Abdush one is a big part of this though, but the interrogation of the captured Hamas guy said, "Have our way." I don't think I care about like an interrogation footage like that. I don't know how much credit I give to that. I'm not going to hinge everything off of that.
And I'll do your podcast whenever, you fat fuck. As soon as you get down and do 10 push-ups, you think I'm stupid? I think you're retarded. You don't even know how to be happy without serotonin pills. Do 10, I'll do your podcast whenever.
Okay. The Times investigation hints predominantly on one central story, the story of the rape of Gal Abdush, who is described by the Times as the woman in the black dress. Also, I don't think the Times investigation hinges predominantly on that. There's also a lot of testimony of like other people that are reporting things as well, right? Because we got reports from Israeli medical officials. We got reports from the lady who does the fucking bodies or whatever. We got this lady handle the bodies. We got reports from, was it Zaka? We got reports from that one Israeli special forces unit. Was it commando? A paramedic guy. The idea that all this, I don't like this phrasing. It hinges on one central story. Okay. Who was described by the Times as the woman in the black dress. Although claiming its story proves that the attacks against women were not isolated events but part of a broader pattern of gender-based violence on October 7th, the veracity of the New York Times story was undermined. Oh, that might be where they're getting the systematic from. Establishing that the attacks against women were not isolated events but part of a broader pattern of gender-based violence on October 7th. I think that's a fair assessment of like systematic then, I guess. That's fair. This is kind of a claim of systematic. Oh, that's okay. That's fair, I think. Okay, gender-based violence on October 7th. The veracity of the New York Times story was undermined almost as soon as it was published, including from the Abdush family itself, who says there is no proof Gal Abdush was raped, and that the New York Times interviewed them under false pretenses. Okay. The New York Times version of events. A heartbreaking photo of Gal Abdush's family, a working-class Mizrahi Jewish family who lost their daughter and son-in-law, Nagi Abdush, appeared on the newspaper's cover. The newspaper devoted a third of its report to the Abdush story. The report centered around a video that was captured on October 8th by a woman called Eden Wesley, which was published on her social media accounts. According to the Times, the video went viral with thousands of people responding. Desperate to know if the woman in the black dress was their missing friend, sister, or daughter. The newspaper did not link to the video, but released a distant, indistinct image from it that revealed nothing. It's unclear how the Times confirmed the existence of these responses, since Wesley's Instagram account has been banned and she created a new account in mid-December. Did they reach out for comment? I don't even know if this publication is big enough to, but okay. The newspaper narrates the tragedy of the family, how they learned about their daughter's fate, and how the video on their daughter became known as the woman in the black dress. The Times states that her husband, Nagi Abdush, who was who was also killed, sent his last message at precisely 7:44 a.m., asking the family to take care of their children. What the newspaper omitted, and the family later confirmed, is that the husband contacted them at 7 a.m. and reported his wife's death. but the newspaper omitted. Did they say there were no other messages sent? At daybreak, hundreds of terrorists closed in on the party from several directions, blocking the highways leading out. The couple jumped into their Audis, dashing off a string of messages as they moved. We're on the border. Miss Abdush wrote to her family. We're leaving. Explosions. Her husband made his own calls to his family, leaving a final audio message for his brother, Nissam, at 7:44 a.m. Take care of the kids. He said, I love you. Gunshots rang out, and the message stopped. Okay, maybe this is important. Let's see. The husband contacted them at 7 a.m. and reported his wife's death. The Times says the family saw the video recording and feared that she might have been raped based on the body's condition. The Times also says that the Israeli police used the video as evidence that rape occurred. The videos caught the eye of Israeli officials as well. Do they include his text message, or do they say what he texted, or? The Times says the family saw the video recording and feared that she might have been raped based on the body's condition. The Times also stated the Israeli police used the video as evidence that rape occurred. The videos caught the eye of Israeli officials as well. Very quickly, after October 7th, they began gathering evidence of atrocities. They included footage of Miss Abdush's body in a presentation made to foreign governments and media organizations, using Miss Abdush as a representation of violence committed against women that day. There is currently no trace of the video on the internet, despite the Times' claim that it went viral. Moreover, the Israeli press, despite reporting on hundreds of stories about the October 7th victims, never mentioned the woman in the black dress even once. Previous to the December 8th story, it does not appear that the video had, in fact, become the widely circulated symbol the Times claimed it had, but regardless, within a day of the report being published, facts that undermine the Times story began to emerge. When was this article published? On January 3rd. December 28th. Okay, so they're saying they didn't see it online. At Destiny, what? Everyone in Israel who has Telegram saw the video on October 7th. Okay, I can't speak. I wasn't in Israel, but okay. The media invented it. On December 29th, the Israeli website Ynet published an interview with Eti Braka, Gal Abdush's mother. In the interview, the mother says the family knew nothing about the sexual assault issue until the piece in the Times was published. We didn't know about the rape at all. We only knew after a New York Times journalist contacted us. They said they matched evidence and concluded that she'd been sexually assaulted. Then on January 1st, Nissam Abdush, Nagi's brother, appeared in an interview on Israeli Channel 13. During the 14-minute interview, Nissam repeatedly denied that his sister-in-law was raped. He explained that his brother, Nagi, had called him at 7 a.m. in the morning, saying his wife was killed and he was next to her body. Then he continued to communicate until 7:44 and never mentioned anything related to sexual assault. Nissam also stated that no official party informed them of these doubts or the investigation. Neither the police nor forensic experts. In the interview, Abdush reiterated that his brother's wife was not raped and that the media invented it. None of this technically really contradicts the New York Times reporting. The forensic experts already said that they didn't really collect evidence of rape because they rushed the bodies off to be buried immediately, which doesn't seem to be a contested claim by anybody. The brother might not have told his brother that she was raped, but I don't know if he necessarily would. Maybe, maybe not. I'm not sure. Why did the husband leave his wife's body looking like that, though? Yeah, I have no idea. I'm not sure. Gal's sisters also denied allegations of rape. How would they know? Wait, why are we interviewing these people? Or how are they relevant? Unless somebody said something like dispositive? Am I using this word? Or exculpatory? Would it be dispositive here? Dispositive. To bring about the settlement of issue. And oh, Jesus Christ. Dealing with the dispositive legal. All right, is it a legal term? Hi. Oh, thank you. Crucial element of any legal proceedings undermines or determines the ultimate result of the case. Positive essential. Okay, dispositive is like proves a thing happened, I think, right? Insulin dependent, please. Actually, you're getting a week ban. I've seen your messages a million times. We're reading all the articles in sequence. Please, fuck off. You're getting a 1 week timeout. I should perma ban you, but you're only getting 1 week. Jesus Christ, stop. Her sister, Tali Baraka, posted on Instagram, "No one can know what Gal went through. Also, what Nagi went through, but I can't cooperate with those who say many things that are not true. I plead with you to stop spreading lies. There is a family and children behind them. No one can know if there was rape or if she was burned while alive. Have you gone mad? I spoke to Nagi personally. At 7 o'clock, Al was killed by those animals, and they shot her in the heart. Nagi was alive until 8:15. This is not the same thing. This is not saying that. Denied allegations of rape makes it sound like she's saying that like it didn't happen, whereas she's saying here nobody can know for sure, which is understandable as well, but 7 o'clock, Al was killed by those animals, only shot in the heart. Okay. Likewise, Morale Alter, Gal's sister, wrote a comment on Instagram in response to a video of a Hasbara account. Thank you, sir. Yep. Alder said, I can't understand all these reports. There were many difficult stories. Why this story in particular? It's based on only one video published without the family's knowledge. It is true that the scenes in the video are not easy, but it's clear that the dress is lifted upwards and not in its natural state. And half her head is burned because they threw a grenade at the car. I don't want to be understood as if I'm justifying what they did. They're animals. They raped and beheaded people. But in my sister's case, this is not true. At 6:51, Gal sent us a message on WhatsApp saying we are at the border and you can't imagine sounds of explosions all around us. At 7 o'clock, my brother-in-law called his brother and said they shot Gal and she's dying. It doesn't make any sense that in 4 minutes they raped her, slaughtered her, and burned her. I mean, theoretically, they could have raped her after, or they could have... If... I just don't understand how any of this is like... Did they get an interview with the husband, this publication, or... Also, who knows what the fuck can happen in 4 minutes, right? Oh, wait, the husband is dead, right? Or he's missing? Yeah. Other comments from Abdush family friends and relatives whose relationships have been confirmed through social media also suggest that the woman in the black dress at video itself lacks enough information to support the claim of rape. Who cares what the family and friends say? They're not forensic experts. Why would this even matter? There's no like additional credibility here because they happen to be friends and family. Sharon Maluka, Mural's friend, wrote, based on what does Eden Wesley conclude that she was raped? Based on the video she took, there is no evidence. It's not true that half of her body was burned, only her face, and there's nothing but a dress pulled up. Another friend. Well, wait, isn't her... Now, I'm not trying to be crude here. It's possible that she went to that party with no panties, but isn't her vagina exposed in that video? What was the video again? Somebody linked it on Twitter, I think. Oh, no, it was this one. I mean, like, the footage is grainy, but she looks like she's not wearing any panties. Am I crazy? That's what it looks like to me, unless there's, like, maybe a really thin G-string there. Also, just a question, because they say that only the face is burned. When you die, is it possible, like, does rigor mortis, can your hand stay up like this? I thought that this shit only happens when, like, your body gets, like, charred and burned. I don't know how you could look at this video and conclude that only her face was burned. It looks like her entire left arm is charred. Her right arm looks like it has burn wounds. Unless there's a higher quality, her upper torso looks like it could be burned as well. I don't know how you conclude from this video that only her face is burned. There is nothing but a dress pulled up, and she's not wearing any panties. Destiny, what the fuck are you talking about? Her vagina's exposed. David, naked doesn't mean no panties, you fucking retard. She's wearing a dress. You wouldn't say somebody's naked just because they don't have panties on. Kill yourself in a video game. Many of the comments from those in and around the Abdush family point to the role of Eden Wesley in pushing the rape allegations. Although Wesley's quotes in the Times didn't contain a graphic description, her following statements to the Israeli media were very explicit and clearly stated that Abdush was raped, burned, and murdered. Those pushed back on the story seem to believe that it was, in fact, Eden Wesley's testimony and personal interpretation that initially raised these allegations of sexual violence rather than the video itself. They argue that Wesley's testimony is inaccurate and does not match with what's seen in the video. What are these statements? Oh, Wesley is how you pronounce her name. Went to look for her best friend. Were they actually best friends? Very difficult scenes. There were hundreds of bodies of people with half their bodies outside and their bodies inside the car, body parts scattered on the road. No one had touched the bodies yet. We were looking for my girlfriend, but unfortunately there were only bodies all along the route. We thought maybe... Suddenly I saw the body of a man, and next to the body of a girl. I asked my friends to stop. It looked like she had been raped and burned and murdered. She was both shot and burned. Her hand covered her face. She had a gunshot wound to her cheek, and she was without underwear. They lifted her dress up and they raped him, and after they finished raping, they burned it. It doesn't show that a human eye can see. The people who came with me took it really hard and asked to go home. Wesley did not give up and traveled to the place of the massacre every day to find her friend, and along the way, they helped families... Wait, why the fuck are we... Why... Oh, fuck, this is irritating me. Fuck, the black pill, it's coming back. Why are we saying that testimony from friends and family who weren't there, that watched the video, who are even quoting parts of the video wrong, supersedes testimony from the person that actually went and found the fucking body? In what world does this make sense? What? Those pushed back on the story seem to believe that it was, in fact, Eden Wesley's testimony and personal interpretation that initially raised these allegations of sexual violence rather than the video itself. Well, she was a witness. Why would the witness there, why would she rely on the video? She was there, right? She didn't need to watch the video. Do you think the family's denying the rape because of rules relating to Jewish... I mean, there could be a million reasons why they don't want to think that their child was raped. I mean, I'm sympathetic towards that. But, like, there's just no evidence. A look at Eden Wesley's Facebook account reveals extreme right-wing opinions. For example, in the early days of the war... Wesley posted fake news debunked by the Israeli media about Israeli traitors who supported Hamas fighters during the attack on October 7th. Wesley also shared many posts by the extreme right-wing organization Im Tirtzu and posts by the far-right rapper Hatzel, considered a symbol of Israeli fascist racism. In another post, Wesley showed a picture of the Israeli human rights lawyer Leah Semel, calling her the devil incarnate. Bro, everybody's going to have extreme opinions in the days after this. Assuming that the reporting on her end is true, she saw her best friend and her husband, her best friend's husband, get murdered and raped potentially, and their body's on fire. What do you mean? What is this standard? What the fuck? The family's testimonies unmistakably confirm that the Israeli authorities did not have the decency to inform the family about the investigation into their family member's rape. I don't think there was a formal investigation. That's the whole point. But 3 months following her death, Israeli authorities and the Israeli police are weaponizing her case, using the death of Gal Abdush as propaganda material to garner support for and justify the genocide against the Palestinians in Gaza. Likewise, the New York Times also joined in explaining the family in a highly unethical manner. Despite mentioning the element of rape to the family, the Times reporters did not make clear that this was the focus of the story and evidently got them to agree to participate by saying they wanted to cover the family's tragedy. According to Abdush's sister, Miral Alter, this is why the family agreed to speak on The Reporter. As Alter explains in the Instagram comment above, the Times reporters mentioned that they want to write a report in memory of Gal, and that's it. If we knew that the title would be about rape and butchery, we'd never accept that. I want to see emails or something. Was there a conversation here? In the end, it appears the New York Times manipulated a working-class Mizrahi family in the service of Israeli Hasbara. Hasbara, I think, is like right-wing propaganda or Zionist propaganda, I think is what this means, in order to score journalistic achievement, which in reality is nothing but the reputation of fake news and propaganda. Okay, this article is trash. This is a garbage, dog shit article. But okay, so obviously, of course, The Intercept will cite to it. Subsequent public comments from the family of a major subject of the article denouncing it, and comments from a key witness seeming to contradict a claim attributed to him in the article. Let's see what this is. Interesting interview with October 7th survivor Raz Cohen, who gave the New York Times the quote, "Screams without words" for its headline. Screams without words. He just told Tapper the men he saw were not actually from Hamas, but rather Gazan civilians who came through the fence after the IDF collapsed. The number of non-Hamas people who came through has complicated efforts to figure out what happened that day, and has even made it difficult to know who's holding all the hostages. That doesn't make his allegation any less serious, but that makes for an awkward headline on a significant piece of journalism.
Detail.
Wait. Contradict a claim. So what he claimed, I think I saw Hamas. Wait, first of all, did he actually say Hamas? Or the claim is that, well, maybe that wasn't Hamas. It might have been Gazan civilians? Wait. Raz Cohen, a young Israeli. Some men who were, okay. Raz Cohen, a young Israeli who had also attended the rave and had worked recently in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, training Congolese soldiers, said that he was hiding in a drought of stream. He said that he saw 5 men wearing civilian clothes, all carrying knives, and one carrying a hammer, dragging a woman across the ground. She was young, naked, and screaming. They all gather around her. She's standing up. He penetrates her, kills her, blah, blah, blah. Did he say they were from Hamas? Is that even a claim that he makes here? Maybe later on. They all gather around her. She's standing up. This is one of his friends. Okay, maybe in the original article? Same morning, okay. This is the original published on the day up. It's hiding prior to some cover. Okay, maybe 40 hours. He said that he then saw 5 men wearing civilian clothes, all carrying knives. They all gather around her. She's standing up. They start raping her. I saw the men standing in a half circle around her. One penetrates her. She screams, "Still remember her voice," screams without words. Then one of them raised a knife and they just slaughtered her. Seeming to contradict a claim attributed to him in the article. What was the claim? What is the reference? Why not state that claim? Why wouldn't you directly write that? I think I've written a decent amount now. I feel like if I was writing about this, I would state exactly which claim was contradicted. Let's listen to his 7.5 minutes. I don't have time.
Of what you're about to hear from one witness we just spoke to.
Interesting interview with 10/7 survivor Raz Cohen, who gave the New York Times the quote, "Screams without words" for its headline. He just told Tapper the men he saw were not actually from Hamas, but rather Gazan civilians who came through the fence after the IDF collapsed. The number of non-Hamas people who came through has complicated efforts to figure out what happened that day and has even made it difficult to know who's holding hostages. That doesn't make allegations less serious, but this makes for an awkward headline on a significant piece of journalism. I don't think there's a... What is the contradiction?
Are disturbing. And one of those witnesses.
Oh, he was in the videos too. I think we saw.
Raz Cohen, who attended the Nova Festival with his friends, and he survived. Raz, I know none of this is easy to talk about, but it's important that the world hear from witnesses. While you were hiding out that day, hiding from Hamas, you saw 5 men, 5 of these terrorists, pulling a young woman out of a van. Tell us what you saw next.
I hid in the bush, and 30 meters from the bush, I saw a white van that arrived near the bush, and from the van, 5 guys, 5 civilians from Gaza. Normal civilians, not soldiers from Nukhba's soldiers. It was regular people from Gaza with normal clothes and regular Nukhba's soldiers. It was soldiers from Nukhba's soldiers. It was regular people from Gaza with normal clothes, and they started to pull their clothes off. It was like a half a circle, and the girl was in the middle of the circle. And after they pulled the clothes off of the girl, they started to, one of them started to rape her, and it was something like a 40 seconds, and after he raped her, he take a knife and kill her, murder her, and after he did it, he continued to rape the dead body.
What was the attitude of this group while they were doing this? Were they angry? Were they cursing? What were they doing?
What an unreal question. I mean, I guess it's probably okay, but
They don't was angry. They always laugh. I think it was for fun. They murdered a lot of people for fun. They always laugh.
What did they do after they raped her and killed her? And what did they do after that?
They started to run after one couple, boy and a girl, that they saw, and they murdered them too.
With knives?
With a knife and the axes.
You know, there are people out there who deny that there were rapes or sexual assaults against Israeli women on October 7th. You're a witness. You're a witness. What do you say to the people who deny that these things happened?
It's a fact. I don't lie. What I saw, it's what happened. If someone say that it's not happened, is a liar. Because until this moment that I stand here and talk with you, I'm always think about what I saw in this moment in the bush.
How did you manage to survive that day?
So I keep hiding in this.
Also, wait, is this woman in the same spot as the other guy? That same morning along Route 232, but in a different location, but a mile southwest of the party area, Razcon. Okay, so the Raz and his friend, Schwarm Guetta, apparently both saw the same thing, but okay.
Same in the same bush, something like.
A far more serious issue is that Raz Cohen, an Israeli Special Forces vet and mercenary, has dramatically changed his testimony multiple times. He's a fabulist who cannot be taken seriously. Watching the New York Times mass Hamas rape report relies on innuendo. It also purports to contain several credible eyewitness testimonies. One was delivered by a survivor of the Nova electronic music festival named Raz Cohen, who also happens to be an Israeli Special Forces vet who trains Congolese soldiers, which is all included in the article, I believe. Since his interview on October 9th, Cohen has altered his testimony several times. Cohen told the New York Times he personally witnessed a white van filled with Hamas militants pull up a mob from the Nova Music Festival, gather over a woman and gang rape her. I saw them in standing circle. When Cohen was interviewed on October 9th about the attack on the music festival, however, he did not mention any active sexual assault committed by Hamas militants. See here.
All the rockets started to. We heard all the rockets, and the policemen say to everyone to get away to the cars and take the cars and drive from there. Me and my friends, me and two of my friends, we was in the party and we are from this area, so we know that we regular to the rockets in this area of the country, and we decide to stay in the open area and lean near a tree or something like this because it's safer than be on the road, a lot of cars, and be like targets that can't move. The terrorists can see us and send all the rockets to there because there's a lot of people. So we was in the open area.
You saw the terrorists come to the party?
So after 40 minutes, something like this, my mother calls me and told me that terrorists are in Israel. And after a couple of seconds, I get a message from the news that it really happened. And after 1 minute, we started to hear a lot of shots and the screams. And in this moment, we knew that we're in trouble. So we decided to hide under the stage. Under the stage, we was something like 20 minutes. And after a couple of time, all the people that was in the road, what's happened there? All the terrorists came with a lot of cars from Gaza and do ambush for the.
Yeah, there appears to be a helicopter bringing in injured people. I think that's the loud noise that we're hearing. So, and then you ran away basically when you heard what was going on, and then you hid in a tunnel basically in a ditch for 14 hours until soldiers came and found you.
Yes, that's what happened. But I want to say that they do an ambush and they came to the stage, and in this moment we ran away to the open area. In the open area, we was something like 300 people from the party, and a lot of people near to me. I saw a lot of people get shot in the head, in the leg, in the body, and I saw a lot of bodies. And me and my friends were from a special unit in the army. Me and the one friend that I spoke on him, and we decided to go to the river. It was a dry river. We go to there because we thought it's a safety place, but we didn't know what's the direction that we go to.
Wait, where is the next part of this? Because if he was going to talk about the sexual violence, it would have come right after that, right? After they hide on the dried stream bed or whatever. Because this is right when it would have happened. What's the next part of this interview? Can somebody please find this?
The direction that we go to.
See, here and here.
המזכ"ל הזה ככה, ב-6 בבוקר התחילו רקטות. לא עברה
דקה, התחילו יריות בכביש, אנחנו רצנו מתחת לבמה, התחבאנו שם. אחרי כמה זמן איזה מישהו צועק שהמחבלים מגיעים, דפקנו משם ספרינט, שיורים עלינו, אני רואה אנשים פשוט נופלים, זה מישהי, כדור ברגל, נופלת על הרצפה, לא מטווח ברווזים, היינו שם כמו איזה... והם צוחקים עלינו תוך כדי. רצנו לתוך הנחל, בנחל ראינו שם איזה שיח, נשארנו בתוך השיח, היו סביבנו כל כך הרבה מחבלים שעשו סביבנו.
So this would be the part where he would mention it, but...
היינו מהשיח הזה, אנשים נרצחים, נשחטים שם מסכינים. שבע שעות, חיכינו לחילוץ, עברנו לתוך הצה"ל, ונסענו לדירה באופקים. השיח הזה, אנשים נרצחים.
So, I mean, if it would have occurred, it would have occurred in here. So I guess the evidence is, since he didn't mention rapes here, so he mentions the slaughter, he mentions the screams, I think he mentions the vehicles and the patrols, but he doesn't say about the rapes here. So then I guess the idea then, what we're running with is that he is inventing it. Oh, this is also an edited video that's not posted by him, though. Does anybody have the original video? This translation is wrong, by the way. Was him saying washed a TikTok edit to not say rape? It's not washed, it's killed? Okay. It's all hearsay, there's zero evidence? Hold on, first of all, this is not hearsay. This would be considered direct witness testimony. I don't know why you're saying hearsay. And for evidence, this would be considered direct evidence of a thing. That might not be true, you could fake it, but this isn't circumstantial and this isn't hearsay. This would be direct evidence, witness testimony, eyewitness testimony. He says we saw people murdered, not we saw people washing. Or sure, I imagine it says washed and it's in red, so I don't think they were trying to like make that downplay it. It's probably censored for TikTok or whatever. Or they're just using an auto AI translator. Where's the original video of this? Because this is edited. And he's also like pausing like he's about to say something dramatic, maybe? I don't know if he is or not. Why is this all edited video? Why does this video stop right where he would have talked about it, right when he gets into the stream bed?
The army, me and the one friend that I spoke on him, and we decided to go to the river. It was a dry river. We go to there because it's we thought it's a safety place, but we didn't know what's the direction that we go to.
Hearsay is technically just an out-of-court statement being used to prove what they're saying, but I get what you mean. No, it's an out-of-court statement by somebody you don't have access to. Hearsay would be like me saying like, oh, then Ben did this, or Ben said this, or whatever, to, or using that statement as evidence. I think you can say what somebody said to you, but you can't report what somebody else reported about like another event, because you can't cross-examine that person. You can't talk to that person. So it's hearsay. It's not admissible. There's no accountability there. Sometimes he says he saw rapes and sometimes he doesn't. Who approached him between October 9th and 10th for him to change his story? The Mossad? A day later, Cohen began to introduce vague suggestions of sexual assault in his testimony, but did not indicate that he witnessed any such attacks taking place. The terrorists captured women and hurt them in any way possible. When they were done with them, they started butchering them in front of their friends, Cohen told an Israeli publication. Cohen was also interviewed by Canada's CBC on October 10th, but was not quoted about witnessing any rape. The same day, Cohen offered lurid new details to PBS, claiming that the terrorists were not only slaughtering women after raping them, but they engaged in necrophilia as well. The terrorist people from Gaza raped girls, and they also raped them. They killed them. They murdered them with knives. Or the opposite, killed after they raped. They did that. Testimony provided by the Australian Broadcasting House differed slightly, remained vague. We see from there a lot of people by this point, no Israeli media reported that any rapes occurred on October 7th. Cohen quickly fell off the media's radar. He would not be heard from for over 2 months when the Israeli government launched an international propaganda campaign accusing Hamas of mass rape in a transparent bid to maintain international support for its genocidal military assault on Gaza. Perhaps most importantly, why did Cohen's friend Shom Guetta, who took shelter with him on October 7th, not describe witnessing a gang rape when interviewed by The Times? Well, wait, but he said he did see stuff like this, didn't he? One of Mr. Cohen's friends and a fashion designer said the two were hiding together in the stream bed. He said he saw at least 4 men step out of the van and attack the woman, who ended up between their legs. He said that they were talking, giggling, and shouting, and that one of them stabbed her with a knife repeatedly, literally butchering her. Is it because he used the quote between their legs? I mean, maybe he couldn't see the rape directly, and the Times is trying to be careful on what exactly they're reporting from the guy. But I mean, like, this is essentially the same or very, very, very similar of a story, no? Okay. English. What do I push for the translator button? Oh, wait, translate. No. Today, Roz told the media that came to the Barzili Medical Center about what happened at the scene of the incident and said, "We saw all the horrors that you can't even imagine. The terrorists grabbed women there and hurt them in every way possible. And when they finished carrying out their plan, they started slaughtering them in front of their friends and shooting some of them and other people instead." I mean, hurt them in every way possible. Rape is a possible way to hurt somebody, right? I guess, but that's not even, they're not even the ones who did the interview, are they? Or... Today, Roz told the media that came to the Barzilia Medical Center about what happened at the scene of the incident and said, "We saw all the horrors that you can't even imagine." So this isn't an interview that this thing did. They're reporting on other stuff. Something like 200 people that ran away in the open area, and they shot at us all. He said, "I saw people get shot in the head, in the leg, and the shoulder. They died before my eyes." I don't know if they're... Okay. All right, I'll keep reading. Oh, wait. Blumenthal is claiming... link. Here is the full interview, 28:35. Please be in English. Please have subtitles.
I saw a lot of people get shot in the head, in the leg.
Oh, I don't need to speak English. What a god.
In the body, and I saw a lot of bodies.
Now,
is that
cut short also because he came here to...
Hello? Why does it keep muting?
He ended up leaving before getting that treatment because there was such a long line here. But Raz shared with me some horrifying atrocities that he witnessed during the 14 hours that he was waiting. He described to me how the people, the Gaza, the Palestinians who were there, most of them, if not all of them, were not armed. Most of them weren't armed or wearing military uniform. A lot of them were just in plain civilian clothes, mainly armed with knives. And he described how for hours he could see them undressing Israeli women. He could hear them raping them.
Wait, hold on. Is that in reference to... Wait, him exactly? Because if so, that completely destroys the entirety of that entire conspiracy. Let me listen. Hold on. I'm sorry. I need to pay more attention to this.
From the party, and a lot of people near to me, I saw a lot of people get shot in the head, in the leg, in the body, and I saw a lot of bodies.
This interview that's being given at that medical center, this is like day of, right? This is October 7th.
Now, in my conversation with Raz, unfortunately, it had to be cut short also.
Oh, so he was the guy interviewing him. He was literally the guy doing the interview. Oh, he's literally him. Okay, yes, okay. Bro, no shot. Oh, fuck. Don't do this to me. Hold on, I'm getting... It can't be this bad. The reporting can't be this bad on this. It can't be this bad. Let me listen again.
Now, in my conversation with Raz, unfortunately, it had to be cut short also because he came here to get some emotional, psychological support. He ended up leaving before getting that treatment because there was such a long line here. But Raz shared with me some horrifying atrocities that he witnessed during the 14 hours that he was waiting. He described to me how the people, the Gaza, the Palestinians who were there, most of them, if not all of them, were not armed. Most of them weren't armed or wearing military uniform. A lot of them were just in plain civilian clothes, mainly armed with knives. And he described how for hours he could see them undressing Israeli women. He could hear them raping them, some of the women who were raped. I'm sorry we're sharing these details, these horrific details, but it is important to describe what happened there in those terrifying moments of that desert party, raping Israeli women.
This was posted on October 9th. So... this tweet here, okay, hold on, please, okay, listen, okay? It's risky to do these investigations on stream because if I have a hunch on something or if I look into something and it ends up being true, then it looks like I'm taking a fat L. That's not a fat L. If you read something and what the author said was true, even though you weren't sure, it's totally fine to verify things. So if it was the case that his story changed, then we kind of go over the, okay, so let me just be clear. Just because you find something wrong doesn't mean that, like, that was good, and if you don't find anything wrong, then you shouldn't have second guessed. It's always good to be skeptical, okay? But, like, let's just, the evolution of a lie, okay? My first question, I believe, was incredibly reasonable, okay? But remember, I can only ask these questions because I'm reading all of the underlying source material, okay? So we know that in the New York Times interview, because we read the whole article, and I'm not just reading whatever you fucking retards are telling me to read the most recent thing, because we read the whole article, we know what his claims were. His claims were that he was in a stream bed, and when he was in the stream bed, that's when he saw the women getting raped. We knew that claim was true. Or I'm sorry, we knew that's what he said, all right? Now, Blumenthal is proving that he's changed his story by providing a 3.5-minute interview where he is changing his story. He doesn't bring up any of the rapes in this interview. But when you listen to his story,
in the body, and I saw a lot of bodies, and me and my friends were from a special unit in the army. Me and the one friend that I spoke on him, and we decided to go to the river. It was a dry river. We go to there because we thought it's a safety place, but we didn't know what's the direction that we go to.
So when because we know the underlying story, we know that this is the part right after where the rapes happen. So my only question was, right, I just wanted to see the full interview because I'm curious if he brings them up because that's where it would have occurred sequentially, right? It would happen there. So I was just curious, did he bring that up? So because of that, we found the full story, and now we see that on October 9th, he did bring that up, okay? So this claim this big claim by Blumenthal right here. When Cohen was interviewed on October 9th about the attack on the music festival, however, he did not mention any act of sexual assault committed by Hamas militants. That is a lie. This is factually 1 billion% incorrect. That's why when he says, see here, that's why he's linking a 3.5-minute video instead of an actual link to the full interview. It's because he probably hasn't seen the full video. He doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. He probably didn't even watch this. He got linked clips from other people. And then we've got a second source here, which I don't need to investigate now. And to be honest, I don't care. But remember my question here, this is a highly edited video, okay? And the question I had was, to be fair, this is me doing a lot of, I'm reading into this a lot. But he brings up bad things happening here, and then we get this screams, and then look to the side, and then like this throat swallow, and then it's another cut. Was he about to describe rapes? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. Maybe in the video he doesn't. But anyway, right? Both of these are highly edited. This is bullshit, okay? Fuck. I don't want to make a file on this. I don't have time to do this. God damn it. This is going to be like a whole thing. And it's not even worth it. He's going to take down the tweet? No. Okay, be very clear here. My issue is not the tweet, okay? I'm not just looking at this. This is part of the issue. But the problem is you can see the building of a narrative. And you can see the, like the origination of like these kind of false stories, right? Because the problem here isn't just Blumenthal's tweet. Wait, somebody says he acknowledges this in another tweet? Link me the other tweet where he acknowledges it. The problem isn't just that he did this. The problem is that this tweet by Blumenthal is also being expanded upon by The Intercept, right? Wait, this was part of The Intercept story, right? Wait, fuck. Or how did we get to that? Wait, how do we get to that? Fuck. How did we get to that link? Oh, Blumenthal. Max Blumenthal update. An update on New York Times, CNN, Star Witness. I've located the complete October 9th I-24 broadcast containing his first interview. It features his interviewer, Ariel Alsaran, providing a secondhand summary of comments Cohen supplied to him after bolting the interview for, quote, emotional support, end quote. While this seems to contradict my initial findings that Cohen never mentioned witnessing rapes on his October 9th interview, it also contradicts the New York Times December 28th Screams Without Words investigation, which he serves as a key witness. In that article, the lead author, Jeffrey Gettleman, writes, Cohen said he saw 5 men wearing civilian clothes, all carrying knives and one carrying a hammer, dragging a woman across the ground. He says he saw the men raping her, but in the I-24's Osseran summary, he said that Cohen, quote, chose not to look, end quote, at the attacks being committed in his proximity. What? None of this is necessarily contradicting. These are some of the most well-actually things I've ever heard in my life. Like, imagine you see somebody getting murdered, and you're like, oh my God. And then when you're recounting stories, like, it was the worst thing ever. I couldn't watch. And then later on, you're like, yeah, so I was here. They took out a knife. They started stabbing her, and I turned away. And it's like, hold on. Excuse me. Tips Fedora. You claimed you couldn't watch. Then how did you ever see it happen in the first place? Tips Fedora. Blumenthal is a hack fuck. So is the Gray Zone, and so is the Intercept. But anyway, okay, so Jesus, 2 paragraphs into this. The critics have highlighted major discrepancies in the accounts presented in the Times. Subsequent public comments from the family of a major subject of the article denounces this article is trash. Okay, so we've read this entire article, and it's garbage. And comments from a key witness seeming to contradict a claim attributed to him in the article. There is no huge contradiction. This is also a bullshit link. So this whole paragraph is dog shit. And subsequently everything so far, but whatever. Statlander said the paper doesn't comment on ongoing reporting and that no piece of its journalism is final until it's been published. As a general matter of policy, we do not comment on the specifics of what may or may not publish in the New York Times or our audio programs. Just like our print report, the Times' audio editorial process is a result of independent consideration of newsworthy topics and not in response to any criticisms. The Daily's production team is constantly looking at the scope of the Times news report. With many efforts and various stages of development at any given time, there is only one version of any piece of audio journalism, the one that publishes. The link comments from a key witness links to Blumenthal's Twitter. Wait, does it? No, it doesn't. It links to Ryan Grimm. Oh, I got this because this was linked under Ryan Grimm's tweet. That's where this came from. So this guy got 1,000 likes under. Damn, he got almost as many likes as Ryan did. Jesus. That's where this came from. Okay. The dissent within the Times comes as the paper is also facing serious external scrutiny for its coverage of Israel's war on Gaza. Also, keep in mind, when we say dissent in the Times, we haven't even gotten specifically what the fuck that means. What is the dissent in the Times? Like, what are the specific criticisms? Criticisms of his story. What were the criticisms? That he shouldn't have covered it at all? That it's unethical to say Palestinians did anything bad ever? Did they say he was factually incorrect? What is the actual criticisms? Since October 7th, the New York Times has shown deference to Israel Defense Force sources while diminishing the scale of death and destruction of Palestine. An Intercept analysis found that in the first 6 weeks of the war, the New York Times, alongside other major publications, consistently delegitimized Palestinian deaths and cultivated a gross imbalance in coverage to pro-Israeli sources and voices. The paper's coverage of South Africa's charges of genocide at the International Court of Justice played down severity in the case at the outset and downplayed Israel's defeat on Friday. Just like... what? Defeat on Friday? ICJ ruling on Gaza genocide is a historic victory for the Palestinians. No, it's not. The 17-judge panel ordered Israel to halt any genocidal acts in Gaza. It stopped short of... it did what? It just said you have obligations not to commit genocide. If you are doing a genocide, stop. It didn't say they were. And what do you mean stop short of ordering an immediate ceasefire? They didn't order anything. They didn't say to stop any military activities whatsoever. They didn't even consider the ceasefire. It wasn't even part of the consideration. None of the judges even spoke to it. Okay, sorry. Fuck. Okay. The paper's coverage of South Africa's charges of genocide at the International Court of Justice played down severity of the case. The outside downplayed Israel's defeat on Friday. Just last week, the Times ran a headline touting the decline in deaths in Gaza, even as Israel continues to kill Palestinians in shocking numbers on a daily basis. Since the beginning of the Israel-Hamas war, the Times journalists have reported with sensitivity, independence, and unflinching detail on destructive events that have generated strong reactions, including the piece of journalism from December 28th about allegations of sexual violence committed by Hamas, the Times spokesperson wrote. We continue to report on this matter as part of our broader coverage of the conflict, capturing both the global implications and deeply personal stories of those affected by the ongoing fighting. Fuck me. Where were we? The New York Times leadership has long taken a reflexively pro-Israel stance. Destiny, for journalists who do such egregious work, would it be worth it to add them on Twitter? No, the Intercept is not real media. It's alternative media. There is no accountability here. There's no point in adding anybody or whatever. The New York Times leadership has long taken a reflexively pro-Israel stance, and it is no surprise that the paper's coverage has not been swayed by the criticism, yet it's done more than double down on its existing reporting. The Times has also succumbed to pressure campaigns by a pro-Israel media watchdog to change or soften its coverage of Israel. Pressure from Camera. The Committee for Accuracy in Middle East Reporting and Analysis, or CAMERA, was founded in 1982 in response to what it claims was anti-Israel bias in the Washington Post reporting on the Israeli invasion of Lebanon. Since its inception, CAMERA successfully lobbied for hundreds of corrections in major media outlets, seeking to streamline a pro-Israel line in news reports and editorials. Were any of these corrections wrong? This would be a good part. Okay. I need to stop. I no more credit for any of these people, okay? I'll help you. I will educate you, since you're apparently completely and totally incapable of writing anything of value, okay? This would be a really good part in the article to say, here are things that they have streamed. Well, hold on. Let me wait for a little bit, and maybe they do this, okay? Let's wait for a minute. Let me do a couple paragraphs. I'm sorry. It has smeared journalists whose work it disagrees with and launched boycott campaigns about news organizations it believes are not responding with enough deference to its requests. In the past few months, the group has forced at least 2 changes in the New York Times, which sometimes respond to CAMERA with quiet edits and sometimes with formal corrections. The Times removed the use of the term occupation from a description of Israeli military forces and made a correction to language describing Palestinian deaths in Gaza. There's got to be more than this. Okay, I will go back up and make this criticism. This would be a time, if they've made hundreds of corrections in major media outlets, and these are the 2 best ones you can come up with, it sounds like most of the corrections were probably fair then. This would be a really good part to list a whole bunch of times where they have corrected things that have been incorrect, like where their corrections are incorrect, where something was accurately reported on, they wanted a correction, and that was a lie or a piece of propaganda. Like, this would be a good part to do this, but I guess it's just they're upset that somebody changed the term occupation from Israeli military forces and language describing Palestinian deaths in Gaza. Emblematic of CAMERA's influence at the Times is the fact that Khan's father, Leo Khan, was a longtime member of CAMERA's board. Though before Khan rose to prominence at the paper, by the time Leo Khan joined the group as a board member in 1990, it was already famous for its aggressive pursuit of corrections and wording changes in the media to reflect a more pro-Israel stance. Destiny, I'm still confused. Is the correction wrong, or was the thing being correct? My guess is they didn't. The CAMERA probably didn't like that that the Times mentioned some Israeli soldiers and the term occupation, and they would say like, well, this is a debated legal term. You shouldn't use occupation. So the Times probably changed it. And then Palestinian deaths in Gaza, they probably said something like murdered or civilian deaths or something, and they were like, you shouldn't describe them that way. We don't know. Blah, blah. That's my guess for what these 2 are. That's my guess. Somebody go and look, but that's my guess for what these 2 changes are. According to the Times profile of Khan, when he was elevated in his current post 2022, he and his father often dissected newspaper coverage together. CAMERA, which boasts more than 65,000 members, campaigns against coverage in a wide variety of U.S. news outlets, but it has been particularly aggressive in its targeting of the paper of record. For over a decade, CAMERA has paid for billboards across the street from the Times headquarters, criticizing the paper for its allegedly biased coverage. At times, it has even used its billboards to equate the paper of record with Hamas. All that pressure has had an impact. Dating back to 2000, CAMERA's website records dozens of successful corrections issued by Times editors after concerted harassment campaigns. I met Ryan Grimm and we had a friendly exchange the last time I saw him. I wonder if I could get him on to talk about this. This is all about Khan, I guess, to character assassinate and say that he's like some fucking deep state operative. I don't know if any of this, I don't know if I give a fuck about any of this. Destiny, couldn't you argue that the existence of one group that heavily pushes for corrections in the favor of one side, even the corrections are correct, would lead to a greater relative prevalence of misinformation against the other side? Who's to say nobody pushes for corrections on the other side? What do you mean? What do you think the culture is at the New York Times? Do you think it's generally pro-Israeli or pro-Palestinian? Like, you don't think they get pressure from any pro-Palestinian or younger people or any of those groups to change things? Like, we're only talking about one group here. In March of 2012, the New York Times published an article interrogating the way the Arab Spring uprisings had undermined support and attention to the plight of Palestinians. The piece drew CAMERA's attention because it included a photograph depicting Israel Defense Forces soldiers firing on Palestinians, and the photo caption did not specify that they were using rubber bullets. While rubber bullets are less deadly than live ammunition, they can result in serious injury and even death. I mean, like, I think that's a fair correction. Wait, was this the picture? What? Israeli soldiers fired rifles at Palestinian stone throwers in the West Bank town of Al-Ram near East Jerusalem last month. That is a totally fair correction. Say, hold on. We were not mowing down protesters. According to Camera's account, they quickly notified Khan, then an international desk editor, who agreed the caption needed correcting. The Times soon issued a correction. A picture captioned on Thursday with an article about the increasing marginalization being felt by Palestinians in the West Bank referred incompletely to the action of the Israeli soldiers shown, while the soldiers whose activity was not recounted in the article were indeed firing rifles at some stone throwers in the West Bank town of Al-Ram last month. The rifles contained rubber bullets. That is this is what I... Okay. A softer tone. Long before the Hamas attacks, okay, this is all bullshit, don't care. Camera-inspired change to an article describing Jesus as living in Palestine, a change to an article that failed to describe the Western Wall as the holiest site in Judaism, and a correction for conflating property seizures with violence. What's wrong with these corrections, if they're correct? A camera-inspired change to an article describing Jesus as living in Palestine, a change to an article that failed to describe the Western Wall as the holiest site in Judaism, and a correction for conflating property seizures with violence. The group secured one of the most substantial changes in 2021 when Khan was serving as managing editor. In response to a demand by Camera, the Times appended a lengthy explanatory editor's note to the top of an article, a type of alteration that almost always has to pass through a member of the masthead leadership. The article in question was a profile of the celebrated Palestinian poet Rifat Al-Arir. According to Camera, the piece, written by correspondent Patrick Kinsley, described Al-Arir in too positive a light. The Times was quick to agree, appending a 267-word note that described comments that Al-Arir, had made about Israeli poetry in 2019 when he took a tone much more critical of Israeli literature than he had in Kingsley's presence. In Gaza, a contentious Palestinian professor calmly teaches Israeli poetry. On social media, Rafat Al-Arir rages against Israel. In the lecture hall, he studiously analyzes the work of some of its leading poets and surprises some of his students. Text about Jerusalem, a city that they, as young Palestinians, unable to leave Gaza for most of their lives, had long cherished but never visited. The poem was written from the perspective of a wistful onlooker. The poem is by a Palestinian gazing from the it shows a man who cannot get across, she said, a man working in the occupied territories. The class not in agreement. Only a Palestinian could have written with such warmth about Jerusalem, the second student said. But the professor had a surprising waiting. The poet of this really beautiful piece is actually not a Palestinian, he said. There was a hubbub of murmuring as it dawned on the class what this meant. Someone gasped, and his professor shocked laughed. It's an Israeli poet, Mr. Al-Arir continued, called Yehuda Amikai. It was a moment that added nuance to two contrasting narratives that embraced by the students themselves, many of whom knew someone killed by blah, blah, blah. Okay, I see. Edu teacher. Let's see. What is the editor's note? After publication of this article, Times editors reviewed additional information that is at odds with the article's portrayal of Rafat Al-Arir, a literature professor at Islamic University in Gaza, who was described as presenting Israeli poems in a positive light to his Palestinian students. In the class witnessed by a Times reporter, Mr. Al-Arir taught a poem by the Israeli poet Yehuda Amikai, which he called beautiful, saying it underscored the shared humanity of Israelis and Palestinians. He said he admired how it showed that Jerusalem is a place where we can all come together regardless of religion and faith. Okay, and a class witnessed by a New York Times reporter. That's a little interesting, so it was an observed class, but okay. However, in a video of a class from 2019, this was written in 2021, he called the same poem horrible and dangerous, saying that although it was aesthetically beautiful, it brainwashes readers by presenting the Israelis as innocent. He also discussed a second Israeli poem by Tuvia Rubner, which he called dangerous, adding, "This kind of poetry is in part to blame for the ethnic cleansing and destruction of Palestine." When the Times asked Mr. Al-Arir about the discrepancy, he denied that there was a substantial change in his teachings, and he said that showing parallels between Palestinians and Jews was his ultimate goal. But he said that Israel used literature as a tool of colonialism and oppression, and that this raised legitimate questions about Mr. Amikai's poem. In light of the additional information, editors have concluded that the article did not accurately reflect Mr. Al-Ariri's views on Israeli poetry or how he teaches it. Had the Times done more extensive reporting on Mr. Al-Ariri, the article would have presented a more complete picture. Jesus. Okay. Is it bad to add that context? Almost exactly 2 years later, Al-Ariri was killed in what the human rights group Euromed Monitor deemed a targeted strike by the Israeli Defense Forces. He had received direct threats by phone before his apartment was bombed. Pinned to his Twitter profile was a post with his now famous poem, "If I Must Die, Let It Be a Tale." Hold on. No, hold on. When it said that he received a direct threat by phone before his apartment was bombed, they don't mean that they called the apartment to say there was going to be a military strike here, right? There's no shot that that's what... Because why the fuck would you call someone to tell them that you're going to bomb them? Israeli strike on Rafat Al-Ariri apparently deliberate. The Israeli airstrike that killed the professor was apparently deliberate. Euromed Monitor concluded on Friday. The apartment where Rafat and his family was sheltering was surgically bombed out of the entire building where it's located. According to corroborated eyewitnesses and family accounts, this came after weeks of death threats that Rafat received online and by phone from Israeli accounts. We call for an immediate investigation into this apparently deliberate and targeted killing. Oh, wait. This is on October 8th? So this was part of a whole... Is this when did the airstrikes begin immediately on the 8th? Or was it a few days after? Or... I know Euromed Monitor is Hamas supporting. Thank you. I don't know why you're spamming this over and over again. You retarded fucks. Kill yourselves. Please stop. No, this wasn't on the 8th. On Wednesday at around 6 o'clock, Rafat Al-Ariri was killed in his sister's home in Al-Sidra neighborhood in the Al-Diraj area in Gaza City, along with his brother Salah and one of his children, Mohammed. Oh, December 8th, not October 8th. I'm sorry, December 8th. The airstrike surgically targeted... his sister and 3 of her children, his neighbor, blah. The airstrike surgically targeted the apartment on the second floor of Rafat. It's in a 3-story building and not the entire building, indicating the apartment was the target and not possible collateral damage. Rafat was displaced multiple times during the war and ended up his sister's home along with his mother. A few days ago, Rafat moved his children to an UNRWA school. However, a close friend of Rafat's told Euromonitor that he received an anonymous phone call from someone who identified himself as an Israeli officer and threatened Rafat that they knew precisely the school where he was located and were about to get his location with the advancement of Israeli ground troops. What? Why? What? While the credibility of the threat itself is unclear, it contributed to prompting Rafat to move back to his sister's apartment, believing it was more concealed than an open and overcrowded school where it would have been difficult to hide. For weeks since the start of this war, Rafat has been receiving numerous death threats and hateful messages from Israeli accounts on social media after prominent public figures singled him out for harassment and incitement. In 2014, Israel bombed Rafat's home in Shij and killed 30 of his and his wife's family. Wait, so when was he killed again? In 2013, right? Or 2023, right? Last year, right? Yes, it was. Okay. Okay. Holy Christ AIDS, this article. Jesus Christ. All right. This is on January 29th, the day after. This is a New York Times. UN study reports of sexual violence in Israel during the October 7th attack. A team from the United Nations arrived in Israel to examine multiple reports of sexual violence during a Hamas-led attack. to leave soon. We should have started this earlier. Fuck, we got way too much random time on random shit earlier. This is 2024, January 9th. A team from the United Nations has arrived in Israel to examine multiple reports of sexual violence during the Hamas-led attack. It's in the Intercept article at the top. You mean at the bottom? The article was updated to note that on January 29th, the New York Times published a follow-up story about claims of sexual violence by Hamas. Are you talking about literally the story that I literally have fucking open, literally in my browser, that you literally see on your fucking computer, that I'm literally about to talk about literally right now? Okay, I think we have time to read this, and then I think we're done for today. Jesus. A United Nations team has arrived in Israel to examine reports of sexual violence during the Hamas-led attack on October 7th, even as Hamas and some critics of Israel continue to reject evidence that such assaults occurred. Israeli officials have said that Hamas terrorists brutalized women throughout their incursion into southern Israel and have complained that UN leaders and others have been slow to condemn sexual assaults. The UN visit comes after multiple news organizations reported allegations of sexual violence occurring during the October 7th attack. In a December 28th article, the New York Times documented a pattern of gender-based violence in the attack and identified at least 7 locations where Israeli women and girls appeared to have been sexually assaulted or mutilated. Oh, Jesus. This is one of the tweets by that poet. Here is Rifat Alarir joking about whether or not an Israeli baby burned alive in an oven was cooked with or without baking powder. A baby was found in an oven, baked to death by Hamas terrorists, leading Israeli first responder, blah, 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 count of this. This group was among the first to respond and witness the October 7th attack with or without baking powder. Damn. Wait. First of all, did this tweet actually happen? Also, the most important question to ask anybody with a Palestinian flag in their profile. What did they tweet on October 8th? Many are still trapped in Jaya, including some of my family, or some of my children and family members. And he was in North Gaza. He stayed, despite the evacuation suggestion, I guess, by Israel. Okay. I wish I were a freedom fighter, so I die fighting back. Those invading Israeli genocidal maniacs invading my neighborhood and city. All the rape and sexual violence allegations are lies. Israel uses them as smokescreen to justify the Gaza genocide. Monk's cat, I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. There's never been a more shameful Palestinian in history. Abbas. This guy responded to you on Twitter? Every factual statement you've made about this conflict is wrong. If your knowledge base is defeated by reading Wikipedia, that's your fault, not mine. If you want to come on and educate my audience about a particular topic that I'm wrong about, you're free to hop on and chat. Israel has always resorted to fabrications as a means to exist. Here, XPM Naftali B'nai brags about teaching people how to edit in Wikipedia to influence what is written there and how it is written, so it is Zionist in nature. Is there a pack watch like IDF edition? How has nobody made one of these yet? Are you fucking serious? Does this comport with my values of cheering on political enemies who die in conflict? Fuck. Let's think for a moment. I'm sorry. I can't help it. All right. Where were we? What did he tweet on October 7th? Bro, how do these motherfuckers tweet so much? Oh my God, we're still in December? November. Oh my God. There's a way to search tweets like before a date, and I don't know how to do it. It translate 123 October 7th Twitter. There's a way in search option. Where's search? Explore? Somebody please find this guy's tweets on October 7th. I'm just curious.
October. Do the Palestinians have a right to defend themselves? Because the speak is, Israel has a right to defend itself. Did Palestine have a right to defend itself when land was taken from it, when people were dispossessed, when houses were levelled, when UN resolutions on torture, on ethnic cleansing, on apartheid? Did the Palestinians have a right to defend themselves? Did they have a right to defend themselves when Israel turn on and turn off the electricity and stop food and stop medical aid long, long before this attack? This didn't start on the 7th of October.
Whatever. Okay. Can we finish this article today? Decolonization is not a metaphor. Well, 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 how the turntables. And that's what I exactly meant. Breaking: the very Israeli snipers that gunned down hundreds of Palestinian marchers in the Great Return March in 2018-2019 were neutralized by Palestinian freedom fighters. I'm sure some of them were captured by the guys they maimed. Hashtag we never forget. Hashtag Gaza under attack. Jesus Christ. What does this say? The cheap Mariasan al-Kandara spreads the lies of the Israeli army that paves the way for massacres in Gaza and the rest of Palestine. Because Israel says 260 dead at music festival attacked by Hamas. So did he think the entire attack was just fake? Oh, more incidents in which Israel kills its own people. So he thinks it was, he buys into the whole, it was, oh. Translate. Editing them all is possible. I don't know what that's in reference to or if that is a different connotation. The liberation of all of Palestine from the sea to the river is objectively and realistically possible, and it is possible in this generation. I do not say that it is easy, and I do not say that it is inevitable, but it is possible. Tamim Barghouti. Barfufti? I spoke to at BBC World yesterday. Israel's going to kill us anyway. Israel wants us kneeling, so why not fight back and die in dignity? Yes. With my clothes off and my cock out inside this Jewish bitch. It's not editing, it's freeing. Oh, gotcha. Okay. Shame on you, Ilhan. What a horrible take. Ilhan said, I condemn the horrific acts that we are seeing unfold today in Israel against children, women, the elderly, and the unarmed people who are being slaughtered and being taken hostage by Hamas. Such senseless violence will only repeat the cycle, the back and forth cycle we've seen, which we cannot allow to continue. We need to call for de-escalation and ceasefire. I will keep advocating for peace and justice throughout the Middle East. Yeah, fuck this, dude. Damn. And the New York Times, keep in mind, the only reason we know this guy is because the New York Times gave him incredibly favorable coverage, and Cameron was like, hold on. This guy actually doesn't seem to like Jewish people and Israelis very much. Holy shit. Whatever. Okay. God damn. I see a gas. Fuck off. The UN visit comes after multiple news organizations reported allegations of sexual violence during the terrorist attack. A December 20th article. Okay. The UN team aims to give voice to survivors, witnesses, recently released hostages, and those affected, to identify avenues for support, including justice and accountability, and to gather, analyze, and verify information, said a statement issued Wednesday by the Office of Pramila Patten, the UN Secretary General's special representative on sexual violence and conflict, who is leading the visit. Did you check if the baking powder tweet was real? Yes, it was real. At Destiny, a guy living in Gaza who's lost family members doesn't like Israelis. Say it ain't so. Yeah, well then be honest about it. Just say like, yeah, this guy is cheering on the rape and murder of Israeli citizens because he's super fucking pissed off and he's upset because his family's been killed by, the IDF. That's a fair statement. But don't do this like, oh no, he loves all people and also and he wants to bridge the divide and he loves that Israelis and Palestinians can understand each other. That's not what he wants. He wants like the mass fucking rape and destruction of Israel. It's okay. Just be honest about it, okay? Just be honest about it. The UN team aims to give voice to survivors, witnesses, recently released hostages, and those affected to identify avenues for support, including, okay. While the Israeli government has welcomed Ms. Patton's team, which arrived Sunday night, it has refused to cooperate with another UN body investigating October 7th atrocities, accusing it of anti-Israeli bias. What was the other UN body that it refused to cooperate with? The UN Independent International Commission of Inquiry on the Occupied Palestinian Territory, including East Jerusalem and Israel, are investigating potential or possible international crimes and violations of international human rights law committed in Israel and the Occupied Palestinian Territory. Missions will be presidents. I wonder why they rejected participating in this one. Okay. Hamas, which the U.S. and the European Union consider a terrorist group, denies that Palestinian fighters sexually assaulted women during the attack. It has described the accusations as wartime propaganda meant to justify the very real crimes of mass murder and ethnic cleansing that Israel is carrying out against our people, referring to the Israeli military campaign that local officials say has killed more than 26,000 people in Gaza since October 7th. Hamas said in a statement issued by Bassem Naim, a member of the group's political bureau, that the October 7th operation was very short and its fighters had time only for their mission to crush the enemy's military sites. But extensive video footage shows uniformed Hamas gunmen killing unarmed civilians in a day-long attack in which Israeli officials say about 1,400 people were killed or taken hostage. Hamas has also said its fighters as Muslims are honor-bound to respect and protect all women and demanded an apology from the Times. The Times report has been challenged on social media by critics who question the reliability of witnesses cited in the article. Some also say it failed to prove that Hamas planned and directed the sexual violence or that any of the assailants were members of the group, noting that other militants and ordinary residents of Gaza entered Israel that day too. The Times cited 4 people who described seeing sexual assaults while hiding during the Hamas-led attack, 2 of whom have since come under intense scrutiny. One, a 26-year-old accountant who asked to be identified only by her first name, Sapir, has been presented as a key witness by Israeli police. At a press briefing and on November 14th, officials showed a 3-minute excerpt from a video interview in which she described seeing a woman raped, mutilated, and killed. Some critics have said her comments in the police video clip were inconsistent with what she told the Times. The Times found Sapir and spoke to her several times before the publication of its article, including for 2 hours outside a cafe. In these interviews, she recounted an ordeal that began at the rave in southern Israel, where terrorists killed more than 360 people. She was shot in the back during the attack, she said, and while feeling faint at times and hiding under the branches of a tree, she saw groups of armed men, many dressed in military fatigues, rape and kill at least 5 women. She also told the Times that she saw assailants carrying the heads of 3 women. Israeli police have declined to release more of what Sapir told them, saying that going into greater detail could hinder their investigation, but the police let the Times view portions of another video in which Sapir told investigators much of what she told the Times, describing multiple sexual assaults. The police also said they found Sapir's bag, where she said that she had been hiding, and the women's clothing near where she said the rapes occurred, and 3 severed heads were found further away near the bodies of assailants in military fatigues, Israeli officials said, without providing more detail. In a separate interview, Yura Carol, 22, who was hiding next to Sapir, had told the Times he barely lifted his head, but also saw a woman raped and killed while surrounded by armed men, some wearing military fatigues. Reached again last week, he repeated the account. Asked why the Israeli police released only part of Sapir's testimony, Mirit Ben Meir, a police chief superintendent and spokeswoman, said, "We needed to show the world, which unbelievably didn't believe us about sexual violence, and on the other hand, we needed to protect the investigation." The other witness who has been scrutinized is Raz Cohen, a security consultant who has described seeing a rape at a different location to several news outlets. Critics have questioned his credibility because he did not say he witnessed such an attack in his very first interviews with reporters on October 9th. Mr. Cohen started talking about witnessing rape in interviews the next day. He spoke to the Times in November and said he saw 5 men in civilian clothes rape and kill a woman while he was hiding in a dried-up stream bed. Critics have pointed out that he went further in other interviews than he did with the Times to describe the terrorists as civilians. A friend who was hiding with him, Shom Guetta, also told the Times he saw a group of men sexually assault and kill a woman. Reached again last week, he repeated the account. In his very first interviews with the media, Mr. Cohen described the terror of seeing people being massacred around him and hiding for his life. Asked this month why he had not mentioned rape at first, Mr. Cohen cited the stress of his experience and said in a text message that he had not realized that he was one of the few surviving witnesses. He declined to be interviewed again, saying he was working to recover from the trauma he suffered. Oh, and they should have done more research for this New York Times article because he did to that first interview. He did describe, maybe not in as much detail since that part of the interview isn't on camera, but he did describe those rapes. Unless we're being deep faked AI'd and the video has been inserted into the past or Facebook is lying about the dates of their videos. Katerina Busel, a Ukrainian lawyer specializing in international law, including crimes against women, said a slight variation in eyewitness testimony does not necessarily invalidate the witness's experience. It's natural after such a traumatic experience to have certain blind spots and to fluctuate in the way certain aspects of the event are remembered, she said. The Times article also described visual evidence and interviews with witnesses, soldiers, and volunteer medics who together said they found more than 30 bodies of women and girls with signs of sexual violence or mutilation, including at kibbutzim and military bases struck by heavily armed gunmen wearing combat fatigues. The Israeli police have acknowledged that during the shock and confusion of October 7th, they did not conduct autopsies or collect other forensic evidence. Experts say it is not unusual for such evidence to be minimal in case of wartime sexual violence. The Times article described the case of Gal Abdush, a mother of two who was killed along with her husband after fleeing the rave, and her family's anguish over the uncertainty. Based on video of how her body was found, Israeli police officials said they believed that she had been raped, and some members of the Abdush family said they feared the same. It seems to me, and I really hope I'm wrong, said Vika Alter, a brother-in-law in early December, that she was raped. Since the publication of the Times article, a few family members have denied or cast doubt on that possibility, including another brother-in-law who said he spoke to Miss Abdush's husband before he was killed. Critics have also seized on an Instagram comment by Muriel Alter, Zvika's wife and one of Miss Abdush's sisters, suggesting that the Times misled the family about the focus of the article. Miss Alter, whom the Times had not interviewed before the article was published, deleted the comment shortly after posting it. Oh, so she wasn't even fucking interviewed. But critics circulated images of it to assert falsely that the family had renounced the article. Last week, Ms. Alter told the Times that she was upset that her post had been used to question whether Hamas sexually assaulted women, and that when she made it, she had been confused about what happened and was trying to protect my sister, which is what we thought. It kind of makes sense, right? If people are saying like, oh my God, this person was raped and murdered, it's like, well, hold on, fuck, was there even evidence of the rape? Why the fuck you say my sister got raped? That's an understandable emotional reaction. Did she suffer? Did she die right away? She said, I want to hope she didn't suffer, but we will never know. In addition to the work of the UN team now in Israel, several investigations into the allegations of sexual violence are unfolding. The Israeli police have been collecting information. So is a civil commission led by Israeli academics, and a separate UN commission is called on the public to submit information. Israeli activists and their allies abroad have expressed anger over what they consider the UN's slow response. Me too, unless you're a Jew, protesters have shouted at demonstrations in Tel Aviv. The UN team led by Ms. Patton plans to spend about 2 weeks in Israel and the occupied West Bank interviewing witnesses and analyzing medical and forensic information. Ms. Patton's office said she will share some initial findings after the mission ends in mid-February, with additional information expected to be included in her office's annual report on sexual violence and conflict. Jesus. Okay. And then a month later, The Intercept will respond again to the UN, to Jeffrey Gettleman here. I'm guessing also saying that the story was fake. Then after that, we've got February 28th. Then the next thing we have is this publication from the UN about sexual violence. Then we've got a response to this thing. Then we've got an NPR story. Newsroom and New York Times fractures over story on Hamas attacks. We'll read this PBS thing, I guess, for another thing. A A powerful front page story draws skepticism from audio staffers. This might just be reporting on the same shit as before. That might have been new. And then we've got finally Hassan interviewing. Who is this fucking loser? Is this Jeremy Scahill? Will this come up in the debate tomorrow? I don't know. Don't care. But it's always good to just research. Dude, I've seen so much. A lot of it from Finkelstein. But I've seen so much like just completely bogus. Not just him, though. Completely bogus and false reporting on Israel. It's actually insane. Like, people that just will lie about shit if Israel is involved. It's like unreal.
Yeah, it's all good.
Yeah, literally, if you click on Ryan Grimm at Gmail,
I'm just gonna listen
on my Twitter bio.
Just like a preview. I just want like 5 minutes of this. I'm just so curious what some of the things say. I wonder if they're gonna repeat a whole bunch of claims made in the first article. I bet they are. They're gonna bring up these two things about the people changing their stories and about the family denouncing shit. But let's see, maybe I'm just let me do like 5 minutes real quick.
It goes here.
Yeah, well, that's great because you're here today. So,
perfect.
So you guys, what we're going to be talking about today is the New York Times piece that came out a while back that was titled "Screams Without Words." And when I actually Google New York Times screams without words, your article comes up first from 6 days ago, which is interesting. That's pretty good. NPR even did a piece on it, saying an investigation into the New York Times story is causing chaos. But here was your article that you both of you guys wrote alongside Daniel Boguslaw, where, in my opinion, you did a pretty scathing analysis of the failure of the New York Times to uphold their own rigorous standards in their own reporting in one of the most consequential pieces of reporting surrounding the ethnic cleansing campaign in Gaza, where the New York Times tapped into Anat Schwartz, who was a freelancer with no prior experience almost, and as far as I understand, maybe even some experience in the other direction working with the IDF, right?
Mm-hmm.
And with their intelligence unit. And we found out that while the original title, Screams Without Words, How Hamas Weaponized Sexual Violence on October 7, was a pretty damning title for a pretty serious accusation, the article itself had not met the rigorous journalistic standards the New York Times is supposed to apply, and that it was devoid of any sort of real evidence. No two witnesses, a lot of witnesses that Anat Schwartz went to that had actually been disproven with a lot of fabulous claims, a lot of exaggerations, and it turned into borderline atrocity propaganda and it played the purpose of basically justifying Israel's atrocities since October 7 at a time when there was a lot of public backlash. So
you can't even report on stuff without it justifying Israel's atrocities.
You guys, I mean, we covered this extensively, but I'd love to talk and hear your.
I'm playing like 2 more minutes of this. You don't need to see me. I'm not doing the full. We're not watching this all. I'll watch this tomorrow after we read the other like 4 things.
Opinion on the article itself in the New York Times.
Jeremy, you landed the biggest chunk of that piece. You want to talk about that on Anat Schwartz podcast because since she had zero experience in journalism, I think that actually helped because she was way more honest than she would have been if she knew what she was revealing in that interview.
I mean, one of the things that happened, this article has been under scrutiny from the moment it came out, and you had a lot of independent news sites and journalists that were flagging inconsistencies, contradictions, problems with the New York Times narrative. You know, you had Electronic Intifada and Ali Abu Nima, you had The Gray Zone, you had Mondo Weiss, and lots of people on social media as well, going through it and looking at the sourcing and who was featured in it.
Who are you debating? I don't know, some random dude who wanted to argue about shit. Who is this guy? I'm an academic interested in the topic, and I'd very much appreciate your time. He's a postdoctorate fellow, Department of Politics. I don't know why I agreed to this. I'm not sure. I thought it'd be interesting to chat, I guess. I don't know. It's probably going to be a short conference. I don't even know what I shouldn't even put this on my fucking schedule. I should have just put it in my title tomorrow.
And a lot of stuff didn't add up. And also our friend, the journalist Layla Al-Aryan, who is a really incredible, remarkable journalist. She and I go way back to being at The Nation magazine together. She's an Emmy Award-winning, Polk Award-winning executive producer at Al Jazeera English. And in fact, she executive produced the documentary about Shireen Abu Akleh, the Palestinian-American journalist who was assassinated in the West Bank in 2021. And the piece that she did with Sharif Abdel-Qaddous was about how the Biden administration was essentially stymieing a real investigation into the assassination of this American citizen journalist who was one of the most widely respected journalists on the ground. So Layla Al-Aryan on January 5th sent a letter to the New York Times. The New York Times piece comes out December 28th. Layla writes a letter to them on January 5th that we obtained that she shared with us that just laid bare the whole piece and the problems with it, and the Times never responded to her. And so this has been a subject of discussion.
Between the Hammer and the Anvil. This is a February 28th piece. Oh, this is the one we haven't read yet. Oh, fuck. Okay, so I can't.
But definitely not in the mainstream. I think most people, they read that article. It's the New York Times. It's Jeffrey Gettleman, who is a Pulitzer Prize winning travel journalist who does conflict zones, etc. And I think most people read it and say, well, wow, this must be true. It's in the New York Times. Hamas came in with an intentional plan to conduct a campaign of mass rapes against Jewish women. And that's.
I don't think that was ever claimed. I mean, you could come away with that thinking maybe, but I mean, like, listen, that's Hamas's fault. Why are you raping women all over the place? What the fuck? But I don't think they ever claimed that there was like an initial plan or anything like that. Again, that's a really strong claim.
In the Israeli government's narrative on this for a while. And so, you know, the landscape on social media, a lot of people pointing it out, but in the mainstream discourse, there wasn't really any questioning whatsoever with the New York Times piece. And then a Twitter user who's anonymous named Zay Squirrel last week started flagging.
Oh my God. Really? Bro. I'm so glad I'm not Jewish. If I was Jewish, I wouldn't have the strength. I wouldn't be able to endure the media environment. I wouldn't be able to do it. I couldn't handle it. I couldn't handle it. I wouldn't be able to do it. I would be in the Irgun. I would be in the terrorist wing of the Yeshuv's pre-Israeli military. That would be me. And I'd holy shit. Okay. I love you guys. This shit is media jihad. Yeah. My God. I love you guys. Rip you on a cappuccino, poppuccino, hoppuccino, moppuccino, dabpuccino, cappuccino, appuccino, alpuccino, my deuterinos. I will catch you guys next Streamerino tomorrow. Be careful.